We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilt and Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome along to the DGFX Racing Series here on iRacing Live, brought to you by RacespotTV, and we're racing around the legendary Circuit de la Sarde, aka Le Mans. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me in the commentary box once again, as always for the series, is Alvin Nieves, and joining us as well is Randy Cheneth as well. And well, what a race we have got for you tonight. 6 hours of this fantastic, magnificent, legendary Endurance Series venue, and it's going to be some really intriguing racing going on. But before we get into that, just quickly to go through your series standings here, and in your prototype class, it is Fusion Racing who are leading that series with 81 points, just 9 points ahead of Simotok Esports number 2 car. Simotok Esport number 1 is third, and a considerable margin behind, and 27 points behind there, with the rest of your field there pretty close for 4th place as well. Unicorn, NAB and Chaos Brigade. In your amateur standings of your prototype field, it is NAB Racing leading that one by 7 points ahead of racingcommunity.de Water. Their sister team, the Fire Car, is in 3rd place, just 11 points behind the leader, so quite close in the amateur standings there in your prototype class as well. In your GT Pro standings, well, it is very close. Black Adder Motorsports, Workover number 66, 74 points. Fusion Black in 2nd with 73 points, so just 1 point between the two of them, with SimRC.de Melon in 3rd place, and then pretty close again for 4th place as well in that standings. In your amateur standings, in the GT standings, it is German SimRacing.de number 111 leading that one with 45 points. Black Adder Motorsport Wakiva, the 166 car, in 2nd place, 9 points behind, and in 3rd place, an intriguing battle there for 3rd, Black Adder Motorsports Wakiva 167, WR Racing B, and Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew, with a few others all pretty close there in those amateur standings. In your GTC Pro standings, it is SimRC. Well, it's a pretty close battle between SimRC at the moment. It is 1st and 2nd for them. The Lemon car leading that one with 87 points. Kiwi in 2nd with 75, 12 points behind there. Berlin Sim Sport, the 194, in 3rd place, with Top Freak Racing Radio in 4th. And in your amateur standings as well, we have got Berlin Sim Sport number 194 leading that one, and they, well, look at that lead, that's 14 points ahead of War Dogs. Aggie Motorsports, the 127, in 3rd place, on the 1 point behind that 2nd place team, and the rest of them there. So that's your standings as they are going into this round, and well, we'll bring Alvin in just quickly here as we're getting ready for the start. Really intriguing race, and just quickly, it's going to be a fantastic one, isn't it, Alvin?
Absolutely fantastic race that we're going to have in here today. We started at Sebring around 2 months ago. We started at Sebring, and then we went into Silverstone, and last round we went into Phillip Island. But today it's a totally different challenge here at Circuit de la Sarde. It's a really long track, so it's not really about handling. It's pretty much how much speed can you extract from that car.
And Randy, I know we mentioned about it previously, this circuit, the Mulsanne Straight, it's as long as Sebring, and that's where we started this season, and well, it just goes to show how long this track is here.
Yeah, you're basically pushing 3.5 minutes in the prototypes for lap time and 4 minutes plus on those Porsche 911. So it's a very long lap around this place. Going to be pretty difficult to come up with a well, I won't say difficult, but a lot of work goes into making a set here, trying to make something that's both quick down that long Mulsanne and all the other long straights you have around this place, as well as being able to have the downforce to get to the likes of Porsche curves relatively quickly. So this is going to be an interesting 6 hours here, and hopefully it'll be nice and clean and green all the way through.
Yeah, we would like a nice clean green race, and this circuit, I suppose, really, it lends itself to actually quite open racing, because there's quite a considerable bit of runoff area. The only really places you've got to worry about is the exit of Arnage and through the Porsche curves as well, Randy.
Yeah, there's a lot of room around this place. It's relatively wide. There's some places, like you said, that you have to be a little bit careful. Indianapolis can be a little bit sketchy. Also that first sector can be a little bit scary. Just ask Alan McNish. But, for the most part, you're right. A lot of close racing can be had here. Just got to be a little bit careful running through the S's. But beyond that, pretty much should be relatively easy for these guys dealing with the traffic.
Okay, well, what we will do then is we will have a look pretty much at the end of at the moment, just circulating, just trying to get final lap times in, but I think that's mainly just a bit of practice. Although saying that, Fusion Racing, they're on a lap as they're heading into the Porsche curves. Through this quick section, it's such a challenging section. It's through these curves, they just progressively tighten up here, around here, and you see how close the barriers are through the first part of that. This final part, the Porsche curves, really tightens up. You've got to be careful not to get an off-track penalty on the exit there as he heads towards the Ford chicane for the final time in qualifying. Take a wide line into the first part of the Ford chicane, get it slowed down. It's a really tight one as the second part. And will they improve their lap time? No, they won't. They're going to park it up. So pretty much everybody done here. So let's take you through your starting grid for your prototypes to start with. And it is Pure Racing Team. Well, they've pulled this one out the back there. A 3 minutes 29.082 lap time from them. Top Trick Racing Sunset in second place with a 3:29.483. So 0.4 of a second slower. Black Adam Motorsport Wakiva, they're in third place with Simotok Esport number 2 in fourth. Fusion Racing, as we just saw, fifth with Team Vikings Molnar in sixth place. Simotok Esport number 1, seventh. F4H Racing in 8th. 9th place Berlin Simsport LMP with German SimRacing.de in 10th. The rest of your prototype field, 22 cars in this prototype field here to follow you today on screen, and then we will take a look at your GT class, and it is F4H Motorsport pole position with a 3 minutes 45.1, and they are considerably faster than the second place. The Follow Me Esports team, 3 minutes 46.3 from them. It's a 1.2 second gap between them. That's unbelievable. Team Vikings Midgard in third. Fusion Black in fourth. TNT Racing Gold in fifth, and Bam Wakiva in sixth and seventh. 8th place for SimRC.D Melon with 9th, Delta Motorsports, and Bad Cactus Racing Blue in 10th place. The rest of those GTs on track as well on the screen. And then finally your GTC field, it is GTN Racing with a 4 minute lap there from them. SimRC.D Lemon in second place, Berlin Simsport in third, Probatum Racing Academy in fourth, 5th place Berlin Simsport 194, and then Top Trick Racing Radio and Peregrine Rello in down there. SimRC.D Kiwi, War Dogs, Aggie Motorsports, both of their cars down there with Lowy Racing, and Berlin Simsport 196, the final car on here. So, well, that is it. That's your field on the grid here, and we're getting set for the start of this one. And well, Alvin, the rolling start here as always. It's going to be interesting. We're going to have the French Air Force fly over the tricolor, and we're all set for 6 hours around here.
That is one of the main highlights here from this track. As soon as the green flag is dropped, we're gonna have the tricolor flying all over the start finish line, pretty much symbolizing the start of this race. It's gonna be 6 hours. Yeah, it is not 24 hours, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna be a long and grueling race. And these drivers, these teams are gonna have their work cut out. It is 6 hours, lots of patience. Top speed is gonna be high, so it's also very important when it comes time to go through the slower traffic. Lots of patience, because it's gonna be a long race.
It certainly is going to be a long race, and Randy, you know, we've seen your racing team in their LMP car 0.4 of a second faster than the second place car, but you look at that down in your GT field, 1.2 seconds between first and second place on the grid. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a pretty big margin to have, you know, in your back pocket after qualifying at a track like Le Mans. And even if you look up and down the GT field, actually a very large discrepancy in terms of pace, which really, excuse me, which does surprise me just a little bit. Talking about that PRT car, I'm really not surprised whatsoever that those guys are quick. We saw them very, very quick in Neo, and really PRT, since Coanda has sort of pulled out of the whole prototype racing game, they've sort of become the dominant force here in the prototype land on iRacing. Second to maybe, you know, well, second in line, followed probably by Movano and, you know, maybe the core guys, but PRT really waving that HPD flag strong.
Yeah, Pure Racing team, of course, have been struggling this season so far. They only got 3 points from the first race, 14 from the second, and they did not take part in the last round. So definitely interested to see how they get on here. They need a big points haul here to get a good score. We're just waiting for the final few cars to get on to the start this parade, warm-up lap. Well, it's not so much a lap, it's sort of the last part of the lap, really, as we're starting just before the Porsche curves here. And, well, away we go then. Pace car, the iRacing pace car, taking this field forward. And what's the crucial thing here, Alvin, for the start of this race? What's the key points to your first stint here?
Well, there's gonna be a couple of things that these drivers will have to get in. The first thing is, once the green flag drops, it's gonna be a bit weird, because most of the cars are gonna be going through the Ford chicane. So it's really important, once the green flag drops, everybody try to at least be single file as much as possible, because it's not going to be easy. Then after that, the first run through the Mulsanne straight, that's gonna be really interesting, how the drivers have those cars set up, especially in terms of downforce. Those that have the wing set up to the lowest setup, to the lowest setting possible, that's where we're going to see the advantage in terms of top speed.
Absolutely. And well, before we bring Randy just for a final point, just to point out that the DGFX series is brought to you with DIYSim.com, a Simcraft company, and also by the My Opinion and therefore Fact Racing podcast. We'll be hearing more about them a little bit later on. But Randy, call the winner here from the prototype class, and maybe some of the others as well.
I'll go down all three: Pure, SimRC, and Berlin SimSport.
Okay, and quickly, Alvin.
Well, you cannot deny the dominance that Pure Racing team has been having all season long. So Pure Racing team, it's a clear favorite here. When it comes to the GTE field, well, I'm gonna go with Fusion Black here, and for the GTC, yeah, definitely Berlin SimSport.
Well, there's the flyby. We're all set then for 6 hours around the Circuit de la Sarde. The green flag is going to be in the air. We're waiting for them to go, and they're away now. And it's Pure Racing team making that good start away. And look at this, Simmer Top, the number 2 car, and Blackadder Motorsport. They're going side by side, heading in towards the Dunlop chicane for the first time in this race. We're going to just quickly make sure that everybody of the prototypes gets there okay, and they do appear to do so. Looking back to the GT class now, they're all getting away here. Across the line they go, down towards the Dunlop chicane for the first time. FRH Motorsports, they're in the lead of that one at the moment, ahead of Follow Me Esports team. And then in your GTC field, they're coming across the line here. The green flag is way for them. And, well, they're going 3 wide, heading in towards the Dunlop chicane for the first time. And, well, it is Probatum Race Academy involved in there. So too, SimRC.de Lemon heading into that Dunlop chicane now. Everybody behaving themselves, which is good to see in the opening stages of this race. And, well, looking down to your, well, back up to your prototype field, Pure Racing team, they're making a break for it already here, Randy. 1.4 seconds ahead of the rest of that pack behind them.
We noted that they had that 4/10 of a second advantage in the way that you can really start the race. Your Pure Racing team did a good job of it, able to stretch an early gap, and Draft already on that first lap here, already broken as they work down the Mulsanne for the first time, and that's going to make things very, very difficult for everybody behind to be able to reel that gap back in somehow, some way. And I think from here, Pat will be just look for a lap to stretch this gap out larger and larger.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the side by side for the GT lead, heading in towards the second chicane down the Mulsanne straight, and Follow Me Esports team. Govan Keeney behind the wheel of that car is up into the lead now, and well, he's up ahead of Dion File in the FRH Motorsports car now, so that's a change of lead in your GT field. In your GTC field, by the way, they're all just going line of stern at the moment, just following each other's wheel tracks, keeping in that slipstream. And you know, we'll look at this series and look at this race in particular. The slipstream is going to be so key around here, Alvin. It's going to be have a massive effect for these drivers in these cars.
It is definitely one of the main things that we have to consider in here, especially during this first stint. The effect that the slipstream will have in here, as the battle here for P2 coming out of Arnacha, the number 181 and the number 168 battling here hard, going into this straight here, going into the Porsche curves, the 181 having the advantage, but the number 2 trying to get a little bit of an advantage, and here's where we see the slipstream working in favor of the car number 2, but now they have to go back into single file because they're going into the Porsche curves, and this is the part where you have to see how the car is set up in terms of handling.
Really, it's one of the most crucial parts of the track that carries so much speed through here. If you go through here, you're pretty much set for the rest of the track. Don't run it out too wide on the exit of the Porsche curves, though, because and in fact, Black Anna Motorsports, the 168, did get a slowdown penalty there. They've had to drop back, so big problems for them to start out. And, well, we're going through end of the first lap, and his Pure Racing team in the lead. Talk Creek Racing Sunset in second, 3 seconds behind at the end of the first lap. That's a huge gap there. Simatok Esport number 2 in third place, with Team Vikings Molinar in fourth place. Your GT field, they're coming around to end the first lap as well here. And Follow Me Motorsports, Govan Keeney with a 7/10 of a second lead at the moment. It's not the biggest lead here, and your GT field coming across the line now. It's ending that first lap, and it's FRH Motorsports second, Fusion Black in third, with TNT Racing Gold in fourth place, and Black Anna Motorsports, the 66 car, going side by side with SimRC.de Mellon and Lucas Dolzer making the move up there. GTC field as well, they're heading out towards the end of the lap, just going past the pit entry here at the end of their first lap. And well, it is SimRC.de Lemon in the lead of that one.
Will you lose the Bolster in that class?
It was GTN Racing, wasn't it? That was on. There were pole sitters. Yes, there were the pole sitters. So what's happened to them on this lap? We'll have to have a look back and find out what's happened there. But yeah, big problems then for GTN. They're out this race.
Definitely not ideal for them. Oh, they had a big incident down on Arnage. This is a side-by-side moment, I think, actually in Indianapolis, and I'm not sure what happened, but they ended up inside the wall, and that's lap number 1. Couple cars we've seen out. We've seen the 49 Motorsports machine. They've also had an incident. So a couple big race-ending incidents here on the first opening lap.
Yeah, big moments then in the start of this one. And yeah, definitely an interesting one from them, and I'm just having a look at that myself now, and it was going through Indianapolis there. They got through that fine. It was heading into Arnage then, and yeah, just ended up in the wall there and out the race. So really bizarre instant, but anyway, back to the race, and we've got a battle for your GTC lead, and well, your Berlin SimSpot now and Probatum Racing Academy, they're fighting it out here. They've got Talkfit Racing Radio right behind David Barraclough, who we've seen race in various series here, and he's certainly a skilled driver in one of these Porsches. And heading down Mulzan, heading towards that second chicane. It's that slipstream again here, Alvin. Probatum Racing, they're looking to make a move, but at the moment they're just sitting behind. They're waiting, they're being patient. Is that the clever thing to do, to stay behind them?
Well, there's also one more thing to consider, because these cars, while slipstream is not really one thing that should be a big factor in here, there's also one big problem that these cars have, because
big instant in your GT field. Govankini's round at Indianapolis. That's the number 70 car. He's gone down to 5th, almost down to 6th place here, and well, almost contact, I believe. He's just lost it. A big switch going into Indianapolis, and wow, he's looking up to end up in a wall there. That's a huge incident for him, and maybe a change of underwear is needed for him, because that was a heart-in-mouth moment there, Alvin.
It was definitely a big moment there for Govankini, but fortunately he was able to save that car and keep on going. Now, going back to what the issue with the Porsche is, because the gears are fixed, there's not much that the teams can do in terms of setting up these cars for these long straights. That said, look for the Porsches for pretty much be bumping on the rev limiter pretty much all race long. So I think the smart strategy right now is, if you know that you're going to be bumping on the rev limiter, might as well try and save some fuel.
Yeah, certainly will save some fuel there, and it's certainly really interesting to see how things go out with the strategy, because really here, Randy, you need to save a lot of fuel just to get a lap on other teams around here.
Yeah, it's very difficult to stretch an extra lap around this place, and that's one of the things that these teams and drivers need to be thinking about. We've seen a couple, big movers here already. For example, just in your GTC field, the car that led this last lap now is running in 5th or 6th place. So there's a lot of people making some aggressive passes out there, but a lot of times the strategy you want to have running around Du Mans like this is to just work that slipstream. You get so much ability to use the draft here and save fuel that I think the teams, after about 3 or 4 hours, you'll see they'll start having very quick pit stop times and slowly creep their way up the order, and if anything, maybe even go an extra lap or so on fuel, as you said. Look for those guys. Those might be the teams that come out from running 3rd, 4th, 5th in line, as opposed to the people who want that race lead early.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you save so much fuel, because so much of this track is full throttle here, as we've got battling in your prototypes, and that's Simotok now in 4th place behind Team Vikings in your prototype positions, with Berlin SimSpot in 5th place as well. And we've also got this small queue of cars here from 3rd down to 7th. And these guys are headed towards Indianapolis, when we saw Govankini have that moment. And really, it's all about making your time and your moves. And down the inside goes Simotok, number 2 car. They've got a championship to think about here, does that car. And they're going through Indianapolis, head towards Arnage once again. This is lap 3 of this 6-hour event. And, well, through Arnage they go. Nice and simple. Up the gears they go, heading towards Porsche curves, and so difficult to try and work out what's the best strategy. Do you just go for it and try, and if you're confident you're going to be faster than the car in front, to then pull away from them, or do you sit behind and play that strategy game? As we've got 2 cars at a standstill, and it's 4X Racing and RacingCommunity.de fire the 173 and the 160. That's the exit of Arnage, is that one. And what has happened here? It looks like a little bit of contact. Yep, just the slightest of contact, and around they go. And it was a 173 making contact there, Alvin.
And here's something that you don't want in this race. Perhaps at other racetracks you can have some contact here and there, especially in the prototypes, and you may have a little bit of drag here and there, and you may be 1, maybe 2 seconds 2 seconds slower. Up in here, the last thing you want is a small wrinkle in that car, because this track, it's all about speed and you need the least amount of drag possible. And if 1 or 2 seconds, it's not enough to deter you, well, up in here it could be up to 7 seconds.
Yeah, it certainly can. As we keep on mentioning the length of this track, it is certainly a long one, 8.47 miles, 38 turns on this one. It's a unique challenge in motorsport going around this circuit, and it's one that these drivers absolutely love. But there's big portions of the track where you just basically sat with your foot flat to the metal, and not a lot going on really input wise. But going down this Mulsanne straight, Randy, you when you're racing one of these cars, you can really feel the hump in the road with the crown in the road, because it is day to day a normal road.
Yeah, that is a highway that goes through the village of Le Mans. So, and you're absolutely right. When you're in these cars doing, pushing 170, 180 miles an hour, and the 78 machine got around, not sure what happened in that 78 car. Let's see, this is SimRC Mellon.
Yep.
Have a little bit of damage, not sure what the incident was.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at that one. And, well, it was at the exit of the Porsche curves. They had a prototype in there as well. And they got in close and just lost the back end themselves there and went into the barrier heavy, into that inside concrete wall, which is rather unusual, but certainly they're able to keep going here. Oh, they tried pulling out when there was a car coming around as well. So difficult to avoid cars on the exit of Porsche curves, because this is you're blind around there really if you're on the inside of the corner. But big moment there from the 78. They're back up and running, but there's certainly damage on that car, and they're going to be struggling to get it round. I'm surprised they didn't go into the pits, to be honest, and get some repairs done on that car then, Randa.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, but they're still out there and cruising. So, I would have probably came down. They hit that inside wall really, really hard with the front end of the car, which is one place you really do not want the damage, and that's likely going to be affecting them down these straights. They're hitting about 180 miles an hour. Actually fluctuating, sort of. I'm not sure what happened there.
About 170 going down the
well, they hit 174 at some point, but they slowed down and very actually squirrely do the first chicane. So that 78 car is not right. He seems to be struggling with something, and he's sort of on the inside and well off the power going down the straight.
Yeah, he's touring it back. I said touring it back, and he's doing 150 miles an hour. He's certainly taking it easy in that one. Just to let you know, the BTC class, Probatum Racing Academy are up front now. The 115 car ahead of Berlin Sim Sport. Top Pit Racing Radio still in third place, and it's this queue of 5 cars there, down to including SimRC.de, Kiwi and Berlin Sim Sport, the other car as well from Berlin Sim Sport. So 5 cars together for the lead in your GTC field. They're just heading towards the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight, and pretty close between those guys. And really, it's Alvin, as we've seen in previous rounds, it's these GTC cars that really give us some of the high-octane close battles in this series.
And this is pretty much going to be all race long with the GTC class, because they are so close. In terms of settings, there's not much they can do. So with that said, with pretty much the top speed being the limiting factor, everybody will be hitting essentially the exact same top speed. So it's all about, for the cars behind them, do you want to be aggressive and go for that move? Like we're seeing here, the number 87 tried to have a look here on the number 115, but he cannot get that move done. So do you stay behind, save fuel, or try to go for the move?
I mean, if you ask me, at this moment of the race, if you've not really got the edge over that car in front, then really you stay behind and save the fuel there and play the long game, get the strategy done, and work your way forward that way, because really you're going to gain more time through pit stops than you are if you're going to keep on chopping and swapping positions, because you lose time fighting with the car in front. I don't know if you agree with that, Randy, but it's certainly one way of thinking in an endurance race.
Yeah, I mean, it depends a lot on the situation. That sometimes you have to know when you have to make a move and get around somebody, and there's other times where you just need to realize you need to just sit and be patient. For example, this lead group we have in the GTC field, if I'm running 4th, 5th, 6th in line, the last thing I want to do is try to get around one of these guys so I can jump up a single car in line. I always want to stay in this big draft pack and just basically keep tabs to those cars in front of me. That's one of the big things. It's not even just necessarily about fuel, but not making moves are going to make you lose tabs and lose the slipstream with those cars in front of you, because then that's just going to perpetually get you in a lock where you're just fighting with the same car lap on lap because you won't have a slipstream and they'll be working on yours. So I think for this entire GTC field, there's a lot of experienced guys in this group. I think we're going to see this top 6 fight stay relatively close, at least through this first stint.
Interesting to see that the 78 didn't go into the pits again, so similar seeing that the Mellon, Lucas Dolzer, obviously happy enough to at least take it to the first scheduled stop, try not to lose out too much time in terms of having to take an extra pit stop here in this race, but just seem to be losing time on those around them. I mean, looking at the last lap was well, it didn't even count. That's how bad it was. They're obviously trying to fix some issues there. We'll keep an eye on their lap times to see how they go in this one, but certainly battles throughout the field. But it is your race leader at the moment in your prototypes, Pure Racing Team. They've got a 4.6 second gap there ahead of Top Peak Racing Sunset in second place. Third place is Simmertalk Esport number 2, and 1 second behind them Team Vikings Mona and Bill and Simsport not that far behind them, but those prototypes now just starting to get a little bit spread out in this field. You've got a little battle pack from 9th to 12th in your prototypes, and in fact Unicorn Endurance having a big moment through the Porsche curves, keeping it on track though. Maybe incur a slowdown penalty or not. No, they don't, so that's lucky for them. In your GT field, it is FIH Motorsports. They've made a bit of a breakaway, and the Roadbusters Green, they're around, and that's at the exit of the Porsche curves, I believe. Yes, it is. Single spin themselves, caught the curb, around they go, but don't hit any of the barriers. That's a crucial thing, so they're able to get back up and running the 92 car. But yeah, FRH Motorsport, they're in the lead of this one by 6.7 seconds ahead of Fusion Black. We saw the speed difference in qualifying, the time difference in qualifying from FRH Motorsport and the rest of the GT field. And certainly they're making the most of that in this race. TNT Racing Gold are in 3rd place ahead of Follow Me Motorsport, esports team, should I say. They're obviously, Govan Keeney having to recover after that big moment down at Indianapolis, and they're currently trying to hold on to that 4th place ahead of Blackadder Motorsport number 66. In your GTC field, you've still got this close battle going on as they're heading down towards Mulsanne Corner. And it is Bill and Simsport back in the lead of that one. The Top Fit Radio in second, and Probatum now down to 3rd place. We've got a car dropping down the field, and it's on top of the barrier at Porsche Curves. And it is Blackadder Motorsports 166. They've had big issues here, and they've ended up on top of the barrier there, Randy.
Never something you want to see happen, seeing that 166 machine up on top of the barrier in Porsche curves. Absolutely huge moment there for those guys, and as well as Ashley Howell. And well, not sure what happened once again, but still, we're seeing a lot of these guys in the GTE class thus far. We've seen a few spins already. I think these people pushing these cars to the absolute limit with the wing angle, really struggling maintaining that rear grip. It's actually a little bit of surprise to me, because I mean, really the weather is quite good. 78-degree track temp, it's pretty much ideal. So I think a lot of people just missed it on the setup and had that car set up way too loose for a 6-hour race. As in the opening half dozen laps, we've already seen a number of spins.
Yeah, we certainly have here. Just to quickly mention, yeah, Probatum down to 3rd place in your GTC field now. And as we get a replay up on screen of that incident, and yeah, they've again, it's been chopping and changing in that GTC field. SimRC.D Kiwi are in 4th place, with Bill and SimSport in 5th, and SimRC.D Lemon in 6th. A 6-car battle for your GTC lead, and we're probably going to stick with this. That's for sure, whilst we're keeping an eye on the rest of the field. But Alvin, these guys, they're just battling away. They're keeping it together, and as Randy mentioned earlier, you've got some experienced drivers in this GTC field, and they're really working this, and they're going through these early stages, just keeping it clean for the time being.
Keeping it clean indeed. And just a quick point at the number 127 of Aggie Motorsports, really weird incident down the Mulsanne straight. They got a little bit of the grass, and then all of a sudden the car veered all the way to the right side and hit the wall, and they have been running slowly, trying to come back into the pits, and now for the last 1 or 2 minutes. So a really big incident there. That's the last thing that you want, especially on a 6-hour race. But keeping out in front here on the battle for that GTC lead, it looks like the Berlin Central has been able to open a substantial gap, especially considering this class, how close it is. It is only 0.6 seconds though, but the number 115 battling here with the number 81 for P2 in the GTC class. It looks like Provato Racing may have that position, and yep, they slot back into P2.
Yep, that's it. They're all chopping and changing here, keeping those changes going through in your GTC field, and your lead. In fact, that Berlin SimSpot car is just making a little bit of a break here, and this is what you want to do when you get a car, 2 cars behind you, Randy, swapping positions. You want to try and make that break away and break that slipstream here.
Yeah, and that's what, Alvin kind of mentioned it earlier, especially in these cars, you run out of the gearing really, really quick, and anytime you can break that slipstream, it makes it very difficult for the guys behind you to actually be able to get it back, because, for most of these cars, the GTE cars and the prototypes, yeah, they're going to have a top speed they'll hit, but they're never going to hit the limiter, because these cars are going to get very close to, if not on the limiter. It really limits the sort of, let's say you even get a slower driver under your car and you have a faster car behind you. Going down the straightaway, it doesn't, yeah, that driver behind might reel you in down the straight, but when you both get to that limiter, you're both going to be equivalent. So it really makes it difficult for people to reel in gaps. That said, everyone still has a slipstream, so they're coming down relatively easily at the moment. And Provatum Racing Academy currently doing a good job. Leapfrogged a couple positions already, and they look to want to take this race lead for a short amount of time. We'll see if they're able to do that, though, or if they change their game plan and just end up cruising behind Pascal Stix and the Berlin SimSport number 87, who currently still leads the way.
We've got a bit of a battle in your prototypes, and that's for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place. They're going to go too wide, trying to go past that GTC car, and here we go then. Change of position coming up here for 3rd place, giving each other plenty of space down the section towards towards Indianapolis, should I say. And onto the brakes. It's so tricky to get it right through here. It's so easy to lock up a brake, lock up the rear brakes and send yourself spinning. But Black Arrow Motorsports now, Alex Ellis up into 3rd place ahead of Team Vikings Monarch. And Simatop there, the number 2 car, that car that's been involved in this championship battle, now down into 5th place here in this one, Alvin. But these guys, they're they were really pushing it hard, and in fact what we're going to do is, just before we talk about that, we're going to have to step aside just for a few moments here, but make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the 6 hours of Le Mans here in the GGFX Endurance Series on iRacing Live and RacespotTV.
We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilton Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft.
Welcome back to the GGFX Endurance Series here on iRacing Live, brought to you by RacespotTV. And well, we're into we've just had about half an hour of the race gone so far in this one, and the leaders at the moment is Pure Racing Team, 3.4 seconds ahead of Talk Freak Racing Sunset, with Blackadder Motorsport Wakiva in third place in your prototype class. In your GT class, it is FH Motorsports ahead by 9.5 seconds of Fusion Black, with TNT Racing Gold in third place. And then in your GTC field, it is Berlin Simsport that's leading that one by 0.6 of a second ahead of Top Freak Racing Radio, with Probatum Racing Academy in third place. And Randy, whilst we've been doing this, in fact I'll come to Alvin for this one, well, we've been sorting out a few issues there. We've been noticing that the traffic now is starting to come into play for these prototypes, and it's starting to mix things up a little bit in your field.
It's starting to mix up things indeed, but if there's one thing that this track has, it's a pretty long track, and it's a relatively wide as well on some of the portions, especially on those public roads. It is relatively wide, so for most of these prototypes it shouldn't be that much of a problem. It's just a little bit of patience, and as long as they make their intentions clear way before they go into turn in, there shouldn't be that much of a problem.
Certainly shouldn't be much of a problem here. We've been keeping an eye on the battles here, and this GTC battle, with this traffic getting involved here, it's just split it up a little bit here now, and well, it's now really a top three battle going on for your podium, because the other three cars that were involved in one has just dropped back a little bit here, Alvin, and it really the points on the track that really affects these cars is when you get down to the slower corners, or even places like Porsche curves where it's a single line really through there. It just starts breaking up those battles a little bit.
That is pretty much the main point of this track. You have, it is a really interesting track because you have a part of the circuit which is a permanent track, and then you have the public roads, and that is the magic of this track. You know, when you are on the permanent circuit, it is a little bit kind of hard to overtake. Then once you go into those public roads, it's pretty much all long straights, and it's all about trying to stretch those legs, trying to get as much top speed as possible, and then if you see that you can make a move, then go for it.
Certainly you do try and make those moves and make them count, and well, we've been looking at race control just to see if there's any penalties going on. We have actually had a stop and hold penalty for avoidable contact, and I'm just seeing who it is. I believe it's the Lowy car, the 123. So certainly looking at these, you've also had unsafe driving from the 126 of Aggie Motorsport Blue at the Porsche curve. So there's a couple of things getting picked up now, and Alvin, we know from experience just how difficult it is to be in charge of race control, looking at these incidents and trying to make count, make sure that these races stay clean. In fact, we've had a little bit of an incident for WR Racing B, the 118 car, and they've had an off. They're back up and running though, so able to carry on in this one. And well, yeah, Alvin, looking at having a live race control, it just makes these events run a little bit smoother, and maybe stops any arguments developing amongst the teams. As Probatum now have had a spin as well here, and people are determined not to let us get our point across. But Probatum now, they have dropped down to 7th in class after that spin, so big issue for them. They were, of course, battling for the lead of the GTC, but now down to 7th there, Alan.
And that's definitely gonna affect them big time. Coming out of the fourth chicane, the last one, they clipped the curb just a little bit too much. And one thing with these cars, they don't have the traction control that the GTEs and the prototypes are enjoying in here today, so you have to be careful when you get back on the throttle. And these Porsches, even though you can use the you can really be very liberal with the curb use. You also have to be really careful because with the rear engine configuration, it can be a little bit bouncy on the rear, especially when you get out of the curbs. And well, if you combine that with trying to be a little bit too eager with the throttle, well, those are the results.
And with the engine being right hung out at the back there as well, it almost acts like a pendulum. And as soon as the back end kicks around, the weight of that engine just sends it right round into a loop as well.
It certainly is, and you know, it is a really interesting configuration that Porsche has had now for the last, I don't know, 50, 60 years. The engine all the way back on the rear. Some people will think about that being the wrong way to put the engine, and that's what we have seen throughout the years. The engine placement being put more towards the middle, and that's where we see the new Porsche GTE with the engine in the middle. So it's been a really interesting configuration that they've had for years. But I also have to say, Paul, if they had it for so many years, it has worked, and we have seen the results all over the world in real life as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching the battle for fourth place here in your prototype class. We have got Team Vikings Mona, Bill and Sim Sports, LMP, and Simitok Esport number 2. One of your championship contenders in 6th place there. So all battling it out here for that 4th place in your prototype field and overall in this one. Heading towards the Dunlop chicane. Once again, we've got a car leaving pit road there as they go past. They all make it past fine. Heading through Dunlop chicane there, down the hill now, underneath the iconic bridge, through the S's here. Heading towards the start of the Mulsanne Straight. You've got to go through Tete Rouge first. This fast right-hander here, carry the speed, carry as much speed as you can through there, because you've got to carry that all the way down the Mulsanne Straight here towards the first chicane. And these guys pushing hard. They were made their way past some black traffic there, and here comes Bill and Simspot then, looking to the inside towards the first chicane, and they're going to take that place then up into 4th place overall in this race. But as we've seen, the slipstream affects so much here, and well, they're going through once again. In fact, what we can do quickly is, if we have a look from the number 73 car on board, we'll just take you for a quick bit of fan immersion here as well, the Team Vikings Mona car tries to chase down that Bill and Simsport car. just saw then on the exit of the Porsche curse, Team Vikings running a little bit wide. That's putting them under pressure then from the number 2 car, which is the Simatop eSport car, and they're looking to make a move here heading towards Dunlop chicane. They're going to hold back for the time being here, Alvin, but they're now really putting that pressure on the 73 car, and that Berlin Simsport car is pulling away in 4th place.
Berlin Simsport pulling away now, going here through the Forest S's and trying to setting up the car here is very important, because now here here's where the car can get a little bit unsettled, but Team Vikings going in, no problem here. Now the important corner here, third rouge, really important not to run wide because you can get a slowdown penalty, but everybody here no problem. Now it's where the real fun starts. Going out here, the Mulsanne straight that has the number 2 Simatop eSport has something for the number 73 here. Then the straight, well, we will find out.
Well, we certainly are finding out. 196 miles an hour, 197 you're clocking out at in that Simatop car as you're heading into that first chicane here. And not quite close enough to make that move, but he wants to get a good run out that first chicane now, carrying the speed all the way down the straight here, using the slipstream of the car in front as well. He's going to maybe have a look halfway down the straight now. He's certainly got the speed advantage with that slipstream, and here he goes then, down the inside, looking towards the second chicane, and makes that one done before they even make it to the braking zones. A job done for Simatop, but that one won't be over here because Team Vikings, they'll be certainly looking to move back in front of them towards the end of this lap here. It's so difficult to do it here, Alvin, and as they're heading towards the Mulsanne corner, they're pretty much sorted out. We've also got a battle on the track here. Black and Motorsport, the 66 car, and Bad Cactus Racing Blue, the 195. Heading down towards Indianapolis here, and they're battling it out over 5th place in your GT field. And these GT cars have got a bit more downforce than the GTC cars that are Porsche 911s that we've seen. And, well, these guys, they're trying to push through, but into that section there, Alvin, Indianapolis, it's so tricky for these cars. You're going to carry the speed through there, but you can't carry too much speed, or else you end up with big moments like Govan Keeney saw early in the race.
And that is one of the big conundrums here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Where do you want to really push it, and where is it not okay to perhaps try to be a little bit more conservative? And that is one of the big things that we have here on this track. You know, we have all these portions here that are really long, high speed portions, and then we also have some that are relatively low speed, as we have the overall leader, the Pure Racing team, splitting this battle. But we got the number 195 coming into the pits.
Yeah, we've got a few cars from GT coming into the pits then, so the first pit stop's happening. We've got 5 hours 17 minutes remaining here in the 70, the number 8, the 195, the 33 and the 182 all onto pit road then from GT field. And really, this is where you're starting to see, this is where we'll see now, if you've been staying behind and working hard, then you know staying behind, keeping that slipstream, then you will take less fuel in this pit stop. And we see the number 70 car away first, then the Follow Me Esports team, Govan Keeney, away and up and running in this one. And well, out he goes there for his first pit stop. 27.6 seconds, so no tyres taken in that pit stop there, Alvin. And well, Fusion Black, the number 8 car, 37.4 seconds for their pit stop, so they certainly did do something in terms of maybe tyres in that one.
And if there is one track that you can perhaps think about double or even triple stinting, it is this one, because the track is really it's not really that abrasive when it comes to tire wear, so you can play that strategy here. That's it. The reason we're seeing most of the cars are coming into the pits now, we saw the number 195 coming into the pits, even though the GTE cars under normal circumstances. They can go the 4 hour. For this series, they got their fuel tank is capped at around, I think it is 82%. So they're not gonna make it past the full hour. It's gonna be pretty much like what we saw around the 45 to 50 minute mark. So watch for all the other GTE cars to come into the pits in the next lap or so.
Yeah, certainly they'll be looking to make those pit stops and make them count. And well, these pit stops is going to start seeing where we start seeing what happens here. Battle for third place is back on now in your prototypes. And that Team Vikings car dropping behind, but Simotok Esport, number 2 car, they're going to go 3 wide past the GT. And well, Simotok decided not to make that move on Bill and Tim Sport as they're heading into Indianapolis once again here. I apologise about the technical issues that we're having here tonight, but we are still trying to bring you everything we can. Down into Arnage, the 27, just the back end just looked to be sliding out a little bit there, but they kept it on the track and kept going here. And that Berlin Sim Sport car, third place, it's holding on for the time being. And these guys, well, they're pushing on hard. They're trying to get this, get these positions and get moving forward. We're keeping an eye on your GT field just to see if they come in. And in fact, the leader of your GT field is coming on to pit road right now. So Dion Fiala onto pit road now, the 17. It'll be interesting to see Alvin here what time he gets in his pit stop, how much fuel he has to take, and whether he takes tyres here as well. I would imagine, being the leader, he can maybe double stint here as also your race leader, Pure Racing Team, they're onto pit road as well. So your prototypes now having to make their first pit stops of the race here. So pit lane is becoming very busy here then, Alvin.
It is becoming a pit party indeed, but Paul, here's something that it is really helpful for everybody in here, because on the previous races we were having all that first stint being pretty much chopped up by full course yellows. On this race here today, even though we're not gonna have the safety car, it's gonna be a virtual safety car actually. We've been able to get this first stint caution free, so that is actually a good thing, because all the teams here can also get a good grasp of how long the stint can go, how good the tires are after one stint, and this pretty much will set up the next 5 hours of this race.
Certainly will. F4H back out, by the way, still in the lead of your GT field. Your racing team as well, they're out of pit road until still in the lead of this one here. And they took 30.5 seconds on pit road with Blackadder Motorsports, the 168 in second place, only took 29 seconds. So second and a half difference there in the pit stop times in your prototype field. Looking at that GT field now, that leader 16.6 seconds ahead of Follow Me Esports team. Govan Keeney was only 0.2 of a second quicker on pit road for him, so not really much gained from him. As we've got a couple more still onto pit road. Your GTC field, they've not gone onto pit road yet. They don't need to get on there yet, so they're all certainly getting that all towards that pit window here. And well, just seeing how everything pans out, and then we'll maybe be able to give you some standings once everything has sorted itself out on our timing screen here. What I can do is quickly just mention that the DGFX Endurance Series is brought to you by DIYSim.com, a Simcraft company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis kit needs. The next evolution of make it amazing and attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the result of these two pursuits. Combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's one of the sponsors of the series. Another sponsor of the series is My Opinion and Therefore Fact, a racing podcast. A couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Make sure you check out moatf.com. That's moatf.com. And, well, those guys, check out their podcast. They do a really good job there. As your GTC field now, they're heading onto pit road for their first stops. Well, most of them are. That's David Barraclough in Top Freak Racing Radio, SimRC.de, Kiwi, and Bill in SimSport, as well as Probatum Racing Academy. They're staying out. And they're staying out on the track for the time being, so they're able to go an extra lap here, Alvin, as Bill and Tim Sport from lead of GTC are onto pit road.
And that shows you the difference from trying to get one extra lap, trying to save fuel as much as possible. It is showing right now for those four cars from the 81, the 79, 194, and 115. The fact that they were able to be on the slipstream that long, they've been able to save fuel here and there, and now they are going one lap. It may not be much now, but towards the end of the race, it could be the difference between making one extra stop and perhaps not making one.
It's certainly good, and yeah, these guys, they're all fighting it out. The Bill and SimSport back out of pit road. 31.2 second pit stop for them. You look at the car behind them, SimRC.de Lemon, they were 27.9 seconds on pit road, so shorter pit stop there for SimRC.de Lemon. And yeah, definitely really interesting to see the differences in times there on your pit stops. The strategies are all playing out here. We'll just wait for Top Freak Racing and Kurt to come in for their pit stops, and we'll be able to give you a rundown of positions. In fact, what we could do actually is just have a look at your prototype field, and it is the top 8 then of your prototype field. Pure Racing Team, the number 71, Patrick Wolf in the lead of that one. 6.7 seconds ahead of Blackadder Motorsport Wakiva, the 168 car, in second place. Third place is Top Freak Racing Sunset. Ronnie Nunez there behind the wheel in the 181 car, and they're actually gaining on that Blackadder Motorsport car, so certainly interested to see how they're getting on and whether they can make enough of a position here. Team Vikings Molnar in 4th place with Simon Talk. Esport number 1 car in 5th. Fusion Racing in 6th with Berlin SimSport 7th. And Simitok Esport number 2 in 8th place. So they've dropped down a little bit here in this race. In your GT field, it is F5H Motorsport, 15.3 seconds ahead of fellow Esport team. Blackadder Motorsport Wakiva in 3rd place, but they're battling away here with Fusion Black in 4th place. 5th place is V-Apex Racing Group GT Red with TNT Racing Gold in 6th. Top Freak Racing Cold Crew in 7th, having Shipstone there with Samba Racing Team not that far behind them in 8th place in your GT field. We're waiting for the GTC field to head into get their pit stops finalised before we have a look at the standings there. But Randy, been a bit busy the last few minutes trying to sort a few things out, and in fact we've got a car stopped on the Mulsanne, and it is Elliot Meme, and oh, it was a bit of contact between prototypes here. The 169 pulled out to go, oh yeah, side contact with them there with another prototype. Which prototype was that? That was the ER competition car. And well, the 169, they are parked up at the side of the Mulsanne, and Randy, you know, I bring you in here, something happens.
Hello? Okay, yeah.
Okay,
it's never a good thing when you get me involved and things start going crazy.
And it looks like we may be possibly going towards a virtual safety car. So this is going to be the first time that we see the virtual safety car here. We normally see the safety car come out, but not in this race today, and everyone's having to slow down here onto the virtual safety car. So we were going to be having a battle for P number 7 in your prototypes, but that's all getting neutralised at the moment while we sort out that issue for the car there. But Randy, just to get your thoughts then, whilst I know you've been busy organising things and trying to sort out a few of these technical issues, but what's your thoughts been then? We're heading towards the end of the first hour here, just 5 minutes remaining of this first hour. Pit stop's pretty much all done now, and if you were the GTC cars, you've probably timed it at the best possible time for the pit stops.
Yeah, you really have. It's sort of an awkward moment, really, for a virtual safety car like this. It's at a lot of teams and a lot of drivers just hit the pit window, and the GTC drivers, like you said, they're just getting ready to pit, so this is going to be awesome for them. So now really the big question has to be asked is, if you're in one of those if you're one of those higher classes that's already come down pit road, do you come down pit lane again and get topped up while you're under this virtual safety car, or do you maybe just instead stay out and just continue on as you go? That's going to be for the strategist to figure out.
Yeah, certainly there'll be people smart on the nose lot in the commentary booth here working that one out. But Alvin, here we are then. It's a virtual safety car. It's the first time we've seen this in this series, and well, we're seeing it in action, and so far it appears everything's going through okay here. It'll be interesting to see how everyone's reaction times are when it comes to the end of the virtual safety car.
And I have to say, if you want to talk about being lucky, those 4 cars in the GTC class that waited one more lap to come in to do their service, how lucky can you get? As soon as you are close to pit entry, the virtual safety car comes in. So that is definitely something that you also have to consider in this race. Those virtual safety cars can really make a difference when it comes to fuel consumption, and sometimes where you are on the racetrack when the virtual safety car comes in can really make a difference in terms of strategy. So for these teams, now we are only 40 seconds before we go back into green flag racing per race control. So it is really important to take that into consideration. Yes, you have to make your normal race, but sometimes when the virtual safety car comes in, that's where the team managers and the team engineers really have to earn their money.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they save themselves all a little bit of fuel here. And those cars that can change their fuel maps, they will have changed the fuel maps, get them onto the leanest setting possible to be able to save as much fuel as possible. And these cars, now this battle, we were going to focus on the battle for P number 7. This is going to be going great. In fact, one of them is actually heading down onto pit road. Fusion Racing, they've decided, you know what, we're going to take it. And well, we're back to green flag racing. Fusion Racing taking the move onto pit road right at the end of the virtual safety car. I don't think that's the best idea really there, Alvin, but maybe we'll have to see how this one works out here towards the end of the race.
Well, that may be a little bit questionable. What is the move that the number 169? Well, actually, sorry. What is the move that the number 22 is doing right now? Because I think that is the wrong move. You're coming into the pits right where there is green flag racing right now. So you're going to lose a lot more time versus coming under the virtual safety car. So really interesting move what they're trying to do there. But, you know, there's still 5 hours of racing to go. So really anything can happen.
Anything can happen. We're going to look at the battle then here on track between the 189 and the 117 as well, this is a battle for 18th in the race. Team ISDC Rigshare and Motef Racing Podcasts, the 2 teams that are battling it out here through the Porsche curves. Then they go. The different lines that people take through there as well. Interesting to see how the cars are set up and how they're able to run those lines. But those two, 18th, 19th, heading towards the Ford chicane once again. And really, these guys, they're just working hard, and that Motef Racing Podcast car making the move through. So obviously a little bit of a slowdown penalty for Team ISDC Rigshare. Ryan Kish And a little mistake there, and that's all it takes. One little mistake and you lose the position, and that's what's happened there. We have got a battle for P number 6 as well in your prototypes as well. Simmertalk eSport number 2 heading down the inside into Mulsanne corner, and that's upper position on Berlin SimSport LMP, and that's up to now 6th place for that Simmertalk car. Heading out of Mulsanne, making their way around the GT class car there, and heading towards Indianapolis, but they're going to go side by side here. Berlin SimSport, they're deciding they want that position back. And this is what you can do, using that slipstream, but it's going to be tricky heading to Indianapolis. And well, great driving from the two of them, able to get that move done just before Indianapolis, running a little bit wide onto the gravel there, dragging the gravel here onto the track, and that's what we're going to see throughout this race today, is that racing line developing, and with that dynamic track surface, Randy, you're going to see the dirty line getting worse offline. It's going to make it more difficult for these prototypes to work their way past some of these little class cars.
Especially because as the track really develops, you're going to see these teams and these drivers, they'll play with their tire pressure. And it's not just the fact that you get dust and such up on the track. It's you get, the way the track rubber's in, you'll change the ambient temperature. You'll change the track temperature on its surface, and that'll make you change your tire pressures by a click or two. And sometimes when you have to go offline, that can cause some issues, be it oversteer or understeer, depends on the situation, the corner of the car, the changes you've made, of course. But I mean, you're absolutely right. As this race develops, that dirty line and going offline to pass traffic will be a very difficult thing for all these drivers.
But the will battle for third place in the GT field. It's between Black and the Motorsport Lukiva, the 66 car, and Fusion Blacks. That's Matt Torres and Paul Sell. And these two, they've been pretty much together for most of this race here. And Fusion Black, they're just sitting behind for the time being. They're making the, showing the nose occasionally. But not that far behind them here, Alvin, is V-Apex Racing Group GT Red with Eric Smith. So really, they don't want to get caught up in too much of a battle, because they could bring that V-Apex Racing car in towards this battle.
They don't want to, but also, it is a long race, so there's plenty of racing here to go. So getting in a little bit of a scrap here for what is P number 3, it won't really hurt them that much, but it's also very important to try to keep the cars in line, try to not make any risky moves, especially with all the traffic that they will have to sort out, and also the faster cars that they have to deal with. So it is really kind of like a little bit of a chess match of sorts, if you want to look at it that way. So it is really tricky. Do you want to race or do you want to be patient? Well, that's something that those two teams and the V-Apex Racing Group Red will have to find out.
Well, certainly, we're going to be looking at some penalties incoming in a few moments' time for infringements under the virtual safety car. We could tell you that while we bring you information of that, we're going to have a look at the 194 and the 115 powerful position, and it is for second place in your GTC field. And well, down through towards the Indianapolis section of the track. And well, through Indianapolis to go towards Arnage now they go, and Probatum up to second place now. Through Arnage they go, tricky corner that, and well, looking at the outside that corner, Andy, we mentioned it earlier, that barrier, that tyre barrier there is so close, it's so easy to make contact with the wall. Okay, we won't be hearing from Randy then in that one.
Hello?
There we go, he's back.
Hello, yeah, I'm back. I'm not muted. You can thank ATVO for taking over my push to talk button. But you mentioned the fact that we might be getting some drive-through penalties for what we saw in the virtual safety car. We're already up over, close to a dozen drivers that have gotten tagged, and race administrators, they're still adding people who've gotten black flags.
Yeah, we'll have to take you through the list of that then in a moment. But I tell you what, I'm hearing contact. In fact, it's a 194 goes around. Around goes the 194. I was hearing contact, and it was the Probatum car getting involved with some GT field coming through. And, well, the 194 in avoidance loses the position there to Top Fit Racing Radio. David Barraclough now up into that third place here. And still the penalties going. And the funniest thing I find here, Randy, is that series administrator has had to black flag himself.
Yeah, that's quite good. Kyle Burney penalized Kyle Burney. So yeah, quite entertaining. But that little bit of contact there between Berlin and Simsport Racing, the GTC field, just I think an awkward moment there. Do the Ford chicane, got a little bit of contact, and he got sent around. I think luckily for them, no lasting damage, but lost time and lost a spot or two, and they'll be frustrated about that.
Yeah, they certainly will. As well. Looking at your field then, still got that battle for third place overall. Top Fit Racing, Sunset and Team Vikings Molnar, and still the black flags come here in this one. It's the first time, Alvin, that we've used the virtual safety car here, isn't it? And it's showing.
It is the first time in this season for sure, but during the race briefing and during the week, all the drivers and teams were debriefed by the organizers on how this was going to work and how if there was going to be any tolerance, how much it was going to be. And well, we are saying this, and well, let's put it this way: when you got all those drivers, you know what happens when you speed under the virtual safety car? You know what happens, Paul?
You get put on the list.
Yeah, they just made the list.
We're up to 20, by the way, penalties. Third of the field, yeah, that's all. It's just a minor part of the field. But this is going to just completely turn this race on ahead here, Andy.
Yeah, it really is. And really one of the big curveballs that could happen here is, there's 20 there. I'm not, I haven't gone through which exactly how many of each are in each class, but it's going to be one of those situations where we might see a large chunk of a single class receive that drive-through penalty where a number of them in other classes just don't. So that's going to be one thing that's interesting to see as time goes on, is once we see these cars come down, which of them are in what classes, and are we going to see half or more of one of these classes get tagged with that penalty?
Yeah, it's really, it's going to mix things up and could either gap things out or give us really close fights in this race. We just don't know how it's going to pan out. And of course, these drivers, they've got a certain amount of time that they've got to serve those penalties by. Because of course, iRacing in the sim, you get what, is it 2 or 3 laps again?
3 laps.
3 laps, yeah. So see, I don't get penalties because I'm a good boy. Nobody believes that. The number 14 and the 189, they're battling out. Race for Cap Motorsport and Team ICDC Rig Share. Fighting it out over 18th and 19th place at the moment, and they've just come out of the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. Coming up to a Ferrari now. In fact, it's one of the Blackadder Motorsport cars, I believe. No, it's Samba Racing, sorry. They've got a little bit of damage on their rear wing of Samba Racing, and that's going to be affecting their top speed throughout this race, but not affecting them too badly here. They're Samba Racing in 10th place in class, but yeah, this close battle here, and Alvin, Ryan Kish is trying to put the pressure on Miguel Ramos. And at the moment, still not able to make any moves.
Not to make any moves yet, but Ryan Kish definitely got a better run here coming out of Mulsanne. Let's see if he can take advantage of the slipstream here. Takes a look to the right side and may have a move here going into Indianapolis. Let's see, but decides to back off. It was a smart move, I believe. Not making side-by-side going into Indianapolis, because it can be a bit tricky there now coming here into our Nash, but they gotta also negotiate this slow Porsche car that it's the number 127, but no problem for both of them. Now coming here into the Porsche curves, but Ryan Kish definitely lost the opportunity that he had there to get that position from the number 14.
PNC Racing Gold onto pit road. Paul Darley behind the wheel. I believe he may be one of the many that has a penalty here. So we'll have to keep an eye on his pit stop time. But yeah, keeping an eye on this battle then in your prototypes. And through Porsche curves they go once again. Headed towards the Ford chicane at the end of the lap. And, well, the car in front race for cat deciding that they need to go onto pit road. And they're making a stop now. 4 hours, 50 minutes remaining.
Miguel serving a black.
Yeah. So he's one of the many that have been...
the many that just made the list.
Yeah. They certainly...
You got a spinner out of the Ford chicane, though. That is...
Number 58.
Somebody 58. Yes, it
Tampa
is.
Racing Team.
Boss Roland.
He's decided to go to pit road. Now, have they had a penalty?
Hold on, I'll tell you. Yes, he did.
Yeah, so if they had a penalty, not realised, oh no, they're going to keep it on track. So maybe it's just a legitimate spin there for Samba Racing Team. And to be fair, it is really easy to spin your car, especially when you're going the speed that they did into the second part of that chicane, Randy.
Yeah, you have to be very careful through that Ford chicane. You can be pretty aggressive with it. You can be really liberal with it, but there's sort of a line that you can't cross, and the moment you cross it, the car will basically just kick out, and you can clip those sausage curves really hard, and it's a lot of it just depends on the landing, and really, ironically enough, it depends on how you have the wheel set. If you have a lot of input in that wheel, when those tires come flopping back down onto the ground after hopping the curb, it can go back. So it's going to be really, really crazy as we're still watching a number of fights here happening, Alvin, up and down the field. But I think a lot of it is, at least for us here, just sort of waiting to see about who's having to come down pit lane and serve some penalties, who isn't. One thing I am keeping an eye on, though, is Bad Cactus and TNT Racing Green. This is the 55 and the 195 as they go into the first chicane. Very close fight between two Ferraris in your GTE fight as they come off the first chicane, and Jean Baudrin trying to do anything he can to reel that gap down.
Definitely is the number 55 trying to close that gap little by little as much as he can from the number 195, and this has been pretty much a race so far. It's been a relatively clean race for everybody in here, since for a couple of incidents that we had here and there, and well, the list of black flags that we have for the virtual safety car. So as it stands right now, most of the teams right now, just trying to keep the car on track, trying to mind their own strategy. If you are involved in a battle, well, it is pretty much trying to decide if it's worth it trying to advance that position or trying to hold station, save a little bit of fuel, and also save a little bit of tires. We saw many of the teams going for the double stint of the tires. So now the question is, during the next round of pit stops, will we see any teams doing a triple stint?
Well, that's certainly a good question to ask there. We've seen, I've seen, by the way, the Probatum Racing Academy go around the outside into Porsche curves of Talk Freak Racing Radio. That's a change of position up to second place in class there between the two of them. They also got caught with a couple of prototype cars coming through to put lap on them. So very heart in mouth moment for those guys, but able to keep it on track there. And Probatum now up into that second place in class, and they're certainly on a mission here. They're trying to get back with your leader Sven Demel in that class, but that's going to be the best part of 10.5 seconds, and they're getting held up behind lap traffic. And the thing is, it's a car of their own class as well. And Randy, how when you've got a car that's under, oh my goodness, and in fact the car in third place, sorry, David Barraclough just getting a black flag 60-second stop and hold here.
Yeah, the unsporting driving while under the virtual safety car with rapid shifting. So interesting call there, and that's going to get him a black flag. That's going to be an additional driver to get tagged here, but they're all going to go scrambling now down into the first chicane in this fight. They're going to go 3 wide of the prototype. Going to be somewhat irrelevant as Barraclough is going to have to come down pit lane, but it can be frustrating dealing with the lap traffic that's in your own class, especially when you're trying to scramble, get your way to the leader. But the way I look at it is like this: the prototypes, they have to deal with you and the other classes that are below them. So it's just sort of part of the game that you have to play here, and should fortunately relatively affect everyone equally over the course of the event, but still gonna be frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is frustrating for them. They have made it through, but they're under attack again. A contact from David Barraclough into the wall at the second chicane. Both cars are going to carry on, but extremely damaged here. Big incident, and I think, Alvin, that was Barraclough just getting caught out by the braking of the Probatum car.
It certainly is, and that is one thing from these cars. These cars, their braking point is really early, so perhaps I'll also have to consider the fact that since they were being penalized, that he had his brain on another planet and thinking about that, and he kind of forgot of the racing that he was involved in. And well, that is a big incident. The number 115 having a good race so far, and now being involved in this incident, that is definitely the last thing he was looking for.
It certainly is, and Barraclough really struggling out of Mulsanne corner there, and well, big issues for them. They've got the penalty, and well, it's just going from bad to worse for them with that contact. That's giving them damage now on their car. Probatum Racing have got some damage on their car as well from that incident, so they ended up on in the wall on the right hand side of Mulsanne. So big drama for them. TNT Racing Green, Dujon Baldwin in that car ahead of Bad Cactus Racing Blue. This is a battle for 11th and 12th place. A big lockup of tyres there from the 155, the 195, sorry, behind. That's just dropped them a little bit of pace and a little bit of momentum there, Alvin, in that one.
Having a little bit of momentum there for the number 195 losing there, but it looks like the number 55 able to make that position finally on the number 195 now running on P number 11. Let's see if he can do a bit of a breakaway here, but with the slipstream, considering how strong it is, it'll be a little bit well. But if the number 195 keeps running wide here and there, that will definitely aid the number 95 in opening the gap.
And Paul, around a track like this, having that loss of momentum can really hurt, because most of the time around Le Mans, you want to be like Dr. Disrespect, going full speed, full momentum all the time.
You've been waiting to get that line in, haven't you?
No, actually, that one just sprung up. That one was as unexpected as in Mankind dropped him off the top of Hell in a Cell.
And there we have it. Randy's token reference of Mankind going from the top of the cell at King of the Ring 98. David Barraclough now serving his penalty, and I have a funny feeling that he's going to be getting a bit of damage fixed on that car as well. Battling going on as well, the 73 and the 181, and that's a battle for third place in your prototypes. And Nicholas Helm and Ronnie Nunez battling it out here for that third place. And these guys, they're 11 seconds behind second place in this race. And to be fair to Black and Motorsport Wakiva, the 168, they're only 3 seconds behind the race leader. So really that Pure Racing Team car of Patrick Wolf has not been able to pull away like some expected here tonight then, Alvin.
And we also have to consider with how you set up the car, perhaps Pure Racing Team decided to go with a more conservative setup, knowing that this race, yeah, it is 6 hours, and while they may be the fastest car here in the prototype class, perhaps trying to go a little bit conservative, and just that they can pretty much almost guarantee that they will be able to finish the race. Yes, it's a 3-second gap, but I know that if they want to, they can open it up if they wanted to. It's just a matter of trying to play it easy for now, see where they are, and perhaps during the last hour, that's where they are going to really go full speed.
Yeah, they'll just take it easy, make sure you can get the car to a certain point in the race, and then if you need to, you can just then push on after that. Top Freak Racing running a little bit wide through the S's then, and getting back on, and David Costello is the next one to get a black flag for speeding under the safety car. And yeah, definitely down, just getting a little bit of grass, as I said, from that Top Freak Racing prototype car on the exit of the SS, but heading down towards the through that first chicane there. Good line from both cars, holding that slipstream, and we've got a car stopped, and that's at Indianapolis, and it's FH Motorsport. They were the race leader in the GT field. What on earth has happened to them at Indianapolis? I'll have to have a look at that one. And well, they're heading into the left-hander at Indianapolis. They've carried a little bit too much speed into the corner, sent themselves around, and they've dropped down from first to fifth in class now here, Alvin.
Definitely what they were not looking for. And when you're running a race like this and a little bit of an incident like that happens, it can really turn your race around, and you really have to rethink your strategy. Speaking of a race not going the way they wanted to, the number 118 of WR Racing B also in a lot of trouble coming out of the Forza chicane. I think they are not really having a good race here.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Down towards now. We'll look at this battle for person number P number 3. We're going to be getting a virtual safety car as well coming up shortly as we're heading down towards Indianapolis for third place. And Top Freak Racing have made that through. And well, we've got a car off at Porsche Curves, and it's F for H once again. Wow. Big instant for them. They've had one spin already at Indianapolis and another one, and in fact it was a major contact. There was a car in the wall. It was Probatum. Not been their day at all for Probatum. They spun it going into Porsche Curves. They ended up into the wall. F for H took avoiding action, ended up around as well. Another one of the, a couple of the GTC field actually got caught up in that one. And, well, GT cars and prototypes getting involved as well. Big drama. We're going to have to take stock of, find out who is left out of that one. But Probatum, basically, big moment for them. They're in the pits. They're out of this one. And I think SimRC.de Lemon were involved in that one as well. They look to have damage there on pit road as well, Alvin.
It certainly is a lot of cars here involved. Even the number 194, the Berlin Sinsport, the GTC AM leaders in your championship standings also involved are going all the way into the wall. So definitely a big incident here. Also, one of the Blackadder Motorsports cars was also involved in a prototype here. I'm trying to look what the number of the prototype was. And I think it's the 4X Racing, the number 160, also involved in this incident. So a lot of cars here. Said this is something that we were talking, Paul. At some portions of the track, yes, you can go side by side, and perhaps if an incident happens, it may not be that much of a problem because there's a lot of space. But here in the Porsche Curves, this is perhaps the narrowest portion of the track, and when an incident like this happens, there's really nowhere to go.
Yeah, certainly nowhere to go from there, and I know that Randy, we've seen many an accident at Porsche Curves, and when you're coming through a corner like that that's blind, it's so difficult to avoid the car that's spun.
Yeah, I mean, it can be really difficult. It's just such, it's the most difficult section on the racetrack by far for lap traffic, and especially when you have stopped traffic, because you really have nowhere to guess where it's going to go. And a lot of it is just pretty much knowing, in sim you have a lot of tools that you don't have in the real world. You have the relative black box. You also have the spotter that can give you a lot more detailed information that you can generally get in real life. A lot of times it's just about being patient and really you have to be willing to give up that sort of time and just get on the brakes when you see a yellow flag come up on your sim and your spotter starts talking about that there's a car stop out in front. Even if the spotter gives you information like car stopped on the left or car stopped on the right, oftentimes that information can be incorrect because that car, of course, is still moving, and that spotter message will trigger at some point, and from that trigger point to when it starts talking to when you get there, that car may have moved. So you have to have patience. Sometimes you need to be a little bit more cautious than you think you do, but regardless, it's always a difficult situation when a car ends up stopped in that part of the racetrack, because I believe we're going back to green flag racing here right now.
We certainly are, and I could tell you actually, it wasn't Probassin Racing losing control, it was the Team ISDC rig share making contact with them that caused that incident. So I'm sure Race Control will be having a look at that one. We've still got this battle going on for second place now in your prototype field. Fusion Racing are showing us out the race here on my timing screen, so something's happened to them. Maybe they got involved in that one, and we're going to be getting a few black flags here, it appears. So yeah, definitely going to be a few things happening for us to get a hold of.
GTE leader has a black flag.
Yes.
Govankini.
Yes, so follow me, esports team, Govankini, black flag. And I believe that'll be for a virtual safety car infringement. And down the Mulsanne straight, Talk Freak Racing Sunset now up into second place overall in your race here. It's a race of high drama here, and we've still got just over 4.5 hours left of this one, Alvin.
Definitely for a lot of drama going in. And speaking of drama, as soon as we went back onto green flag, the number 47, the Delta 49 Motorsports driven by Dino Topic, went back on the throttle into the 4SS, lost the car and also hit the wall, but looks like not much damage done because he is back on the track and going at full speed.
As yet, we're keeping an eye on this battle. P number 2. And look at the traffic ahead of that Talk Freak car! Contact! And then round goes the Talk Freak car! And also that Team Vikings car as well. We've got a car on its roof rolling up and down. We're going to possibly have a virtual safety car once again. Oh my goodness! That was incredible. What on earth happened between them? It was miscommunication, and War Dogs, the worst of the lot. They're up on their roof on top of the barrier, and we're going to get enough of virtual safety car here then, Randy.
A lot of drama coming out in this part of the race. Couple, handful of big incidents, big issues in Porsche curves, and right there, a lot of cars stopped blocking that Mulsanne straight. That was a huge incident here. Just an hour and a half in, we still have 4.5 hours of this.
Absolutely, and it was the Talk Freak Racing car trying to go down the middle of the War Dogs and 49 Motorsports, and that's what caused it. And then Prototype's having to avoid others, and the Blackadder car, just the Prototype and the Blackadder just not slowing down at all, coming full throttle in, and punted one of those affected into the air. So really, I know that it was a late move from the car that ended up getting punted, but yeah, big incident there. My goodness, everything's happening here there, Alvin, today.
Definitely happening, and this is pretty much a direct result of all the close racing that we've been having here so far, especially when you mix all that multi-class racing. Well, it can be really interesting, and well, besides that, well, we kind of saw what happens when patience kind of runs out here and there. We saw it with the number 181 of Talk Freak Racing, and really interesting how the strategy starts to play out so far, because this is the third virtual safety car. So if there are any teams that will come into the pits and take advantage of it, that's something that we have to keep an eye on.
Well, Randy, I'm pretty much sure that everybody's seen what happened at Macau. That was almost similar with cars coming flying in.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend who's a USAC official and does flagging for real-world kart events, and we were laughing about what the chat over the over the race control from the Macau incident would have been, and it's going to be something similar from this. And you know, you're right, big pile up in the GT World Championship there at Macau, and there's been a lot of pile ups. And fortunately, there's no money on the line here. You just have the entry fee. These aren't $1 million race cars, I think, for everyone involved. But still, frustrating race for a lot of people this far.
Yeah, luckily for these guys, they're not actually sat in the car, because that would have been an extremely painful incident for a few of those drivers, and not just in terms of the wallet, we're talking about bodily pain as well. We're headed towards the end of this virtual safety car period. As we say, we've still got 4.5 hours of racing, ladies and gentlemen, to go here. So
at this rate, they'll make it on this tank of gas.
Well, hopefully it doesn't go that way, because we would like to see a motor race breakout out of all of this. But here we go then, heading towards the start of the restart of the race and we've got green flag in the air again, so we're back under green. Virtual safety car is over, and we're seeing what's going on here, see what battles there are out there, and see where people have ended up from all of that. And we'll also see if there's any more penalties. That second virtual safety car period, by the way, only garnered 4 penalties, of which 2 were for Govan Keeney in that one. So Alvin, definitely not a good one for Govan in that last virtual safety car. You'll be hoping that this one was a little bit better.
Definitely not what he was looking for sure. But we are under. We just got out of there. After another virtual safety car, we are back onto green flag racing now, trying to see where we are standing at the moment. Looking at the
I'm just looking at one message that's come up here. Disqualification for one of the prototypes. That's Team ISDC Rickshaw, Ryan Kish. They are out this race. Dangerous and unsafe driving there. Big call from race control, Alvin.
Yeah, absolutely big call, but sometimes those calls need to be made for the safety of everybody. Yes, lives are not on the line, so everybody has to say so. Whenever you crash, the only thing that gets hurt really is your ego, so that is also true. But it's also important to keep the race going as smooth as possible, and sometimes when you see a driver being as dangerous as that, you as race control, as the organizers, you also have to take action.
Well, I have a quick question. We mentioned the fact that Keeney got a black flag. Was he serving it when that virtual safety car came out? Because as far as I can tell,
I didn't see him
come back out. Well, I saw that car on pit road, but I'm not sure if that was a scheduled pit stop or if that was to serve the penalty. And if that's the car I'm thinking of that I saw on pit lane, he's come back out after serving that penalty and taking the race lead.
He's had a second stop, and it was 27.6 seconds was his pit stop, which is about the time that it takes to do a full fuel load, isn't it? In these GT cars.
How long is the penalty for the virtual safety car infraction?
I believe it was just a black flag.
Just a black flag, so it should be just stop and go.
Just stop and hold, it should be.
Unless he served both at the same time.
Possibly, he could do that. Now the question is, what are race control going to look at that? Because because I don't remember seeing it, we'll have to have a look through the regulations.
Well, he's coming through Porsche curves right here, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see that, because I just want to. Maybe Alvin can have a look through the regulations for us as to whether you're allowed to serve a penalty in a pit stop or not, or certainly under a virtual safety car as well, because that's another thing. Normally, when you get a pace car, you normally can't serve a penalty. I would imagine that you wouldn't be allowed to serve a penalty under a virtual safety car either.
Although the question there would be, was he on pit lane before the virtual safety car?
Well,
that was such a weird situation, because you had a number of people serving penalties, or they had black flags, and then you had another one that came out. So anyone, it's like penaltyception.
Well, we'll have to get his heads wrapped around that one. One thing I will tell you is there's a battle for 4th place overall. It's Chaos Brigade and Berlin Simsport heading down towards Indianapolis. and it's Berlin Simsport that make the move on the Chaos Brigade. Chaos has reigned supreme so far, and Chaos Brigade, they're moving their way through the field. Where did they start? They started this race in 13th place, Alvin, and they're up to, well, they're now up to that 5th place.
Yeah, absolutely great, great race for the number 88 so far, and it kind of shows you that sometimes qualifying, just because you had a bad qualifying doesn't mean doesn't mean it's gonna be in essence race over. Yes, it kind of puts you in a little bit of a disadvantage when the race starts, but this being a 6-hour race, this isn't really about speed. It's pretty much trying to keep the car clean, and with all the incidents that we have seen so far, the number 88 doing a good job. Another car that has done a fantastic job, the number 5 of GT Temple Racing. They started all the way back on P19 and running down on P7.
I'll tell you what, look at the lead that Pure Racing Team have got now after all these incidents. 47.2 seconds ahead of that Simitok Esports number 1 car. When these two Simitok cars, they were down in 6th and 7th just a few moments ago. Now they're up in 2nd and 3rd. And that's all because of 2 incidents that's happened here, Randy. It's just been a bit balmy, a bit of I mean, we're normally with the 24-hour events that we cover. It's usually the midnight hour that we see the balmy stuff coming out, but we're getting this an hour and a half into a race.
Well, it's only a 6-hour race, so we're about 25% of the way through. So you can sort of make the argument that this is, we're approaching sort of the midnight hour of this race, so to speak. But you're right. I mean, there's not been a lot of incidents, but the incidents that there's been have been relatively large and have taken out several cars in each and every single one. So that's, I think, part of the reason why we've seen so many teams, so many drivers maybe jump up the way they have. And, well done to Simitok Esports. Currently 2 of the 3 spots on the podium. And one thing that actually might be interesting, and this is something a lot of people might not do, is that I know this is mostly an IndyCar thing, but I'm curious if these guys might have a fuel-saving fuel map that they can go to under the virtual safety cars. Normally in these cars, you don't really mess with the fuel map or the throttle trim because you just lose too much time. But the question is, are any of these teams and drivers, do they know how well they work? Have they tested how well they work? And have they tested their fuel consumption under that virtual safety car? You might be able to save, even though they're relatively short and you're only going to spend maybe a quarter to half a lap. That's a considerable half a lap being, at 37 miles an hour compared to 180 miles an hour.
They certainly do, Randy. The HPDs, the Ferrari and the Ford, they do have a fuel map where they can turn it all the way down when they are under the virtual safety car or under safety car. So that is something that you also have to consider. For the Porsches though, well, that's something that you have to kind of modulate the old school way, kind of go half throttle here and there, as the battle here for the 160 and the 163 really heating up going into Indianapolis, and the 173 takes that position away from the number 160.
Yeah, certainly do. The 173 Racing Community.de Fire and Forex Racing HPD battling out there over 17th and 18th position in your race here. And yeah, it was certainly something that we discussed earlier on about fuel maps changing under virtual safety cars. It's certainly worth these drivers doing it. Just out of interest, by the way, cars on pit road at the moment who are taking long pit stops here. Blackadder Motorsport 168, Team Vikings more now, the 73. They were the ones who were battling for a podium position early on. Of course, we've got the Team ISDC Rigshare. They've been disqualified from this race, so they're on pit road out of this one. Then you have got War Dogs. That we saw them upside down after that last incident. FH Motorsport, the number 17 prototype, they're on pit road and looks like they're out of the race as well. Probatum Racing Academy on pit road. Berlin Simsport, the 194, they're on pit road along with Aggie Motorsports Blue, the 126. Rest of the cars either are running further down or completely out of the race. So a big chunk of this field has already been taken out this race here, Randy. And it's Le Mans, the 24 hours is normally a race of attrition. This, I think people are just going in a bit sort of gung-ho and head first into it as the number 1 car goes at a pit road with a driver change as well.
Yeah, a lot of people, some aggressive driving, and on all standards and all the classes. Some people trying to have their cake and eat it too, and a lot of times in these 6-hour races at a track like Le Mans, oftentimes that just ends up the old Eddie Izzard sketch of cake or death. And well, a lot of people, they've gotten some cake. People like Pure, it's nice and sweet. Same with Simitalk, and well, there's been a fair amount of death dished out as well.
Certainly has. Just having a look at race control at the moment. And they've got a few that they're having to look at here at the moment.
A few?
Yeah, just a few at the moment they're trying to sort out as the number 1 car comes out of pit road. Driver change, that's a full service, 45.6 seconds. That pit stop for them. They're back up and running now. I don't think I saw actually any penalties after that second... third virtual safety car of the race. So well done everyone, getting the hang of this virtual safety car here, Alvin, and now maybe just fine-tuning things for drivers to get the most out of that period.
It certainly is. Now we're coming into a portion of the race where we are almost 2 hours into the race, so now this is the part of the race where you try to kind of settle down and see where you are standing, and perhaps trying to make your strategy work, get those numbers down, and try to see what's the best that you can. That being said, the number 71 coming towards the end of the lap here, going into the Porsche into the Porsche curve right now. So we should be expecting the number 71 of Pure Racing Team coming into the pits, perhaps doing a driver change as well.
Yeah, we're looking through this number of cars. I'm just amazed by the number of cars that's on pit road at the moment, having to fix damage here in this one. Yeah, your prototypes are going to be your 71 car onto pit road now. They're making their pit stop, and as you say, Alvin, will they do a driver change here? Patrick Wolf onto pit road, just having a few issues with his connection as well, so that's going to be probably best for him to come out of that car. Second place is the Simitalk number 2 car. You'd imagine they will come onto pit road along with the FRH Racing number 148 and the number 5 GT Tempo Racing car. And well, Randy, Pure Racing Team, they're onto pit road, and well, you would imagine a full stop for them.
Yeah, more than likely, and well, the question's going to be, do they think they can triple stint? And the answer is going to be no. So Pat Wolf's going to be getting out of that thing, and Lennart Roart is going to be getting into that car. And we sort of talked about this earlier, although I think we got sort of interrupted by the virtual safety cars. Alvin and you guys were talking about what these guys could do on the tires. And I know from experience in these GTE cars, particularly the Ferrari, which, by the way, all of the Fords have been caught up in incidents. I mean, all of the Fords, I mean, the 2 of them. One of them didn't start, and the other 2 are the 49 Motorsports machines. They're both a number of laps down. But I know from experience that you can triple stint this Ferrari around Le Mans. Now, that was the week we got the cars. So I don't know if maybe the setups have changed in such a way that maybe the tires have changed, and you might be extracting more out of the cars, being more aggressive with alignment settings. You might have a higher wear percentage. But I know the Le Mans 24 we had several seasons ago, we were triple stinting those tires in that car, and the drop off was more than manageable. So it'll be interesting to see here as we come approaching the end of the second hour and into the third, whether or not we'll see these guys triple stint or not.
I'm sorry, my eyes have been drawn to attention on the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for all contributing and watching this broadcast. Do appreciate it. It's we've been testing a new aero package on the Ford. We've termed it wall-induced downforce. So 49 Motorsports trying out a new configuration of that Ford. We'll see how that's getting on for them. Not too well, unfortunately, for them. But yeah, it just caught my attention in that. Yeah, thanks very much for watching this one. You are watching the DGFX Endurance Series here on iRacing Live, brought to you by RacespotTV. And well, whilst we've got a little bit of a moment just to mention that it is myself, Paul Smith, on commentary alongside me, Alvin Nieves, Randy Cheneth. You've got Hugo Lewis, who is in charge of the cameras, who's looking after the camera work. Also want to thank a few people. Istvan Balor for his track cameras, for Andreas Werner for designing the overlay from Anwen Designs, Simon Grossman with Apgeneer, the overlay animations and the lifetime, and of course is brought to you with thanks to Nick Thiessen for help with that one. So always good to get support from those guys, and you know, they help us bring us the coverage that we're showing you here. Pure Racing Team, they had that much of a gap between them and the rest that they're only 1.2 seconds behind the current leader, who's yet to make a pit stop here, Alvin. No, Alvin's not talking to me. Randy, you remember that time we did the VLN and nobody was talking to me? It feels like that right now.
Yeah, I scared you with that silence, didn't I? But yeah, we pulled that before, but I'm not sure what Alvin's doing to be ignoring you like that. Maybe he just went to sleep. It's early in wherever he lives now. I was going to say St. Louis, but he moved, so shows what a good friend I am.
Well, David Barraclough has got a 60-second stop and hold once again, so that's the second stop and hold for that Top Freak Racing Radio car. And Syandre as well, a 60-second stop and hold for causing a collision. And yeah, definitely been a few instances to catch up on for race control. They're sorting that out now and getting that all done here. But really, we've got on this race 4 hours 15 minutes remaining here, and that Pure Racing Team, they've got such a stranglehold on this race. They can almost take it easy here, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're going to expect to see from them. I mean, like I said before the start of the race, Pure Racing Team has sort of become the dominant team, the dominant class of drivers in the prototype division. Just not just in this series, but in the sim as a whole. We're watching a fight between the 195 and the 78 out there on track right now. But they've really stepped up their game. They've been, you know, relatively clean. That fight, by the way, is between Bad Cactus and SimRC Melon. SimRC going with a variety of fruit and vegetables for their team names. They also have SimRC Kiwi in this one. But Pure Racing Team guys in that prototype, they've stepped it up a lot. They won, you know, they've pretty much won out thus far the first 2 rounds of Neo, and they're putting on a very dominant performance here today at Le Mans, already out to a pretty large lead just, you know, within the first couple hours.
Yeah, certainly it is a sizable gap that they've got there. The FIH racing car that was in front of them have now making their pit stop as we're going along. So looking at this now, Civic-Top are in second and third, but they're 40 seconds behind that Pure Racing Team, and they're really just struggling here. In fact, Civic-Top number 1 has had an issue at the Dunlop chicane, and they've just lost it. They've tried to lap a couple of cars, carried too much speed into that corner, and around they've gone. And well, they certainly had a moment there, and it's cost them a bit of time. They're down to 4th place now in your field. But yeah, that battle between the Bad Cactus Racing Blue and SimRC.de Melon, Maximilian Scheider in that number 78 car. Look at how close he's getting through the Porsche curves here. So difficult though. Get past through there, you're going to have to hold your line. Through the go, don't run it out too wide through the exit there, through the right, through the left, heading towards the Ford chicane now. Onto the brakes. It's quite fast as his first part of the Ford chicane, but what we'll do now is we'll take you for a lap of the Circuit de la Sarde with the number 78 on board with this Racespot fan immersion. We are a lap around the Circuit de la Sarde, and the 78, the Sim RC.de Melon, just can't get past and make that place stick in towards the Dunlop chicane once again. And he's going to have a look down the inside into the Dunlop chicane now. Not going to get that move done. He's got the Blackadder Motorsports prototype behind, and yeah, a little bit of damage on that Sim RC.de Melon car, possibly going to affect them on their top speed. And Alvin, these two, they're providing there's a great battle here, because I'll be honest, there's not too many battles on track at the moment. The closest battle in your prototypes really is down for 16th place. These two, though, 9th and 10th place in your GT field, are going at it. That Blackadder Motorsports prototype was struggling to get past here.
Struggling indeed, but he looks like he found a way around the SimRC.de and now going around the back cactus racing. Kinda seemed like SimRC, the number 78, perhaps he got a slowdown penalty because he's going relatively slow, going down the Mulsanne straight. So that is something that definitely that's a big mistake from on the part of Maximilian Scheider.
Certainly is, and Race Control have had a very busy time of it, by the way. Looking at the Race Control sheet that we've got access to, and there was a 2-lap stop and hold for the 181. I believe it's Top Freak Sunset. Top Freak Racing Sunset, and that is Philip Roberts, and that was that incident that caused the last virtual safety car that we had there.
2 laps.
2 laps.
Didn't it happen to Greg Murphy in the 1000 a number of years ago?
Oh,
like a 5-minute stop
I
and
don't
hold?
know. I haven't a clue with that one.
And I have to say, it is one thing when they give you a time penalty, but on this track, being 2 laps down, that is a lot of time. We're talking upwards 7-8 minutes down on the leader, so that is going to be a big penalty.
It certainly is. I mean, we saw the incident happen down the Mulsanne straight when they tried to go make it 3 wide down the middle, and caused that big accident, which caused the last virtual safety car. And it's frustrating when you see incidents like that happen, because it's some people you sort of think, maybe just have a little bit of patience, because that GT car was going to make it past the Porsche. It's just a little bit of patience. I know they were battling for position at the time and battling up near the front of the field. Well, this is costing them dearly, and they're now pretty much going to be an also-ran in the prototype field here, Randy.
Yeah, I mean that's a penalty you do not come back from over the course of 4 hours. I mean, 2 laps that's an insurmountable margin, especially in the sim, where you have a lot of the unexpecteds that you might get in real life aren't in factor. Things like maybe a tire letting go, or if your Toyota turbo going away. A lot of those things, just simply put, will not happen to your competitors. So yeah, that's heartbreak for them, and maybe a lesson well learned at the same time.
Well, this is it. I mean, if you're a team manager from any of the other teams, you should be looking at these penalties coming out, getting dished out, and it's, all right, guys, we need to be careful here. We need to be patient. We need to work with the other teams, because we cannot afford to get a penalty as we look at the battle for 3rd place in the prototypes. But really, as a team manager, Randy, should you be needing to say that to your team?
I would make the argument no. It's one that your team, your driver should sort of know the situation and know that they have to drive sensibly. The fact that they have to be patient over the course of a 6-hour race, especially because there's been some drama in some of the rounds past. It's like just know that you have to get your way through it. Just be patient. You're very likely to attrition your way up a handful of spots, and some people have that mindset, others don't.
Well, we're looking at this then, this battle for 3rd. Tobias Schultz, Burlington Sport. Oh, and that Porsche came at the right time for them then, because the number one, the Simotok eSport number one car had to wait behind him, and that was the patience being shown there. They were within half a second for a moment, and that Porsche just put them back another second. But now GT traffic getting involved here, and it's that ebb and flow of an endurance race, multi-class racing, as that TNT car actually goes onto pit road. Nicely in time for the number one car, so it didn't get caught up behind it. But Alvin, we see it time and again in endurance racing. Traffic plays such a huge part, and you've been able to make up positions.
And that is the main thing that makes multi-class racing so different from Grand Prix racing, or perhaps the Blancpain GT series as well, is the fact that you have multiple classes here on the track, and each of them have their own race. And just because you are the fastest car, that doesn't mean that the slower cars should just move out of the way. Every team, every class has to respect the fact that everybody here has their own race. Blue flags pretty much are non-existent just because of that fact, that because they are on their own race, that does not mean that they have to move out of the way.
Certainly not. It's more of an advisory, is basically what they say with the blue flags in multi-class racing. You know, it's there just to let you know that there's a faster car coming up. We're having a look at one of the other battles on track at the moment, and it is Samba Racing side by side with Graphite Racing. That's the battle for 12th place in your GT field, and Samba Racing losing that position down at the Mulsanne corner as the race leader comes up to put a lap on them down this straight. And well, Samba Racing being clever there, just using a little bit of slipstream from that prototype car to pull them up alongside here, and that's going to move them up alongside. Are they going to get that move done before Indianapolis? Onto the brakes, through the right-hander, still side by side. A little switch from the Graphite Racing car. Oh, and Graphite Racing into the wall! Heavy contact with the wall! Little too fast out of that corner, and caught the gravel as well, and that's what's unsettled the car into the wall. And we've had another car disqualified as well. Philip Roberts disqualified for unsafe driving. Frank Osterhaus, Graphite Racing, is pulling off out the way. It looks like they're going to request a tow here. We could end up with a virtual safety car situation if that's the case.
That is the number 181.
Yeah. So yeah, the 181 Top Freak Racing, they're out now. That's it, they're done. Their race is done. That's 2 disqualifications from this race. Race control being firm, but showing that they're consistent if there's similar situations here, Anna.
Well, to quote Chris Pontius in one of the JA movies, the Russian police, stern but fair.
Yeah, that's yeah. I knew the quote as soon as it was when they did the Gumball 3000. That's what it was.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I remember it well. Anyways, let's stop showing his age now. Well, what battles have we got on here still? The Samba Racing team, well, they've lost that battle now because the Graphite ended up in the wall, and they're now on pit road. Really, it's all spread out a little bit. You've got, actually, 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall, all within about 2.5 seconds of each other at the moment. In this one, we've also got a battle here with the 14 and the 160. And where are they? I've lost them on my screen. That's further down your prototypes as well. Race for Cat Sport and 4X Racing. These two have been quite close together for quite a while now. And, well, they're still carrying on the battles here, Alvin, as they head through the first of the chicanes down the Mulsanne Straight.
Heading down the first of the Mulsanne, to the first of all the chicanes, and the number 160 trying to keep a close eye on the number 14. Seems like he lost a little bit of touch, but with the slipstream, it shouldn't be that much of a problem to try to catch up now. Trying to look a bit more further up the field, and oh my God, the number 2 just crashed coming out of Ted Rouge.
Oh wow, big moment there for the number 2. And the question is, have they made any contact? Yeah, so they're carrying too much speed. Yeah, they have made severe contact with the barrier there on the inside of Ted Rouge. Big moment there, and that's one of your championship contenders as well. So, number 2 car, they're back up and running. Be interested to see what that damage does to them though, Alvin, because this car is very heavily aerodynamic, aero dependent here, and that will affect their top speed heavily.
That will definitely affect them big time, so it's pretty much imperative that once they get a chance to come into the pits that they do so, because the more they delay the next pit stop, it's really gonna hurt them big time. That is really nothing that you want on this car.
Well, we have gone over the hour mark. You are watching the DGFX Endurance Series here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV, and what a drama-filled race it's been for you to all to watch here. Let's just quickly go through the standings as they are then, and it's Pure Racing Team 53 seconds now ahead of the Simtop number 1 car, who are in second place. Third place is Berlin Simsport. Tobias Schultz now in that third place. Fourth is the number 2 car that we just saw have that instant then at Tete Rouge. And they're dropping back here, now 9.5 seconds behind that third place car. Fourth place is FIH Racing, and they're about to get to that number 2 car. You'd imagine there's going to be a change of position there if that damage is really affecting them badly. And it certainly is, that's for sure. Sixth place for Chaos Brigade, Fusion Racing in 7th, and GT Temple Racing in 8th place. As here comes FIH Racing up into 4th place, and that just shows the level of damage that number 2 car has got in there. So, big instant, and that's cost David Toranzo massively here, and they're going to have to spend a bit of time on pit road, that's for sure. In your GT field, amazingly, after having multiple penalties, Follow Me Esports, a team with Govan Keeney, they are in the lead of that GT field. Blackadder Motorsport Wakuiva, the number 66 is in second, but 24.6 seconds behind. Third place, not that far behind actually, about a second and a half, is Peter Smith in the Fusion Black car. Fourth is Team Vikings Midgard, the 172, with fifth place German SimRacing.de Triple One car. Sixth place Top Freak Racing Corkscrew, James Ewans there, but they're battling away with TNT Racing Green. In fact, that's going to be a change of position there. TNT Racing Green moving up a position up to sixth place. So Top Freak Racing Corkscrew down to 7th. And TNT Racing Gold, Paul Darling in 8th place in your GT field. In your GTC field, it's basically a question of who's left in this one. This has been severely affected by several of these incidents. And SimRC.de Kiwi, Evan Muriel in the lead of that group, ahead of SimRC.de Lemon in second place. So SimRC.de dominating the GTC field. Berlin Simsport though, the 87 car, just about 2 seconds behind the Lemon car in third, and Peregrine Yellow in fourth. Fifth place is Top Freak Racing Radio, who've had various penalties as well. Lowy Racing in sixth place with Berlin Simsport in 196 in 7th place, and Brabham Racing Academy in 8th place in GTC. And there are 2 other GTC cars actually still running in this one, War Dogs and also the Aggie Motorsports Blue car, but they are multiple laps down. That's the standings as we are, and Simatop number 2, they're on pit road, they're getting the damage repaired here, Alvin, but it's going to take a little while to get that front fixed, although it should be able to change that front piece quite quickly.
It should be able to, but it's gonna definitely take him a while to get all that damage repair, and it's definitely the last thing that you want on a race like this. And it looks like that front piece is it's getting straightened out, so they're actually not changing it. It looks like they got some sort of magic hammer and just putting it and bending it back to where it's supposed to be.
Certainly are. And we're going to battle for the second place in your GT field as the number 2 car pulls out of pit road now. And Fusion Black here, Randy, they're trying to get with Blackadder Motorsport number 66.
Yeah, Fusion Black's done a good job to reel this gap down. They were, a handful of seconds behind, but the gap's pretty close as they run themselves down in towards Indianapolis. Nowhere near close enough to make a move just yet, but Peter Smith's been doing a fantastic job the last handful of laps to slowly reel that gap in, lap on lap on lap, and I think here shortly we'll see that gap pretty much close up, and Peter will be in a position where he can maybe make some moves as they now begin the run through Arnage and the run into Porsche curves while they have one of the Simitalk prototypes behind them. And actually, just if you're Peter, you're hoping that prototype gets to you before you get to the Porsche curves, or excuse me, after you get to Porsche curves. But actually, no, I take that back. They're pretty much going to be single file. This prototype have to deal with these two GT cars, I think, through the S's.
One thing I will say about the Fusion car is they've got quite a bit of front end damage on there. I think they just scraped the wall on Porsche cars.
Yeah,
they did as well. Yeah, so pushing the limits, that's for sure, around here. But Peter Smith, I believe it was earlier in this stint, made contact with the back of one of the 49 Motorsports cars, and that's what's giving this car this unique front end. Shall we say. But look at how close they got to that Blackadder car, and that's what that prototype has done there. Catch that prototype at the wrong time and you're going to get stuck behind them, and that's what happened to Blackadder Motorsports there, Andy.
Yeah, really unfortunate. That Simitalk car really helped out Fusion Black, so now if you're in that Blackadder Motorsports car, and if you're Matthias Magnussen, you're going to have to be looking in your mirror a lot more intently as he locks up going to the first part of Dunlop. Nowhere for Peter to make the move, but that's going to close that gap down even further as they go under the bridge and down into the S's through the first sector to begin the run towards Tetra Rouge in just a moment. But Peter Smith all over the back of that Blackadder Motorsports machine as he now would go down towards that towards Tetra Rouge, and so I think it's just a matter of time. This Fusion Black machine looks a little bit more confident, a little bit more consistent right now. There's going to be some more faster traffic cycling through. Peter should have that job done shortly.
Well, speaking of Fusion as well, their compatriots in the prototype, they're battling away with Chaos Brigade as well. So a couple of Fusion cars involved in battles here, one for the second step of the podium and one for 5th place overall. So interesting to see how this one pans out here. Chaos Brigade, again, we mentioned it earlier, started 13th. GT Temple Racing, by the way, who was 7th overall, started 19th in this race. And up to 7th in this one. Some big gains involved in this one. And, well, Fusion racing down towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne, not making the move. Meanwhile, Fusion Black, Peter Smith, they're heading towards the second chicane. And they're going to have those battling prototypes catching up to them, actually, very shortly here, Alvin. And these guys, they don't want to get split up. Peter wants to stay on the back of that Blackadder Motorsports car, but he doesn't want to adversely affect his team compatriots in the Fusion Racing car as they're going side by side with Chaos Brigade into the chicane, and they get the job done. So Fusion Racing now up to 5th place overall.
And that is something that you always have to look for. When you have a teammate.
Gavankini! The leader from GT is crabbing down the Mulsanne straight. What on earth has happened to him? He's obviously had some sort of issue here, that's for sure, but what has happened to him? And do you know what? He got his line all wrong out of the second chicane. He's gone right-hand side into the barriers on the exit that second chicane there, Alvin. And that's drama. It's been nothing but drama for Gavankini throughout this race.
Not only for him, but for pretty much a large chunk of the field here. Some sort of things happening here and there, and coming here out of the second chicane, he got a little bit too eager, tried to way too much. Kirk exiting the second chicane and well now into the wall. And Paul, that is a long way to go all the way back into the pits.
I think they're going to be race done here as well. But what this means is that Fusion Black now, Peter Smith and Blackadder Motorsports, this is a battle for the lead of this race here. And, all of a sudden, for those two in that GT field, they've got a chance of a race win here. This is just being handed to them on a plate here, Randy.
Yeah, and especially when you consider the gap that Follow Me Esports has. I mean, Gavankini, with all that damage, is coming out of Arnage. And, I mean, Bamavina, they're just exiting Porsche curve. So that's basically a 1-lap lead that Govan Keeney just threw away. That's a huge mistake.
It is massive. It's a big one. And, well, Peter Smith, Fusion Black, they're onto pit road. So they're making their third pit stop of the race here. We are, 3 hours and 48 minutes remaining in this one. There's still a long way to go in this race here. And anything could and possibly will happen in this one as Fusion Racing in the 22 car come onto pit road as well. So they're making their third pit stop here, and we're waiting to see there's more race control decisions being made here as well. And I have a funny feeling that there may be a penalty coming forward. We'll have to keep an eye on that race control spreadsheet. But Alvin, just taking it back to about 20 minutes ago, can people serve a virtual safety car penalty under a virtual safety car?
I think that is one of those that it's gonna be of a gray area, because what if you start serving it versus what if you get it, and it's a bit of a gray area. I think from what I kind of looked into, I didn't see anything. So that is one of those that, well, do it, and if it works, well, you're good for you, and if it doesn't, well, so.
Yeah, certainly is Govan Keeney now coming onto pit road, getting to his pit stall. Is this going to be them race done? I would imagine so. And Follow Me Esports team, absolute nightmare for them. And I think Govan Keeney may be thinking, you know what? Oh, we're changing driver. Hugo Preta. I think Govan Keeney said, I've had enough of driving this car now. There you go, Hugo. You take over then, Randy.
Well, Hugo, it'll be interesting to see if he's any good. I know our Hugo, he's used to driving broken cars down there in Brazil, but I don't think Hugo Preta is from Iberica. That's a completely different situation, and I think that Ferrari is a little bit more broken than anything Hugo's driven, although maybe not from some of the stories I've heard. But yeah, I think that's will they be able to get the repairs on that machine? That's a big maybe, and even if they do, I think they're going to be on pit lane for probably a good chunk of 10 to 20 minutes at minimum.
Battle for P7 in your race, the Road Bastards and ER Competition. Very close between the two of them. Down the Mulsanne into the second chicane here. Left, right. This is where we saw Govan Keeney have his little incident. Little incident, it was a big impact, that's for sure. Now the third part of the Mulsanne straight in towards Mulsanne corner. You've got to remember that this circuit is so long, and you've got villages all around, towns and villages all around this track, and that's why it's called Mulsanne. It's the corner nearest to the village of Mulsanne. It's kind of like with Spa-Francorchamps as well, and you've got corners called like Stavelot. That's because that's the closest corner to that town. And it just shows the size of these tracks as competition trying to make that move here, Alvin, heading towards Indianapolis.
Definitely trying to get a move here, but it's also important that to understand when you can make the move and when you cannot make the move, and sometimes it's best just to leave it, just for another day, because Indianapolis it is a kind of difficult corner to try to make a move into. If you're going to make a move, you really have to commit, but you also need the driver that you're trying to overtake he has to cooperate as well.
And drama's still coming out. I think they're just going to go what I was going to. Tobias Scholes, Berlin Simsport, running third in their prototype field. 60-second stop and hold for avoidable contact.
Yeah, so this race is the race.
If everyone gets the penalty, no one gets a penalty.
Basically, my advice to anyone is Black Hat Motorsports, the race leading GT car, is onto pit road now. My advice to anybody driving in this race is, look, if you've not had a penalty in this race, don't get one, because you're bound to get a good result because of that. That's what's appearing to be happening. But yeah, 60 seconds, stop and hold. So 1 minute having to wait on pit road. ER Competition have come onto pit road as well. So that's that battle all broken up. where's Peter Smith in that battle in GT? He's coming round into Ford Chicane, whereas Blackadder Motorsports, they're coming down pit road at the moment. They were actually best part of 6 seconds faster with Blackadder Motorsports on pit road, so a little bit of a strategy play there. And Alvin, you know, I know you like to keep an eye on the strategy and things like that. 6 seconds difference, is that not taking a little bit less fuel, or maybe not taking a tyre or so?
Well, you know, there are so many things that could be going on here, and we also have to consider that with all the virtual safety cars that we've had, the strategies have been going all over the place here and there. So we have seen some of the GT cars that we know that they can go 12 laps on one tank of fuel, and we saw some of the cars in the GT class coming in at 11 laps versus some of the teams coming at 12 laps. So that is perhaps where you can get your 6 seconds of difference when it comes to fuel.
Certainly, you can get those differences just with these, the application of your right foot on the throttle pedal. I know that when I do my racing or attempt to race, I'm a little bit fuel happy, a little bit throttle happy on the car. So Fusion Racing, by the way, we've had that extra pit stop over just at GermanSimRacing.de. But they are under attack from that GermanSimRacing.de car. Look at this, going 3 wide down the Mulsanne, and that poor Porsche is just having to sit in the middle of the road and hopefully not getting anyone's way. As also on track the 133 and the 191 V Apex Racing GT Blue and the Road Bastards. They're battling it out for 11th and 12th in class. So,
on the same part of the track as that Porsche.
Yeah. And they eventually managed to make their way around the Porsche. The GTC leader is on pit road as well for their third pit stop of the race. So, pit cycles going through now, and well, look at this. Side by side in towards Mulsanne. It's a curve. You're always turning there whilst you're on the brakes, and it's so difficult to not lock up a brake there, and going into Mulsanne corner.
It really is. It's one of the hardest braking zones on the circuit. Like you said, one of the tightest as well. And because of that, you do a lot of trail braking, and it's really, really easy to lock up a left front going into that section of the racetrack. Very, very difficult, and also one of those sectors where I think that geometrically speaking, I don't think the track actually gets narrower. But in the car, it feels like you just run out of a room really, really quickly. Just the way the racing lines just sort of all converge back together, and can make things very, very awkward. But thus far, everyone doing a pretty good job, at least at that end of the racetrack thus far.
Yeah, I mean, we've only seen 1 or 2 cars running wide there at Mulsanne, but the main issue points really has been, well, Porsche curves is effectively the main issue point on this track. That and Tête Rouge, really, it's the ones that have caused the most issues for drivers. This battle has just broken up a little bit, although as they let the Fusion Black car go past. Fusion Black car obviously choosing not to get any. Did they scrape the wall again there, Randy?
No, I think they're good.
I thought they did. It sounded
they were
like
close.
It anyway. Yeah, they were close. They're pushing hard to try and get with that Blackadder Motorsport car that's in the lead of your GT field. Looking through here, Chaos Brigade, they're up with F4H Racing. Battle for third place at the moment through the pit stop cycle, but you would imagine that Chaos Brigade, Alvin, are going to be coming into the pits before F4H because they've on the lap 11 of their stint at the moment.
We're going on lap 11 now. The question is, have they been able to save 1 extra lap of fuel or so? That is one of the questions that we'll have to see. A4H Racing, they still have 2 more laps to go on their distance. So there's so in terms of strategy, there's plenty of things that could happen.
Certainly something interesting did happen. That's Blackadder Motorsport, your leader of your GT field, got involved with Graphite Racing heading towards the Dunlop chicane. Graphite Racing taking the normal line when Blackadder was looking to make the move on them to lap them around the go at the Dunlop chicane. Great recovery, to be fair to them, but that's ended up losing them the lead to Fusion Black, who are now in the lead of your GT field, Randy. Big moment and miscommunication between GT cars battling out for, well, not battling out, but trying to put a lap on them.
It's one of those awkward situations, unfortunately, that you will get in these sort of endurance races, that you're trying to put cars a lap down, and that ended up with that BAM car facing the wrong way. And well, Fusion's going to be happy about that. Thank you for the race lead, and let's see if Peter Smith is going to be able to stretch that gap back out or not.
I tell you what, hats off to Matthias Magnussen. That wasn't a bad 360, to be fair.
360 blaze it.
Certainly was a good effort. KS Brigade have made it up into third place, but of course with the pit stop cycle that's going to be coming up, and we don't expect them to stay there once all the pit stops have been done. Looking here, yeah, so basically this battle for the lead in GT, less than a second between them, 6/10 at fact between Fusion Black, Peter Smith and Blackadder Motorsport Workiva. And they're coming up to lap another one of the GT cars, one of the compatriots. And in fact, I believe it is that Graphite Racing car. Yes, it is. And Kyle McBride, this time getting out of the way of both of the cars and letting them battle away. But Blackadder Motorsports, they'll be spitting feathers in that car. That they got caught up with that one as one of the prototypes now coming through to put a lap on them. In fact, Fusion Black just pulling away a little bit in that one from all that from the traffic there, as F4H Racing is determined to try and get that third place back here, Alvin. But Chaos Brigade, we've seen how the Chaos Brigade have gone throughout the season. They're just trying to progress forward and can steal maybe a couple more positions in this race.
A couple more positions, and this confirmed my suspicions that they were able to save fuel for one more lap. They are going for 13 laps on distance, so right now running in P3. Look for them to come into the pits now. The question is what the number 148 will do in response.
Yeah, certainly 148 down the Mulsanne. It's the first chicane, holding on to that third place for the time being. And, well, we've got a few close battles on Track Fusion Racing now. They're only 7/10 of a second behind Berlin Simsport. Tobias Schultz, of course, who've had that penalty. And it's just one thing after another for these cars having to move forward. As another car has been on pit road. Samba Racing's been on pit road. They've had their pit stop. And Nacho Llanos behind the wheel for them. It's, Alvin, it's all going to be, once again, down to that last half hour to basically know where we stand in terms of the final results.
It certainly is, and that is something that really goes on for this series. But the fact that we don't have the safety car, it kind of makes things a bit more. As things stands right now, this should be what we should be expecting towards the end of the race. Perhaps a little bit of changes here and there, but in terms of the running order, this should be what we should be expecting. Of course, as the race goes on, strategies do evolve, and some incidents here and there, they can really change the complexity of the race as well.
We're still keeping an eye on this battle for third place in your prototypes, and that is Chaos Brigade and FH Racing. It's going well for them. They're doing well in that third place. They'll be coming into the pits this time by, though, will Chaos Brigade, and really, they will be wanting to see where they come out there. And if you look down, GT Temple Racing, they're about 29 seconds behind Chaos Brigade, so they won't beat them. They should come out in fifth place, really, should the Chaos Brigade, as the number one car comes onto pit road as well to make their pit stop from second place here. And Chaos Brigade coming through the Porsche curves now in towards the end of the lap, and you should see them peeling off to the right as there's a car spinning in the background of the Porsche curves, and that's Blackadder Motorsport, the 167 down in 13th in class. Almost took out the Top Freak Racing car there, but Chaos Brigade onto pit road now, and that's them now going to be taking their fuel and possibly tyre stop if they do change driver, Alvin, because if you're going to change driver, then you should change tyres as well. In fact, what we'll do, before we mention that, is we'll bring Cal Burney in, and Alvin, why don't you take it away with Cal Burney here?
Absolutely. So we have Cal Burney, one of the organizers of the DGFX series here. So Cal, I gotta say, the last couple of races have been a little bit busy when it comes to race control, but today, I think in terms of race control, yes, it's been busy, but with the addition of the virtual safety car, I'm pretty sure that kind of adds a little bit of a layer in terms of the decisions that had to be made.
Yeah, the virtual safety car, it's unique for Le Mans just because of the length of the lap. And, you know, we obviously can't do safety car. If we did it here, the safety car would take like a half hour. But, you know, I think that the length of this track and just how spread out everything is one of the reasons why things are somewhat cleaner. But we don't have as many incidents, but at the same time, the one incident or a couple incidents that we do have seems to be, you know, some of the worst incidents I've ever seen in iRacing, so.
It certainly does. Now, we've also seen that perhaps for the first time in this series, I think as the series has evolved, we have seen the organizers trying to talk to the drivers of what is expected and what is not expected from the drivers. And well, we also saw that two of the teams here kind of went a little bit too far, and well, both teams had to be disqualified as well.
Yeah, we've had the issues with the driving standards since the first round. You know, you go back on Discord or whatever. I mean, it's been a talking point for the last 2-3 months. You know, ever since the first race of the season. So we've done a lot to try to help. I personally have done a lot. You know, I spent 2 hours, hour and a half, 2 hours looking at videos, looking at incidents, kind of trying to explain some things. We've, you know, created an infraction system. I've talked to all the teams. There's nothing really more that I can do. It's really down to the teams as far as what they want to do. And, you know, it's gotten to a point now, it's just like, you know, nobody feels like they're the ones that are at fault, and everybody feels like it's the other teams that were at fault more often than not. And, you know, in race control, it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, we're on our last ledge, just like everybody else. And it's like, if you're not going to listen to us and you all of a sudden do a completely bonehead move trying to pass, you know, a Porsche and a prototype going through the Porsche curves when you know for a fact, and it's been said week after week after week, that Porsche can't turn because it just doesn't, and you still try to do it and you end up taking out 3 or 4 cars. It's like, dude, no, let's just get off the track. So it's kind of, you know, last straw. It's like, we've had it, we're done. Not done with the series or anything like that. We're just, you know, we're just as tired of the driving standards in race control as the drivers are on track. And, you know, if they're not going to do anything to try to, you know, fix it and improve and change, then, you know, we just got to get them off the track.
Yeah, that absolutely, and that is one of the things that really having race control in a series, that really that kind of, in a way, that kind of helps into cleaning a little bit the driving standards, and also to try to keep an eye on the teams and the drivers to make sure that they do adhere to the rules and regulations. Now, Carl, you know, trying to go a little bit light here, because in spite of all the incidents that we've had here, pretty much the first hour, it was a relatively clean hour. We didn't have any really big incidents that were caught or that really caused any virtual safety car. So I think for the first time in this season, we really got a full-on picture of how these cars can run on one tank of fuel, and that is something that we were missing.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you know, it's shocking, and, you know, to be frank and blunt, it's sad to see that it takes 4 races, and we're working on hour 16 out of the 24 hours that we're doing this season, and it's taking us to hour 16 of racing to be able to do one full stint on a tank of fuel. So it's bad. We got a lot of things in store for next season to try to, you know, to do what we can to improve driving standards even more. But yeah, it's great to finally see a lot of green flag racing. I know that's what the drivers want. You know, that's what we want. You know, it's just kind of one of those things that's, you know, we get a lot of, you know, not complaints, but people people saying there's too many cautions, this and that, and it's like, well, if you guys didn't race so hard and wreck all the time, there wouldn't be as many cautions. But it's really good. You know, we're nice. We're other than those two big incidents, you know, we're overall pretty decently happy with, you know, how everything's going in this race so far, and you know, we're just kind of waiting to hope it plays out, and we're really hoping it stays quiet for the remaining, you know, 3.5 hours that there are left in the race.
That is pretty much something that we are looking here on the commentary booth. So far the race has been fantastic in here, and we hope that the rest of the race does also goes as smooth as it is right now. So Kyle, with that said, thank you very much, and I think we're gonna let you go right now because you know, you never know when things may get a little bit busy. So I think for now we've had a good green flag run, so let's hope that it stays that way.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys, and thanks you guys at Racespot for listening.
Well, there we go then. Carl Burnett, one of the series organisers, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary booth. Always good to hear the thoughts of one of the series administrators, and making some very good points there, Randy, about you know, the fact that they've taken the time to try and sort of point out what they want, and hopefully the team's taken on board, and we've had a good stint of green flag racing now here, and hopefully everyone's paying attention as we'll look at this battle for the GT lead.
Yes, Peter Smith, I actually think, just got a little bit of a slowdown coming through Tetra Rouge, and he's trying to minimize the time lost here because he was very close to the back end of that Black Adam Motorsports defeating Matthias Magnussen, and that's going to open that gap up just a little bit. But you can tell, I think, Kyle just a little bit frustrated as still Peter Smith, that black flag not yet clear, and he's losing more and more time all the way down Mulsanne. That's really going to hurt him, but you can tell Race Control really frustrated with what's been happening thus far, and I think that's really been the result of why you've seen, you know, a handful of drivers this far this race not even just come down, you know, penalized and having to come down pit lane, but just flat out disqualified from the race altogether. And sort of one of those things that sometimes as race control you just have to do to take care of the driving standards. Hint, nudge.
I can't imagine what that hint nudge is towards, but anyway, just to keep people up to date, the second place car on track, FRH Racing, is on pit road now for their scheduled pit stop. The race leader has had their pit stop as well, so the prototypes are pretty much done for their pit stop cycle. These GT cars as well, they're pretty much on cycle and all working towards their numbers. At the moment, it's this battle for race lead in your GT, and Samba Racing getting out of the way of Peter Smith there. I think Black Adam Motorsports still have been a little bit disappointed to see Samba Racing there, Alvin, just move over and maybe not take the normal line into Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, something says a little bit disappointing, and especially when it comes down to traffic. Sometimes you expect some things to happen, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't mean that the number 58 had to actually move out of the way. No, you know, but sometimes, even when you're a couple of laps down, yes, there's no obligation for you to move. However, if you start doing some very predictable moves, like you see some faster cars coming in, and you move out of the way and you let them go by, yeah, you know, it is not mandatory, but you never know if down the road the roles are reverted and they may be able to return the favor back to you.
I will say one thing, by the way, looking at the standings. Look who's in P3. It's the Chaos Brigade. We reckoned that with the pit stops they were going to come out fifth. They did, but a couple of the cars had to make pit stops as well. That's put them in third place. That is one heck of a run from them, from starting 13th. There's this battle for the GT lead. Look at this, getting held up behind the Porsche here. Getting caught up there, having to slow down, be patient. Everybody's having to be patient because there's a prototype involved in there as well. Down into the Ford chicane they go. And everybody staying out the way, keeping it clean. Great to see that from all these drivers. Peter Smith just getting a little bit loose there on the exit of the chicane, and Fusion Black car just losing out just a few tenths of a second there out of the Ford chicane, so not in a bad place at the moment though, because they can keep. Oh, go on, Alvin.
Bit of contact
big
between
incident into
Samba
the
Racing
Dunlop.
and the number 117 of Moab Racing Podcast.
Yeah, that is. And they made contact with the Samba Racing car. They went down the inside into Dunlop chicane and then just bang into the side of the car. Around they go at the Dunlop chicane. They tried to get it back and put it running again, and they do. Doesn't look to be too much damage to that 117 car either, so hopefully it shouldn't be affecting them too much and they're able to carry on there. But big moment, Randy, and once again miscommunication as Blackadder Motorsports lose the lead of your GT field.
Yeah, Peter Smith decided enough was enough and he was going to go for it, and Blackadder decided, you know what, Peter, you can have it. So move Fusion officially into your race lead here as they go running down into the first chicane. And well, let's see how Blackadder is going to play this. Are they going to be patient and wanting to just sit in that second spot? Or are they going to want to chase down Fusion? As the biggest news of the race coming through, that after he broke it, Hugo's enter key is now working again.
Yep. We're all saved. Hugo has a working keyboard once again, so we can all take it easy. We can stand down for the time being.
You know what? Hey,
go on.
Just for Hugo, he in a couple of weeks, I think he may be doing a bit of traveling, so perhaps he can be on one side of the country that is not Brazil, that he can find a very cheap key.
Well, there is that, and one of us.
Because otherwise, pretty much from what I've heard, he's gonna have to mortgage his house.
Hey, if he thinks he's gonna get a cheap keyboard in California, I'll take him to Best Buy and ensure that doesn't happen.
By the way, the 27 car is out in the prototypes. Now, remind me, what happened to they had a stop and hold for 60 seconds and they parked it. So I don't know what's happened there for them.
Ripping Pepperinos?
We'll have to find out possibly what's happened there, but this battle for GT lead still ongoing, and a Porsche getting in between them. Berlin Sim Sport, the 87 car. Second place in GTC is that 87 car. Doing a good job. 30 seconds behind race leader CMRC.de Kiwi at the moment, and they're just holding up that Blackadder Motorsport car just a little bit, and maybe a bit of team rivalry between them, and working in the favour of Fusion Black, who are now 1.7 seconds ahead of Blackadder Motorsports. And again, lap traffic, you catch it at the right time and it works out perfectly for you. Catch it at the wrong time and you end up losing out big time, Randy.
One of the big talking points that we've been, besides the incidents, it's really been the big talking point, hasn't it? Is all the lap traffic and watching how people deal with it. Some deal with it well, some people not so much. Some people get lucky, some people not so much. And well, Peter Smith, he's getting a little bit fortunate right now, and because of that, he's opening up this gap from that Blackadder machine. And well, they have a good opportunity as we're approaching the halfway mark here in about 20 minutes to maybe snag themselves a race win here in DGFX as they can go the next 3 hours clean.
Well, this is it, and we've had a good period of clean racing at the moment. In fact, when was it? We had the last virtual safety car. It's quite a while now, isn't it?
An hour and a half, I think.
Yeah, something like that. We've got 3 hours 20 minutes remaining in this race as the Motef Racing Podcast car goes out of pit road. And an interesting thing about the Motef Podcast Racing Podcast car is the fact that DGFX is brought to you by My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. A couple of racing fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Make sure you check out the website moatf.com. That's moatf.com. Check out their podcast. They do a really good job for those guys. And also, DGFX is brought to you by DIYsim.com, a sim craft company. DIYsim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis kit needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the result of these two pursuits. It combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYsim.com, a Simcraft company. There you go. That was a nicely smooth work into that little segue there, but got a battle on track. They're a bit out of kilter in terms of pit stops, but the number 2 car is battling for 7th place, and they're right up behind GT Temple Racing, number 5 here, going through the Porsche curves. That number 5 having to take a really wide line through the latter part of Porsche curves, and it's had to compromise them, and here comes the number 2 car through on the number 5, and that's up into 6th place now for the number 2 there, Alvin.
Definitely running about 6 right now. Looking here a bit on the field, it doesn't look like there are many other battles, so kind of that battle here for P6 between the 2 and the 5, that is the closest battle that we have on the track right now. As it is right now, the Simatalk Esport running in P6, and really interesting because the number 2 Simatalk Esport, they were involved in that incident where they hit the wall coming out of Ted Russo, running now in P6, trying to salvage as many points as they can because they are one of the contenders for the Prototype Championship.
Yeah, definitely. It's trying to see how they're getting on here, and interesting to see how the standings look going into the final round of the series, because of course, you know, this is the 4th round of 5 races, and yeah, these guys, they're certainly going to be pushing hard and trying to get every point that they can. Peter Smith has stopped. What's happened to him? Fusion Black, they were the race leading GT car, and they're around, and that is into Porsche curves, and they got caught up behind the 126 car, lost control of it, off they go. They're able to get back up and running again, but Peter Smith, the number 8 car now, has dropped about 8.5 seconds on Blackadder Motorsports. Big incident there for Peter Smith, and we were saying about how traffic can affect you. Well, that's another way it can affect you, Randy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. That could sort of go either way. I think that Peter expected that Porsche to take the regular racing line and try to swing around the outside, but that Porsche did sort of an awkward thing and just tried to stick to the outside. I think that might have just been a little bit of a miscommunication there, maybe a little bit awkward, but still very, very, very unfortunate there for Peter. He's going to relinquish that lead, and now he's going to have all that work that he went to trying to get it back. Well, he's going to have to go back to work again. Luckily for him, though, not too far behind, only about 6 or so seconds on back on the racetrack.
And well, also you've got to take into account the fact that his tyres, they'll be screaming at him now, because the fact that he locked them up to put all that heat through those tyres there, they're not going to be feeling the best tyres towards the end of this stint now, Randy.
That is true, but the good news there is that he's about 3/4 way through his stint right now, so he's not going to have very many laps left on those. And with it being Le Mans tire life, you know, it's good to have good life in the tires, but it's not a track that typically works the tires particularly hard. So luckily for him, he should be able to get that all cleared up sooner rather than later, and especially with the long straights you have here, you get a lot of opportunities that not only to cool the tires off, but if you do go off track and get some dirt and dust on those tires, to get them cleaned off before you get into a braking opportunity. So he should be all right in that lime green Ferrari, but let's hope so.
Third place GT car, TNT Racing Gold. They're onto pit road now. That's another pit stop for them. Yeah, they were a little bit out of kilter in terms of pit strategy compared to everyone else. So they're changing driver. Troy Schultz getting behind the wheel now of that one, so they'll be doing a full service on them. We haven't really talked about the GTC class that much in this one, and Alvin, that's because we've got about 26.5 seconds between your race Legion GTC, which is Evan Mariel in the SimRC.de Kiwi car, and Berlin Simsport in second place.
Well, the racing started really fantastic here in the GTC class during the first hour, but as the race has gone by, many of the GTC cars here have been claimed as casualties in many number of incidents. Some of their fault, some pretty much none of their fault. But what we are seeing right now, these top four, the number 79, 87, 76, and 161 are pretty much like the survivors, so to speak, in this GTC class. So now the number 79 trying to open that gap almost 25 seconds over the number 87.
Yeah, certainly, as we mentioned, yeah, as you say, those four survivors of that class, it's all about sort of like 26 seconds between first and second, and 16 seconds between second and third, and then fourth place is 47.5 seconds behind third, so they're all gapped out there. And Alvin, you've taken part in plenty of endurance races as well as you, Randy. How difficult is that when you're effectively on your own and on track? How difficult is it to keep that mentally, keep going when you're not seeing the car in front of you or behind you?
It is a bit difficult for sure, and this is the part of the race that if you're the driver, you really need to focus on what is the task at hand, because yes, while there may not be somebody in front of you and you're trying to push that little bit to catch the car in front of you, you know, having that visual cue, sometimes it does help, but in this case you don't have it, so then you have to focus. And then having the team manager or the race engineer trying to keep you unfocused on what is at hand. Do you need to save fuel? Do you need to save tires? What are the target lap times that we're looking for? All those things, trying to give as much feedback to the driver as possible. And of course, there are some of those. There are some drivers that, when it comes to feedback, it's pretty much leave me alone. I know what to do.
Randy, you were never one of those that give that little feedback, were you?
No, I'd never give anyone feedback ever. I'm very tight-lipped with my opinions.
And, well, one of those things isn't true in that conversation right there. As, well, everything sort of calmed down once again on track. TNT Racing Gold, after making their pit stop, have come out in 6th place in GT behind the German SimRacing.de 111 car. It's good to see War Dogs back on track, even with their battered and beaten car, after they got bounced about in that last virtual safety car incident. Troy Schultz, TNT Racing Gold, looking to try and catch up to that car in front, that 111 car, and try and make up at least one more place here. And drivers and teams, it's been a unique challenge for them as this one. And well, it's a unique challenge as this track. We've been saying this all the way through the race. But these guys, you know, the racing that they've had in the series so far, I mean, you look at the tracks that they've been at, Sebring, Silverstone, I've completely gone blank from where we were last time. I'm sure Alvin will remind me right now. He can't remember either.
No, I can't.
But you look at sort of the difference in those tracks and the racing that we've had here, and teams that have been going for the championship, they're having to approach this race a completely different way here, Alvin, and they're really having to work a different way and be that little bit more patient at certain parts of the track, whereas normally they'd be able to weave their way through, say like if you're a prototype class car, for example.
And that is one of the main differences that we've had in this race versus the first 3 rounds, because there is no safety car. You cannot go all bonehead and try to make these crazy strategies and moves. So this one you have to take as a normal race, and then when the virtual safety car comes in, you pretty much have to wait in where you are on the track versus the pits, and perhaps that's where you try to get some strategy going here and there. But for the most part, for most of the championship, for most of the championship contender teams in here, it's pretty much a normal race for so to say, and that's what we have seen pretty much for most of the championship leading teams in here. We have seen them running relatively smooth. Yeah, we have some some teams being involved in some incidents here and there, like the number 2 Sematok Esports. We've also seen the number 8 Fusion Racing Black. He dodged a bullet there going into the Portuguese with the number 126. So it's been really trying to keep the car as clean as possible, see where you are standing when the checker flag comes by, and then the next round, that's when you really have to go for it.
I just want to mention something here. Race leader, look at the gap they've got now. 1 minute 15 seconds is the lead between Pure Racing Team and Sematok Esport number 1 car. And that Sematok car has been, it's a similar pit strategy that they're on here. So that's just pure pace as what's happening there. Speaking of Fusion Black, Peter Smith now, look at that last lap. Traffic obviously becoming involved there. But 4 seconds, Randy, faster, as we've got a car off, and I believe that's the War Dogs off at the Dunlop chicane. In fact, they've got back on now, but traffic getting involved there. But 4 seconds is a huge difference there. Certainly catching that Black Adder Motorsport car, catching it at the wrong point, the wrong time in the track.
It was 2 seconds that Peter was able to reel in the last time as well, so 6 seconds in a couple laps. So Peter Smith, you mentioned, Paul, that those tires might really be hurting after that little half spin he had. I think maybe not so much as he continues to reel in Matthias Magnussen, and they're coming up on the tail end of their stint. I think Peter will likely get to him right around the time these guys will be planning to come down onto pit lane here in a couple laps time. But Peter really flying out there in that number 8 machine.
Carl McBride, by the way, in the Graphite Racing car, had a huge incident, a huge wiggle, put him into the wall at Indianapolis, and he parked it in Arnage. They've taken a tour back to the pit, and it looks like they're going to be pretty much out of this race now for that one. So a bit of a nightmare for Graphite Racing tonight. But heading down the Mulsanne once again, it is Fusion Black, Peter Smith, Black Adder Motorsports right in front of the Matthias Magnussen. And this is a battle for your race lead in your GT class. We've got a battle also at Fusion Racing and Chaos Brigade. They're back battling once again between the two of them. And of course, Fusion Racing lighter car. They're 11 laps into their stint here, so they're going to be pitting maybe next lap or the lap after, depending on how they're going. And these pit cycles are coming thick and fast now, Alvin. I know that Fusion Racing are a little bit out of kilter here, but certainly it's coming about pretty quick now that we've all this green flag racing, as here comes Fusion Racing down the inside into that second chicane.
Yeah, Fusion Racing coming really fast, one of the championship contenders. In fact, they are the championship leaders heading into this 4th round in the DGFX championship. So making another position there and staking more their claim towards winning the championship here. The only car that they have in front right now is pretty much the Sematok Esport and the Pure Racing team. But the Pure Racing team, they are not contending for the championship here. It's been a string of bad luck for the number 71 so far this season, and that is one of the teams that we really have to talk about, because coming into the season at Sebring, they were perhaps the strongest car out there, and a string of bad luck and bad decisions from their part have them had not so good finishes on the first 2 rounds, and to the point that they were relegated all the way to the waiting list because of all the incident points that they racked up during the first 2 rounds, and they couldn't participate in round 3.
Did we lose Paul?
Yeah, it kind of seems like perhaps Paul.
I'm back. Don't worry, I'm here.
He's back. Never mind.
I was just about to make the mention that we're almost up to an hour of race control, not having to make any decisions here in this race. So that tells you how long we've been green here for sure. But this battle for GTC, they're still going on, and they're heading towards them both making a pit stop here. Black Adder Motorsport, though, they're hanging on because Peter Smith, once again, 2.5 a lap faster that time, Randy. And, well, you'd imagine it's a matter of when, not if.
Especially as Peter's going to have that slipstream on Matthias here as they work themselves now through the Dunlop S's, and back down into this quick left-right section to lead back to Rouge. And this is where Peter's going to start making up all sorts of ground. He's within that slipstream distance and coming up on the longest straights on the lap. Peter likely going to see him very, very close at the end of this lap and potentially making moves either next lap or potentially even at the end of this one.
Liz is going to be looking interested. And of course, that Fusion Black car does have a Racespot logo on it, and we all know that gives you an extra 0.2 of a second per lap. Well, that's what we claim anyway. Always seems to happen. But into that first chicane, through the right, the left, and the right again. Get the good run out of that chicane because you carry that speed all the way down towards the second chicane now, and he's in that slipstream. He's closing up to that Black Adder Motorsport car, and you imagine it's just a matter of time. Is he going to do the move on the brakes into the chicane? Oh, he's going to go before then. And Black Adder Motorsport, I think they're being sensible there and saying, do you know what? Go in front. We'll take a slipstream. We'll save a little bit of fuel here, Alvin.
I think that's a really sensible strategy here if you are Black Adder Motorsports. Number 8, I think they are towards the end of their stint, so they should be coming at the end of this lap. So the number for the number 66, it could be a matter of trying to save a little bit of fuel. Perhaps they are trying to stretch it all the way to 13 laps, or perhaps they may decide, you know what, might as well just come in with the number 8 and perhaps get the jump on them on the next cycle of pit stops.
And thank you, Patrick Wolf, for reminding me where it was. It was Phillip Island last time where we were, Alvin, because that was a crazy race, wasn't it, around Phillip Island? Yeah, there was a few safety cars in that one, but yeah, certainly it was action-packed, and within sort of 15 minutes you had lap traffic, didn't you, last time out? So it was an interesting race for sure.
And I wouldn't even say even 15 minutes into the race. It was pretty much like 6-7 minutes after each green flag. It was pretty much
safety car
coming in as we got word from race control that the virtual safety car will be deployed.
Right, so who is that? What's happened?
The number 118.
Number 118. So what's happened there, Alvin? You're the one who's got eyes on it. What's happened there?
Well, it looks like just before coming into Dunlop,
they stopped at turn 1 still.
The number 118, they just stopped outside of the racetrack. I don't know exactly what's going on with them, but gotta say they really haven't had a good race today here.
No, they were part there for quite a while as well, Randy, and doesn't look to be a lot of damage on the car either.
No, I'm still trying to figure out what happened. I actually think that car exited pit lane and still had an issue, so
yeah,
I don't know. That's a curious one.
Yeah, they exited pit lane. You're right, Randy. They exited pit lane, and it sounded like the engine just died on them.
They knocked
Did it not fuel?
Maybe.
Or maybe an issue with the pedals or something like that. Maybe not able to get any throttle.
Potentially.
We've seen it happen plenty of times, haven't we, Randy?
Who knows? Not me.
Anyway, we're in a virtual safety car then. And for those who are making pit stops at this time, that's pretty much worked out well for them. In fact, if I was if I was Fusion Racing, no, they're too far away from the pits, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah, they're coming into the Porsche curve right now, so it will be kind of lock off the draw, and they can make it all into the pits before the virtual safety car is over.
We're pretty much on the halfway point of the race as well that this has happened. So Fusion Black, yeah, they're going through Porsche curves as well, and it would have been an ideal time to maybe take that pit stop, because you end up just able to take a pit stop and it not impact you as much because the other cars are at pit lane speed. So hardly ideal, but they're coming through, and we're in the last minute of virtual safety car. We'll be going green flag very shortly, as a few cars have taken to the pits whilst this has been happening. Bad Cactus Racing Blue. They're taking the pit stop and they're out. One of the 49 Motorsports cars. With Dexter Castro, they're on pit road and they're coming out now. This is the thing. Your racing brain, you're wired to immediately, as soon as you come out of pit road, hit that pit limiter and turn off pit limiter. In fact, Fusion Black are coming onto pit road. So they're gonna take a little bit of advantage here. It won't be as much an advantage as they would have had if they'd have been in the pits during the majority of the virtual safety car, but you're so hardwired, Alvin, that when you come out of the pit lane, you're going to hit that pit limiter and get to racing speed again. When you're under virtual safety car, you've got to not hit that button.
Yeah, and that is when having somebody else other than you on the team really helps, because you are pretty much focused on getting the car on the pit stall and then getting out, and then having that other person just remind you, remember, do not take the speed limiter off, we're still under virtual safety car. You know, that really does help. And I think I've seen a bit of an incident here. I think it's the number 126 going into the second chicane.
126, Aggie Motorsports Blue. They've not had the best race here today. Oh, they have had an incident, that's for sure. They were up behind the 49 Motorsports car and actually looked to the inside of them into that second chicane and clipped the curb a little bit too much. Lost control. The parked car are back up and running though, so no damage done to that car, a lot more than there already is on the car. Yeah, hardly ideal for Aggie Motorsports Blue today that happened. And well, they're back up and running now. Fusion Black will have their pit stop. They're out again. And we're going to have some black flags as well for speaking of the virtual safety car. So interesting to see who gets affected by these. And Fusion Racing now back on out of pit road as well, and the prototypes are there up and running. In that one, Peter Smith in that Fusion Black keeps hold of his second place in your GT class after his pit stop. So Black and Motorsports, they'll be coming into pits in the next couple of laps, you would imagine. A few virtual safety car infractions coming up here, Alvin. One of them once again is appears is that Top Freak Racing car, or the one in GTC, Top Freak Racing Radio.
That is, and you know, that is one of the things that we have in here. Teams have been instructed that once they said that they are under virtual safety car, everybody should be in under the speed limiter, no questions asked. So some teams perhaps try to take a little bit of an advantage here and there, try to leave it all the way to the last second to get in and activate the speed limiter, and that's where we are seeing some of the teams getting penalized.
Yeah, we're getting those penalties, that's for sure. And well, looking at this, they're going to be hit. It's so far it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars then getting penalties. For instance, under safety car, under virtual safety car. And one thing we haven't mentioned, because we've had the hour, let's go through quickly the standings as they are. That's Pure Racing Team in the lead of this one in your prototypes, 1 minute 17 ahead of Simitok Esport number 1. Third place for Chaos Brigade. Great race so far from them, with FH Racing in 4th, GT Temple Racing in 5th, with Fusion Racing just at the pit stop in 6th place, ER Competition 7th, and the Road Bastards Green in 8th place. In your GT field, just onto pit road now, is Blackadder Motorsport Wakiva, the 66 car there in the lead, ahead of Peter Smith in the Fusion Black car in 2nd. Team Vikings Midgard in 3rd, with TNT Racing in 4th. German Sim Racing.de in 5th with the 111 car, with TNT Racing Green in 6th. SimRC.de Melon, they're in 7th place with Lucas Dalton, not being the race for them. And 8th place is Bad Cactus Racing Blue. In the GTC field, it's survival of the fittest here, I'm afraid, and it's SimRC.de Kiwi in 1st place with Berlin Simsport in 2nd. SimRC.de Lemon, 3rd place ahead of Peregrine Yellow in 4th. Top Freak Racing Radion, they're going to have a penalty here in a moment, in 5th place with Lowy Racing in 6th. Berlin Simsport 7th and Probatum Racing Academy in 8th place. Been a nightmare for the GTC field here, Randy. Not the best one, that's for sure. As in fact, what's happened to F4H Racing, the 148?
Trying to have a look here exactly what happened to them, but
Oh no, they're having issues. That's what it is. They're still going.
Problems.
Problems. Yeah. But yeah,
technical difficulties.
This GTC field though, as Black and the Motorsport coming out of pit road, it was a full pit stop. The Christian Challenger now behind the wheel for them. They've dropped back a little bit on the Fusion Black because Fusion Black only took fuel in that last pit stop. But Randy, yeah, like I'm saying, GTC, survival of the fittest. They're just getting caught up in everything.
Yeah, they might want to rename switch the names for GTC and GTE because that Porsche field is basically GT extinct at this point. But yeah, looking at that battle for the top spot in the GTE class, that actually looks like the strategy calls coming through. Looks like Black Adam Motorsport taking tires, so maybe they're only keen on running the doubles, whereas Fusion seems like they can push the tires another run here. Get really deep on the race into the same set. If this pans out for them, that could really, really pan out. Also fitting that I make the problems joke, and then Christian Challenger, one of the peak drivers, gets in that Black Adam car.
Yeah, that's true. You make a good point there. Yeah, everyone's sort of spread out now. This is the part of the race where we basically take a little bit of a sort of back step and maybe look at having a little bit of a on-board lap here. And well, why don't we've not done one with the GTC field, and so coming into Mulsanne corner right now is Evan Merrill in the SimRC. In fact, no, I think they're about to pit actually. So let's go Berlin Simsport, the 87 car. We haven't gone fan immersion for a while, so why don't we take you RacespotTV fan immersion of Berlin Simsport. Pascal Sticks behind the wheel as they head on down the Mulsanne straight.
continues of your DGFX Racing round number 4, 6 hours of Le Mans. Randy Chinitz, Alvin Yeves, and Paul Smith, who will re-inherit the reins here shortly while he takes a short break. And, well, that was an onboard lap with the number 87 that Pascal sticks behind that Berlin Simsport Porsche GTC car that, Alvin, we've been talking about pretty much since the drop of the green flag. That category pretty much is RIP.
That's pretty much been survival of the fittest here in the GTC class. They started a really good race here. All the cars during the first hour pretty much being up side by side trying to get the best position possible, but as the race has been going on, those GTC cars have been trying to survive, and well, we pretty much got around I think like 6 or 7 Porsche cars in the GTC class that are still running.
The 79 machine class leader in that category actually comes on a pit lane. That's Evan Merle in the SimRC.de Kiwi machine. But let's actually take this opportunity that is the top of the hour and the end of the cycle pit stops to go down your top 8 in each category. In your prototype field, Pure Racing Team LMP continues to lead the way. Leonard Rart is in that car right now. Gaps out to 1 minute 18 seconds from him, followed by Simitalk Esport number 1. Chaos Brigade running third, rounding out your podium, and then F4H, GT Temple, Fusion Racing, Road Bastards, and Simitalk Esport number 2 round out the top 8 there. And then moving down to your GTE category, Fusion Black has really been the star of the race thus far. We had a couple of other teams. Follow Me Esports was running very, very well, but they unfortunately had an incident and fallen out. So Fusion Black has inherited the lead from BAM Workiva. A little bit of strategy going both ways here. Fusion running in the same set of tires. BAM or Workiva, they just took tires on their recent pit stop, so maybe look for them to potentially be strong on this run if the tires don't hold up for Fusion. Team Vikings in third, TNT Racing is fourth, German SimRacing.de number 11 is fifth, followed by TNT Racing Green, SimRacing Melon, and Bag Cactus Racing Blue. And then back to your GTC field, I mentioned these guys were on pit lane just a moment ago. SimRC Kiwi, Berlin Simsport in second, SimRC Lemon in third, Bergerine Yellow in fourth, Torford Racing Radion in fifth, Lowy Racing sixth, Berlin Simsport in seventh, and Probatum Racing Academy in eighth. A lot of those GTC cars are damaged and are shuffled way up and down the field in that order, in amongst a lot of other damaged race cars as well. So that's unfortunately going to be one of those classes that's going to be a slow burner. But I think the major talking point in this race, Alvin, SimRC and their desire to name their cars via fruits and vegetables.
Well, you know, they kind of have something. They either go really colorful or it's a really fruity.
I'm not even going to touch that one, as everyone still continues to blast. Most of our fights seem to have pretty much settled themselves out. Like you said, we are in the middle of the pit stop sequence, or right at the tail end of it. So some people that are off sequence might end up coming down pit lane, and fights that we were watching might check out, or we might get a couple here as things start to end. Chaos Brigade, one of those machines that's on pit road. They're currently running third. We got a car stuck in the wall. Sam Rosemont, F4H Racing prototype. We might get another VSC here in just a moment, but they are stopped on the outside on the exit of turn 1, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely the last thing you want if you are in the 4-4H Racing. Although they were running in P4, so they were running a relatively comfortable race up so far, even considering all the difficulties that some of the teams have been having in here for now. So it seems like maybe a bit of technical difficulties that they've been having, because we've been following them just a little bit, and they have been, I think this is due to a bit of the technical difficulties that they've been having, and they decided to park it safely on the track and see if they can make it, if they can get back into the pits.
So that's going to be unfortunate for them. Doesn't look like we're going to get a VSC for that. Looks like they were able to take that tow, and that's going to be unfortunate for them, because they were running top 5 in that class. And, well, the curse of Randy Chinowert strikes again here, Alvin. We just went down the order, mentioned them in the top 5, and then poof.
Well, you know, that sometimes it happens, but I think you haven't gone as far as perhaps being disqualified from commentary for doing too much of the commentary personally.
Well, it's what we're best at. Now, I will say, relatively fortunately here, Alvin, it's been a fairly clean second hour and a half, 2 hours or so of this race, because the first 90 minutes was an absolute cluster. So many different issues. We had a lot of big incidents. Last hour or so, a lot of things, just a couple cars here, a couple cars there. Someone have a technical issue and they'd get stopped, or someone have a salesman and they'd get stopped. We've really not had a big major pileup, I think, since that big one that happened on Mulsanne, I think towards the end of the second hour.
Yes, it is, and that is always good news whenever you don't have those big pileups and you guys just hours, or well, in this case minutes and minutes of good green flag racing, as we got a battle here between the number 22 and the number 88 on track right now. The Fusion Racing in the prototype class, the Fusion Racing and the Chaos Brigade for what is P number 4 right now. Fusion Racing in front here, heading down into Mulsanne right now. Let's see what the number 88 can do, but decides that they're gonna stay just behind the number 22 right now. The number 22 almost messes up that exit, but able to save it. Now see if they can go around this Porsche here. I think they're gonna look here to the right side, and yes, they're gonna make the pass go. Let's see what the Chaos Brigade does, and looks like they will follow suit.
Fusion Racing wanting to get a lot of TV time here as they're running up amongst your leaders in your HPD field, and they are leading the GTE field. And you can also chalk this up as a 3-car scrap, because that third prototype in line, Fabian Jungblock in the GT Temple Racing number 1, that's the number 5 machine that is also in this scrap. So we just had a moment where there really wasn't much action out on track, some pit cycles through, and we get one happening here as this 3-car battle exits through Arnage, and Fabian Jungblock is going to lead this little group here. But it's important to note, last time through he ran a 336, the Fusion car behind a 333, so we might be seeing that Temple car come down pit lane this next time through. Maybe
yeah, he should be coming in
here. Actually, no, he just pit a few laps ago. 6 minutes 2 lap time, just 4 or 5 laps ago. So this is actually a fight that's legitimate here. And then same as well for Neil Andrews. He just got in that car. Yeah, all these guys, they just cycled their pit stops. So this is an actual fight that's happening out there on the racetrack, dealing with a little bit of lap traffic. That's Stuart Dick in the per green yellow Porsche. No, actually, he is going to come down pit lane, and that's actually interesting to me, Alvin, because was there a VSC 4 laps ago that I forgot about?
Actually, yeah, kind of yes and no, but I got here on my timing screen that this is the 13th lap for the number 5, so he was coming into the pits for sure. So now the number 22 running here in what is P number 3 with the Chaos Brigade, now promoted to P4, but the Fusion Racing being able to open almost a 3-second gap up over the number 88. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, that Fusion car is one of the quickest out there on the track right now. Just for reference, Capria Racing Team car, basically been the fastest car all day long. Been in the 333s, 334s, and that's exactly what that number 22 of Neil Andrews is out there doing. He's in the low 33s, knocking on the doors of 32s actually, and he's coming close to actually running some of the quickest laps we've seen all race long. 331s were the absolute fastest that we saw in that first stint, but we haven't seen anything really close to that in a couple hours as the track has sort of come and slowed down. But that Fusion machine out number 22, I know this is something at Chimera they've sort of encountered as well in the prototype. Some cars, they don't really have the pace in the opening 1 to 2 hours of the race, but something happens, either the temperature in the track comes up, or the track just sort of goes to your set up your car, and you'll just get very, very quick once you get to about halfway or a little bit later on.
And that is one of the major things that we encounter on these 6-hour endurance races. Sometimes you're not the fastest on qualifying, and you may have a mediocre or decent starting position, not on pole position though. But as the race goes along, it's pretty much you try to get a pace going, try to get things sorted out, and as the race evolves, it's kind of like you put more minutes on the track, you get more laps on the track, and you kind of start discovering some things that perhaps during practice you were not aware of. And also traffic can play a big factor. Depending on when you catch traffic, you can use them to your advantage in terms of slipstream, or if you're battling for position, trying to kind of use them as a pick.
So just doing a little digging here, looking at this GTE fight, Alvin, because this is one of the interesting things we talked about with the difference in tire strategy between these two. Because at one point, we got a prototype spun on the middle stretch of the Mulsanne. I'm not sure who this is.
Number
Actually, no, I take that back. Yes, a 27-year-old Jurg, a lot of damage on that Berlin Simsport LMP machine. They're already 4 laps off your race lead, and they're now missing a nose piece, have a missing or a bent, rear wing, and maybe crabbing just a little bit. So that's going to be a lot of damage on that number 27. Hopefully get a replay of that up right now, or indeed we are going to. But talking about that GTE fight, as we're going to get a look at what happened to that prototype.
It looks like it was a bit of hardware issues, because there's no way that you're gonna all the way yank the steering wheel to the right side while you're going down the Mulsanne straight.
That would be a little bit heartbreaking, because the last couple big incidents and some of the issues we've had have been linked to hardware failures. So really, I mean, we've been talking about the race of attrition, and this has sort of been an interesting day for that. But looking back to the GTE cars, particularly your race leaders, we mentioned the fact that Fusion Black, they skipped tires. BAM Workiva, they did not skip tires. They took a full pit stop when they got Christian Challoner into that car. And looking at the lap times, that Blackadder machine has been 1 to 2 seconds slower than Fusion lap on lap. And if you're going to be taking tires, that's not something you can afford to have happening. You need to be quicker on that new set of rubber. But right now, Fusion and Peter showing fantastic pace out there in that number 8.
Certainly, yes. So now the number 8 can trying to get that trying to open that gap there. Now the gap for the number 66, it's almost 29 seconds. So for Fusion Black, definitely taking the advantage there in the GTE class, and will be interesting because when it comes to the championship, the main rivals right now for it is pretty much all about Fusion Black, the number 8 and the number 66. So this is a battle for the championship. The gap coming into this race was only 1 point in favor of the number 66. So if things stand right now as they are, the number 8 will take the lead going into the final round, but only 2 points.
Speaking of the lead, I'm back, by the way. Pure Racing Team are onto pit road here in this race. It's amazing. I'll go away for a quick break just to rest my voice a little bit, and all manners of problems start happening. It's amazing what happens when I go away for a few minutes and leave Randy in charge.
Well, compared to what was happening the first 2 hours when you were in charge, I would call a hardware failure and a slightly unscheduled pit stop perhaps as all manners of failures.
That's a fair comment, and I'll take that on board. Thank you for the feedback there, Randy. But anyway,
you're welcome.
2.5 hours remaining on this one, and well, these drivers, they're still pushing on Chaos Brigade. They've had an issue. Where is that? That's at the second chicane. And how have they done that? Have they just gone a little bit too quick? I believe they have hit the first curb fine, and yep, back end just goes around on them. Number 88 at that second chicane down the Mulsanne straight. Quick boot of throttle, get the car facing the right way, and away they go again. So
look at this, you take over and all manner of problems start happening.
It's the Case Brigade, 4th place. They keep the 4th place, so that's the important thing here. They're still 25 seconds ahead of Simitok 2. Of course, Simitok 2 have got that extra stop to make as well, because they had that early stop due to damage that they received earlier on in the race. So it's certainly happening to them. Bad Cactus Racing and Team Vikings, they're battling away at the moment for 6th and 7th place in the GT field, and heading towards Indianapolis now. And these two they've been a bit back and forth, and Bad Cats have not done a bad job today here, Alvin, have they?
No, they definitely haven't, and this pretty much has been a race of trying to survive. Yeah, we knew coming in that this race was going to be a really interesting one, because it is perhaps in terms of time, it is as long as Sebring, but we knew that the speeds are going to be so high that it was pretty much trying to survive. And when you also consider you have the virtual safety car versus the actual safety car, that is something that for many of the teams here, that when the safety car came in, that you kind of bunch up the whole field and you kind of get a new opportunity. With the virtual safety car, it is a totally different story. You pretty much have to plan the race as a normal race and then kind of try to take advantage where you are on the track. If you can come into the pit to try to take advantage of the virtual safety car.
And I tell you what, good patient driving from Bad Cactus Racing Blue. They got up behind the Probatum car, decided to stick there because it was more sensible to stay there rather than to try and force their way through at the Porsche curves. It was a good job because they had 4X Racing, one of the prototypes, coming through there as well, and they went around the outside of all of them. So keeping it going, keeping it nice and clean, that's good driving to see. We like to see that, and in towards that Dunlop chicane. Bad Cactus Racing Blue, when you look at those lap times, they were 1/10 of a second faster on that last lap, but traffic was involved in that one. How they go about, I mean, I'm looking at the previous lap times that they've done as well. Bad Cactus, 332s, they're in the 332s, 352s, and the 353s. Whereas that Team Vikings car, they've been in and around the 52s as well, so pretty evenly matched here, Randy, between the two of them. In fact, you'd think that Tom Anders Berven has just got that slight edge over Bad Cactus Racing here.
Could very well be the situation. It's going to be interesting to see what Brandon Eckrich can get out of that Ferrari, but you're absolutely right. The fact that 172 machine, having that little bit of a pace advantage, he should be able to maybe just stretch this out, but as we've seen all day today, traffic can wreak havoc in where you are on track and the strategy you might take, and all it takes is a prototype catching that Team Vikings machine in an awkward place, and suddenly Bad Cactus has an opportunity to really race them hard and shove the nose in some places.
It is a relatively interesting thing here as well. Pure Racing Team, their last pit stop, 1:22. They did a driver change, and so they've done a full service, but 1:22, that's a bit long for a full service, isn't it? In the prototype.
Maybe had the repairs.
Must have had some repair. Of course, you can clatter the curbs around the Ford chicane and a couple other places, and maybe just getting caught out with a little bit of traffic as well. Having to take repairs as well for that. So that lead is down to just 48 seconds now. So Pure Racing.
They better get on it. It's tight.
Yeah. It's tight as a drum, that's for sure. They've been a class above everyone else, Alvin, of the Pure Racing team so far today, and they just keep on showing it every time. And you think this Pure Racing team, it's not their, what you would say maybe is their air drivers of the Blancpain series or things like that, but Patrick Wolf and Lennart Rath, they're doing a really good job, and it shows that they've got strength and depth in that team.
And by no means, these are not trying to discredit either Patrick Wolf or Lennart Rath, but it does show what the roster of Pure Racing team, that they can come with perhaps two of the, perhaps not the fastest drivers into this race and absolutely dominate the whole prototype field and here today. So it kind of shows you for Pure Racing team that they do indeed have a lot of drivers there that they can pick, and that they can pick and choose and try to see what is the best strategy. And for Patrick Wolf and Lennart Rath, it's pretty much trying to show the rest of the world that Pure and Pure Racing team, they may not be the fastest drivers, but they can still drive that car to the best of their abilities.
And they do it so consistently as well. The lap times that they put in lap after lap after lap, it's almost metronomic with those drivers here today as well. So you mentioned it there, it's that strength and depth that they've got, and they're just showing that utter domination at the moment, and it's working out well for them here, Alvin.
It definitely is, but now we had a battle here between the number 33 and the number 167 here in your GTE field. That is for, if if my live timing kind of starts working correctly here down the field. I think that is for number 167. So that is for P number 14 and 15 on track right now between the number 167 and the number 33. Number 167 right now in front of the number 33. So it's pretty much trying to see if the number 33 can get a run here. Seems like there's some front end damage for the number 33, but it seems like he's still got a good run here coming into the second chicane line. Looks to the left side, and the number 169 said, you know what, I'm not gonna fight it, just go ahead, we're gonna live to fight just another day.
And these are two cars that have had issues in this race, and they're down several laps here. You think there's 8 laps down on the race leader. Compare that to the leader of your GT field. They're 3 laps down, so they're 5 laps down on the leader of their GT field. So it's still a battle on track. Excuse me, battle on track, and it's certainly one that we'll keep an eye on here. But as you mentioned, Alvin, the front of that the Apex Racing Group car doesn't look pretty at the moment. It is a Ferrari, but it's taken a few knocks on the front of there, and certainly trying to do a recovery drive here, because of course, you know, this is a championship. This is a round of a championship, the DGFX Endurance Series. You can still get valuable points here, even if you finish further down the order, Alvin.
And at the end of the day, that's pretty much what every single team is looking at here. Every point here matters, no matter where you're running. No matter if it's in first place or all the way down in P number 14. Like the battle that we're seeing here between the number 33 and the 67. The fact that you can get in for as many points as you can, you never know. And even though these two cars, they may not be fighting straight up for the GTE championship, any point that you can get in, any point matters.
Absolutely, it all counts. I can tell you that after we started the race with 56 cars, we have got 45 cars remaining in this field, and there's still cars circulating, looking a little bit beaten, looking like they're maybe won't be going back on the forecourt, the showroom, that's for sure. But certainly great to see still this number of cars on track. We have got a close battle on track here. Fusion Racing, the 22 car, and the number 1 Simotok eSport car. Battle for second place overall here, just 7/10 of a second between the two of them, Randy, as they're heading down the Mulsanne. And it's so important to get your run through Tech Rouge, carry that speed down towards the first chicane here.
Yeah, and Fusion seems to have done a very good job of it as they are slowly reeling in that Simotok machine. Last time through, Neil Andrews in the Fusion Racing car was a second and some change quicker than Julian Rabelio in the Simotok eSport number 1. I'm sure I pronounced that more than correctly, Paul.
I think you got absolutely spot on there, Randy. Well, Hugo,
we don't care what Hugo thinks.
Hugo's now trying to tell us what it is, but we'll carry on regardless. Here we go then, Fusion Racing. Oh, they're going defensive here at Simotok. They want to keep on to that second place here, even though Fusion Racing are a couple of laps further on in their stint. Oh, big switch from Fusion. Well held there from Neil Andrews. Holds onto the place and takes that second place there.
He definitely meant to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. He did that for the highlight reel, that's for sure. But here comes Simotok eSport down the inside towards Mulsanne corner. And that's the position they want to be in. It's this tricky braking zone though, and they get that position back. But Fusion now, there's a lap car in front of them. Oh, the tail out on that Fusion car. They're really pushing it now, and they're heading towards Indianapolis. This is another place where you can make a move. And here they are, looking for the speed difference. Use that slipstream now, in behind into the gearbox. Looking to the outside, Simotok showing them the outside here as they head towards Indianapolis. Onto the brakes, side by side still, inside line for Indianapolis now. That's got Fusion in front, and they're going to stay in front here, Randy, into Arnage, but great racing between these two. As Randy now goes silent on this.
And
that was my
there we go.
Yep.
I blame ATVO.
Okay.
But it is great racing though, isn't it, between these two? They're still fighting going into Porsche curves here, and Simatop down the inside into second place once again, but running wide. Can they keep it on the track?
Oh, dear.
Yes, they can. And credit to Fusion, they could have gone into the back of them there, but didn't do. The held back. As I say, it is great racing between these two, and it's great to see this from these prototypes.
Yeah, these guys are pushing really, really hard as they get in the run now down toward the Ford chicane. There's going to be a battered up Porsche that will likely have been watching this in his mirror and is like, oh Lord, please don't get me involved in this. And well, he's going to get caught by these prototypes at a very awkward position. Can Fusion do something with this? Is that Porsche going to get on that go pedal? And actually Fusion able to work the slipstream just a little bit. Neil might be able to make something of this as they go running up down into the Dunlop corner, and yes he will. A little bit of overlap side by side into corner number one. He'll have the inside line through the right-hander, but the outside line through the chicane. But can he hold the long way around? Yes he can, but working the cutback. Here's Simatalk. This fight for second place in your class is getting very entertaining here. They work themselves down through the S's on the run towards Tetra Rouge, and well, Fusion has the place once again, and they're coming up on another long drafting opportunity, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Fusion are doing now. They're wanting to hold that draft, hold the slipstream, try to carry as much speed as they could through Tetra Rouge, and they just have to back off a little bit there with a slowdown penalty. I think they did get a slowdown penalty on the exit of Tetra Rouge, so that's dropped them back a second now, and all that hard work trying to stay in the draft, that's dropped them back now, Randy.
And that's not exactly what they would have wanted, is they work themselves now down into the first chicane. And I think right now, I think if you're Julian, you just have to wave the white flag at this point. Fusion fought them off hard, and well, after that slowdown, that's going to drop them way down the order. Well, not down the order, but way back on the racetrack. So now if you're Julian, just get back in rhythm. Don't really worry too much about reeling that gap back down and getting it back in. Just, run clean. Don't force yourself into a mistake.
Right, well, that battle's calmed down, but battle that's heating up once again is Bad Cactus and Team Vikings in your GT field, 6th and 7th. These two can't be separated, Alvin. They keep battling away between themselves, and every so often Team Vikings gets pretty close, but then black traffic just seems to get involved once again.
And that is pretty much what happens here in multi-class racing. You try to open the gap, and all of a sudden traffic comes by, and the gap gets closed again, and it opens and it closes. And this is pretty much pretty much what happens during a multi-class race. It is about when you catch traffic and how you deal with it, and that is the most important thing that we have seen in here. We saw the two cars, the number 22 and the number 1, being caught in traffic, but both of them decided to be smart about it, don't really push the issue, decided, you know what, we were caught at a bad place, so might as well wait for it, and when we see a safe place to actually do the overtake, then we will do so.
They do, and they did do that, and here we go then. Dor Anders Bevan looking to the inside of the first chicane, not making the move, descends against it for the time being. It's important to get that run out of here now. And look at all the traffic in front there on the track of these two. Okay, the prototype is going to be out the way. There's some GT traffic, which won't be the easiest to get by because, of course, they're very similar pace to each other. So this is going to be interesting to see if they do catch that traffic, where they catch it, and how they deal with it. Into the second chicane here now. Left, right, left. And Team Vikings, this is smooth on the way out that chicane there. Not too aggressive on the chicane. 6/10 of a second behind, so they're going to stay behind for the time being in this one. And they've just taken it easy, keeping that draft, and that's exactly what they're doing here. And maybe setting themselves up towards Indianapolis possibly here at Randy. Using that slipstream, they can get close here.
They have a decent run. Let's see if they'll be able to do anything with it, though. They now work themselves all the way down this long stretch of road from Mulsanne up towards Indianapolis. And actually, no, I think they have an okay run, but really the slipstream not coming hugely into effect, only a couple mile an hour. And so not reeling in nearly enough to make a move just yet through Indianapolis, being very keen to keep it on driver's right, which is the way you want to do it with the crown of the road through there and down the run to Arnage. He actually caught up, I think, a lot more through Arnage in Indianapolis, through Indianapolis, than he did all the way down that long straightaway with the slipstream. So Tawander Bourbon, showing some very, very good pace now as they head to Porsche curves.
Yeah, and we've seen attempts made at Porsche curves, but he's not close enough to make any moves stick, so we're going to go through these sweeping corners. It's always impressive to see race cars go through this section of track, especially the prototypes. Just the speed that they can carry through here is really impressive, and it's amazing what aerodynamics can do to a car. Exit Porsche curves then for Team Vikings. They're looking ahead. They're looking to see what's happening here. The number 2 car, by the way, onto pit road for a scheduled pit stop for them. And, well, that battle is going to be put on hold, put on ice for the time being, as Bad Cactus Racing Blue come onto pit road. Alvin.
Coming into the pits right now, 11 laps into Thurston. This should be pretty much just regular stuff. Now the question is, are they going to change drivers or not? And with that, if they are going to change tires, so they get it into the stall right now. So from the looks of it, it should be just a regular pit stop. I don't think they're gonna take any tires here, so gonna keep an eye on and keep you up to date.
Yeah, we certainly will do. Let's not forget though that the DGFX Endurance Series is brought to you in partnership with DIYSim.com, a SimCraft company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis kits needs. The evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the results of these two pursuits, combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technical accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYSim.com, the SimCraft company. And also the DGFX series is brought to you by My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. A couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of high racing added. Make sure you check out the website moatf.com. That's moatf.com for all of their podcasts. Make sure you check those guys out there, and thank you to them for supporting this series. With 2.25 hours left in this race here, still plenty of twists and turns remaining in this one, and a few of our prototype fields just bunched up a little bit, although we are going through some pit stops for some of them. Fusion Racing with Neil Andrews will be the next one onto pit road. They've got one more lap in them on this stint. Speaking of Fusion Black, 31.7 seconds ahead of Blackadder Motorsports. The interesting thing here, Randy, Christian Chalner was 0.8 of a second faster on that last lap, so they did a full service there last time out, did Blackadder Motorsports, and they've not really lost any time now, but not really gained any time here either with the fresh tires.
That's the problem. They haven't, been consistent. Whereas Peter Smith, skipping the tires has been, absolutely flawless. And the main reason why this is worrisome is that for the Blackadder guys, now maybe they're planning on keeping this set of tires on to the end of the race. However, for Fusion Black, they come down the next pit stop, they can guaranteed run the same set of tires to the next race. To the end of the race. I don't mean the next race. This isn't 1916 Formula 1. But there's, for Blackadder, it's sort of one of those situations of now you run a couple stints, and then with about 40 minutes to an hour or so to go, wherever that sort of lands, you sort of have the question of, can we maintain these tires to the end of this race, or will we have to take another set? For Fusion Black, they're safe.
They are. At Simatock Esport, number 2 car has caught up to the Roadmasters Green on the exit of the Porsche curves. Simatock out the pits, of course, on their latest stint, whereas the Roadmasters Green, they are due a pit stop in around about 6 or so laps. Oh, that's unless they don't make a mistake like that, which they do. Big mistake into the forward chicane, and Simmertop got involved in that. They're checking the tracking of the car, because that, even though it looked a relatively small instant there, Alvin, could have caused some steering damage there.
It could certainly do, and that is the last thing that you want, especially we are almost 4 hours into this race. So, you've been racing here for almost 4 hours, and doing that sort of mistake, it is really heartbreaking, because it pretty much, as we look at the standings, it seems like most of the teams that are pretty much still running are pretty much, it's kind of like survival. So being able to so far being able to still be on track and being able to race and still get a good finishing position, that is a victory in itself. So the last thing you want is to be caught in a mistake by yourself and costing your team and yourself some good points.
Fusion Black, a little bit of drama entering pit lane here for Peter Smith as he came down for his scheduled pit stop. The pit lane here at Le Mans, relatively interesting because he sort of have a chicane, overcooked it, and he basically lost himself a little bit of time. Not much, but that little bit of half spin might show that there's a little bit of worrisome there for them on those tires at the very tail end of the stint. Now they are on pit lane now. Question's going to be, how does Blackadder do in reeling that gap in?
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to change driver and get Paul Searle back in the car then. Peter Smith doing a big long stint there, I believe. Why
aren't they named PS Motorsports?
Because they're part of the Fusion team, that's why.
Yeah, but Fusion PS, Paul Searle and Peter Smith. You got to embrace these little mean things in the teams.
Well, as long as they can put my face on the side of the car, then they can have another PS as well on there. But Paul Searle started the race for them, did 2 stints, and then Peter Smith has done 2 stints for them in that? No, 3 stints, hasn't he? In that one. So he did 35 laps there, and now Paul Searle is getting back in behind the wheel. Out they come, 56 seconds. That's a full stop. Blackadder Motorsports there on the Mulsanne straight, and they've got around about, once my timing screen catches itself up, it should be around 55 seconds, something around that gap. About 53 seconds is the gap between the two now, with Blackadder Motorsport due to come in maybe this lap or maybe next lap here, Andy. And really, they should only be doing fuel here.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be expecting from those guys, but still, they'll probably be on pit road for roughly a minute. So this might be pretty close here once everything cycles themselves out. And that little half spin, like I said, if Blackadder ends up just taking the race lead, that little half spin there from Peter Smith would have really, really hurt them, because that would be the difference between the race lead and not. So really, Tristan Challoner, hopefully he has some spotters, and I'm sure they're either watching the broadcast or watching the cars that are around for sure, be able to say, hey, look, you need to just be perfect coming on the pit lane, because the Fusion guys had a little bit of a hiccup, but they're now both on the Mulsanne straight. One's getting ready to leave it, one's getting ready to exit the first chicane here, but Tristan Challoner, I think we're expecting fuel only here at this next pit stop here in about a minute's time as he's at Mulsanne.
And we had a bit of drama here with the GTC leader, the number 79 SimRC.de Kiwi coming out of Arnage. They had a bit of contact with a GTE car, a little bit of a spin, but able to get it back on track. But a little bit of drama there with the GTC leader, and that means that lead with the number 87 got from 45 seconds all the way down now to 25 seconds.
I'll tell you what, Alvin, we mentioned it last time out at Phillip Island. But the Porsches, the GTC field, it's a case of who hasn't got damage in that field. We had this, again, like I say, last time out. And really, I would say it's only the Berlin SimSport car that doesn't have any damage to it at the moment here in this field, because everyone else has been involved in some form of sort of incident. And as you say, that incident down at Arnage for Berlin SimSport, not for Berlin SimSport, for SimRC.de Kiwi, that really has just cost them a little bit of time.
They have cost just a little bit for sure, but that's one of the things that when when you are running and you still have a healthy lead, you know, sometimes those incidents could happen here and there, and you can kind of take the luxury of having a bit of incidents here and there. Of course, that is the last thing that you want for you to happen. You want to have as clean of a race as possible because even the smallest of contact, you never know if that bit of contact that may have spilled and other is because of a bent steering or just suspension damage.
Race control arrow, having a look at something whilst we go on, so we'll keep an eye on that, see if they make any decision as to whether anything needs to be done. Blackadder Motorsport, your GT leader, of course, inherit the lead from Fusion Black, who made their pit stop. Christian Challoner on pit road now. And as Randy alluded to, it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out, because you're talking about a minute loss on pit road. Fusion Black are just coming out of Porsche curbs, heading towards the Ford chicane. Blackadder Motorsport still on pit road. They're just leaving their box now. Through Ford chicane goes the Ferrari of Fusion. Across the timing line they go. Here comes Blackadder Motorsport, and it's just going to be Fusion that take the lead. Back are they? It's going to be pretty close, but Blackadder Motorsport, they've got to get back up to speed. Whereas here comes Fusion round the outside. Oh, side by side into the Dunlop chicane. They're not giving it up, and Fusion just getting that lead back. But Randy, that tells you a little mistake here and there, and full service from Fusion Black, and that caught them right back up into this battle. And Blackadder Motorsports, they're still in with this one.
Yeah, the main thing, like I said, is that Blackadder Motorsports has to push these tires to the end of the race, because we know for a fact that Fusion Black machine can make it to the end of the race on that set of tires. It's brand new, and that's going to be one of the big things we have to watch. And one of the other things to keep in mind is you mentioned that little mistake that we saw from the Fusion guys as they entered pit lane. That's the difference, I think, from that Fusion car basically already being able to brake for the first chicane, rather than it's basically 2 or 3 seconds I think he would have lost, and that's a little bit of breathing room, and that's actually the difference between Challoner having the draft and not having the draft. Yeah, that's it. That draft really does help. By the way, battle for third place in GT, and that's Team Vikings Midgard and TNT Racing Gold. So Anders Berven and Troy Schultz battling it out for that final step on the podium for the time being. We're heading towards the hour mark once again, and this hour has gone by a bit quicker. It feels a little bit quicker, that's for sure. And
don't jinx it.
I'm not saying it, I'm not actually making any comments, I'm just saying it feels like it's going a bit quicker. So these two heading through into Dunlop chicane. Still about 8 tenths of a second between them, although not the best chicane from Team Vikings. Just allows TNT just to get that little bit closer. A battle for your lead in GT as well. Only half a second between the two of them. I'm sure we'll be able to switch between the two of them as we go along. And these guys, there's a warning for the car 160 for a dive bomb. And that's the 4X Racing car. So a bit of a warning there from them. And race control, they try to be keen on this sort of thing as your GT lead into Indianapolis. Pretty close, but not able to make a move yet, Christian Challoner. Those tyres, though, they're a little bit worn in now. They've got about 12-13 laps on them here. Oh, it's the Fusion Black car gets really close to that tyre wall, flirting with disaster there, Alvin. They could have had a serious incident there.
Pushing in for sure. That the number 8 in the Fusion Racing Black trying to get as much speed as he can, trying to break away from the number 66. Perhaps they need to realize that the number 66 they are running they are double stinting the tires versus the number 8 that they got a fresh set of tires, so they could take it a bit easier, the number 8, if they wanted to, but they didn't come here to take it easy. They came here to race for sure.
Yeah, they certainly are. They came to play. It's all about the game and how you play it, and they're certainly showing that They're trying to take it on and trying to win this one through the fault chicane. Once again, your lead battle in GT, half a second between them, half a second between third and fourth as well. So those two in GT as well. So two battles going on in GT. You've got also a battle in your prototypes between the Roadbusters Green and GermanSimRacing.de. So that's about 0.3 of a second between them. And yeah, this is a few battles coming together now here, Alvin. They certainly getting something. Getting some moves done and getting some battles on track for us to look at, but at the moment it's just staying as it was, although TNT Racing Gold, they're pretty close at Anage, and GermanSimRacing.de have made the move on the Roadbusters Green, and in fact Roadbusters Green come onto pit road at the end of lap 10 of their stint, so only able to go 10 laps on the stint there, Alvin.
Only 10 laps for sure, but I think that is more of a strategy call right now. Now keeping a close eye here between the number 172 and the number 77. Although the number 172, the Team Vikings Midgard, don't be surprised if they come into the pits at the end of this lap, because this will be lap number 11 under stint. Perhaps they have enough fuel to push it all the way to 12 laps. That's something that we'll find out. Now coming here out of the 4 chicanes and coming, into the Porsche curve, and now coming here towards the end of the lap. Let's see if they peel all the way to the right, and the answer is yes, the Team Vikings coming into the pits.
They certainly do. Also a black flag, 60-second stop and hold for car 167, which is Black Anna Motorsports in your GT field, the 15th in class. Not been their day. It's not been many drivers' day, to be honest. A lot of drivers getting caught up with the virtual safety car period, and then also with incidents going on track as well. So they've got a penalty for avoidable contact, and well, it's been a bit quiet for race control, so it's given them something to do. A couple of decisions done. But it's the best part of 2 hours without anything to discuss there for race control, which is good. This is what we want from these races. We want nice clean racing here, Alvin, and that's what we've been getting here now. Now everything's calmed down.
That is what we came here to see. For sure, we came to see here the drivers being here on the track and being able to do what they can and what they want. And so far it's been a relatively clean race for most of the part. Yes, we've had some big incidents in the first couple of hours, but then after that it's been a relatively calm race. We've seen some fantastic action here, great moves by many of the teams here, and it kind of seems like we are getting into that point of the race that I think the action may start to pick up again, because we are under 2 hours to go right now. So now the teams are starting to see, okay, so this is where we have been working with our strategy. Now let's start making the numbers toward those last couple of stops here and see what is the strategy to go from now all the way to the checkered flag.
Absolutely. So, as you say, under 2 hours to go. The race leaders of GT getting caught up behind the GTC car around the Porsche curves and getting back up underway. So pretty close between the two of them. We'll keep an eye on this as we go along. But under 2 hours remaining in this race here. And well, let's have a look at the standings as they are. We're just about to head into a pit cycle for your prototypes here. So in your prototype field, it is Pure Racing Team 1 minute and 1 second ahead of Simitok Esport in second. Chaos Brigade third place, further 33 seconds behind them. Fourth place Fusion Racing with F4H Racing in fifth after a few issues going on with them. Simitok Esport number 2 is in sixth place with German SimRacing.de in 7th, and Unicorn Endurance to 8th place now for them. And then we've got this battle here that we're looking at the moment. It's your GT field race lead, and it is Fusion Black, Paul Sell behind the wheel in the lead of that one, only 6 tenths of a second ahead of Black Adam Motorsport Look Even. Is the number 66 car in second place. In third, there's TNT Racing Gold. They're a bit further behind than them, about a minute and a half behind these two, battling out for the race leading class. TNT Racing Green then in fourth, with SimRC.de Melon in fifth place. Sixth place is Team Vikings Midgard. We just saw them making a pit stop, so expect them to move forward a little bit. After that, seventh is Bad Cactus Racing Blue, with eighth place being German SimRacing.de, the 111 car. We'll say that the battle for fifth place between Team RC and Team Vikings is pretty close as well, with the Vikings just coming out of pit road. In your GTC field then, it is SimRC.de Kiwi leading that one by the proverbial country mile, although they owe us a pit stop here. Second place, Berlin Sim Sport, Sven Newman behind the wheel there. Third place is SimRC.de Lemon, with fourth place Peregrine Yellow, Tom Stanley there behind the wheel. Fifth place, Talk Freak Racing Radio. They've had a few penalties in this one, but they're still going there in that fifth. And sixth place is Lowy Racing. Seventh, Berlin Sim Sport, the 196. And then in eighth place in Class Pro Button Racing Academy, of course, got caught up in that big incident through the Porsche curves, where they got turned around by one of the prototypes. That was it. It was one of the teams that actually ended up getting.
I was hoping you were
disqualified
going
from the
to say
race.
something way more interesting than just prototypes.
Nope, no, I wasn't. I could tell you that prototypes are on pit road now. Simmer Top number 1 has been on pit road, done just fuel stop only, and Julien Rubelot is back up underway. Chaos Brigade, they're changing driver, so expect them to do a full service here for them. But that battle's still going on for first place in your GT field. Pretty close between them, half a second here, Alvin. These guys are they're certainly doing it and doing a good job of it, keeping so close together between the two of them.
Yeah, it's certainly trying to keep as close as they can, and right now the battle for the GT lead with number 66 now in front here. Let's see what Christian Kellner can do with the tires, because we know that these are the second stint of the tires versus the first stint for the number 8 of Porsche. And going back to what Randy said, will be interesting how they're able to manage the tires, because yes, the number 8, they can go, theoretically speaking, they can go all the way to the end on this set of tires. Now the question is, how gentle is Paul Surley in with the tires as well, because if he starts to overdrive the car way too much, trying to keep up with the number 66, that advantage that the number 8 has, it may disappear.
May disappear, that's certainly for sure. Also, Fusion Black could be just sitting back here at the moment and thinking, well, we'll take it easy. We've got plenty of tyres underneath us, and we're also saving a bit of fuel here as well, and that make it a little bit quicker for their fuel stop at the next pit stop, which they won't have to take tyres at. So Fusion Black certainly in a good place at the moment as they head down the Mulsanne Straight there. As I know Randy made a comment there, does that mean that Randy's back with us?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yes, I am.
But they're certainly in a good place here. Fusion Black looking strong heading into the final 2 hours of this race.
Yeah, I think right now Fusion Black have to be the favorites. As long as nothing crazy happens, we now have 2 more hours left to go, and let's see, we should have a pit stop in about 30 or 40 odd minutes, and then they should actually have to do a splash and dash at some point. And that's really the big question mark, is that last 20 or 30 odd minute run, which they should have. That's going to be the big question mark for Blackadder, where I think Fusion can make it to the end, whether or not they feel confident enough to do so, especially, as you said, with Fusion just sitting in the slipstream saving fuel, potentially from here to the next pit stop, and depending on how the gaps go, because really the next handful of stops should be fuel only for both cars, could potentially even be like this, just have this gap to the end of the race.
But look, and to tell you what, that'd make for a terrific ending to this race, that's for sure. As they head into Mulsanne corner. Once again, about just under half a second between them, heading out of Mulsanne. They've got some traffic coming through. The Civic cars making it past them as they head towards Indianapolis, and that's going to help Blackadder Motorsports there, just getting in behind that prototype, just putting a hole in the air there, just giving them that little bit of a draft to be able to pull themselves a little bit further ahead. Into Indianapolis they go once again, right in a tight left, and Arnage. The funny thing with this corner, Alvin, is that you think, oh yeah, I've braked early enough for this corner. You never brake soon enough for this corner. It just comes up on you, and it's a lot tighter than you imagine it is.
Well, you never brake too early. You never brake too late. That is one of the corners that really there's not a brake marker that you can use as a really solid reference to start braking. It's kind of like you have to kind of do it by feeling and then hope that the car will be able to stop in time before you turn in, because it's either you're not able to turn in or you're gonna spin the car. Pick one.
And well, that GTC traffic just getting involved with Fusion, and Fusion just having to be patient here. And well, through they go. And well, we've got Prototype there as well to put a lap on them. Possibly the worst point to get lap traffic as well. Although that Prototype heads on down to pit road, so that's good for the Fusion Black, but they've lost. Oh, it's a spin! Half spin there on the exit of the Ford chicane. Clattered the chicane, the curbs there. Hit that sausage curb on the inside of the final part of that chicane. Did well to keep it going, half pointing in the right direction, but big moment there for Paul Searle, and it's a little bit of a wake-up call that, yeah, this isn't all going their way. They're now 6.5 seconds behind Blackadder Motorsports here, Andy.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a, upsetting mistake for them, but luckily, like I said, they still have that slight card up their sleeve of the tire strategy. But now for Paul Searle, he just had that little hiccup, and he's sort of in a situation now where he could cruise behind Blackadder to now he sort of has to push, and now it's sort of, this might give Blackadder enough of a buffer to maybe really think about whether or not they even want to take tires or not, because the more space they have, the more it opens up the ability for them to not be able to take tires and still manage that gap. If it's too close to manage, sometimes you have no choice and you just got to swallow your pride and take the safe way out. And also important to note, if that gap does get large enough, they might be able to take tires and have it free.
Well, here we go then. They're having to work hard, and already they've caught up 2 seconds of that gap. That's just showing that traffic once again coming into play. But yeah, that battle's just died down a little bit. We'll look elsewhere in the field, and you've got a battle here between the 72, that's German SimRacing.de, and the 16, which is Unicorn Endurance. Oh, that 72 car, very forceful through the left, right, and the S's there on the GTC car, and I don't think the GTC car was too happy about it there, Alvin, as the 72 runs a little bit wide on the exit of Tech Rouge.
Not happy indeed, and that's the last thing that he won. But the number 72 able to make it work. Right now running in what is P number 72, if I get my bearings here correct. He's running right now in P number 9 in class. So kind of where he started just a little bit. And Paul, we had to go a bit through the field and talking about being able to survive and seeing most of the teams how many positions they've been able to make and what teams have dropped back. And we always have to go back to the car running in P number 4, number 88 Chaos Brigade. They always seem that in qualifying they never do well, and they start kind of mid towards the back of the field. And right now, running in P number 4, they are doing a fantastic race so far.
Yeah, certainly are, and 16.5 seconds ahead of the Simmer-Top number 2 car, one of the championship contenders. Okay, we saw them getting mixed up in a few things, but still, Chaos Brigade are there by merit. They deserve to be there, and they're doing a fine job, that's for sure. By the way, there was a close battle between Team Vikings and Midgard and SimRC.Team Melon, but they've just got broken up a little bit now on that one, as well, these drivers. This is. Yeah, how difficult is it for these drivers? As a fact, actually, Bad Cactus and Bad Cactus has made it past SimRC.D Melon. The number 195 has made it past, and is it just me? Is SimRC.Melon going a little bit slow at the moment? They certainly look like it. They look to have a bit of damage to their car. I'm going to find out if they've had any issues on this lap here. It's got a lot of damage on the front of that car, that number 78 car. I know they had the issues earlier on in the race, but looking at the lap times, they've dropped back a little bit, and they're 2 seconds a lap, 2 seconds last lap slower than the two cars that are in front of them. So SimRC.D Melon, Lucas Doltz are having a few issues here.
What we'd like to be having here is you're inside the last couple hours of the race. This sort of, all your hard work is supposed to pay off in this phase of the race, and starting having issues is never a disaster.
As we're having a few issues with Randy there, so Alvin, that SimRC.D Melon car, we've seen how good SimRC.D Melon and SimRC.D as a team have been in this series. Well, that 78 car looks to be a handful at the moment. They're on lap 7 of the stint. Are they just trying to get this to the end of this stint for a pit stop and maybe a repair?
Trying to get to the end and see what they can do indeed. But this has been pretty much a race of survival, pretty much. So the fact that they're still be able to run here, they're running in E number 7 right now in class. So that is a good job for them so far. And try to keep the car as clean as possible. That has been one of the major challenge here for most of the teams here in today's race. So if there is a team there that has no damage whatsoever, or that they haven't been involved in any incident whatsoever, you have to say good job for them, because this has been a very tough race.
And while looking at this now, look at the prototypes, 9th and 10th, German SimRacing.de and Unicorn Endurance. They're back together now. 4/10 of a second between them into the first chicane here, and I believe we do have communications back with Randy. Hello, Randy.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, communications are back. It's interesting. We're getting some fights starting to happen in most of our classes here. A couple GT fights cropping up, and now we get a prototype fight that's making itself noteworthy here between Unicron and German.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here, and these guys, they're... I tell you what, that's good from German SimRacing.de to get that Top Freak racing car between themselves and Unicorn Endurance, and the 81 car to stay out of the way here. Unicorn Endurance has gone a long way around them, so just cost them a few tenths of a second here. And while both German SimRacing.de and Unicorn Endurance both on the same amount of laps out the pit here, Randy, Unicorn Endurance, interestingly, one extra pit stop in this race for them.
Yeah, and that has to really hurt when you look at the all the drama we've had up and down the field. Granted, that probably means they got caught up in it, but having that extra stop means an extra minute or so on pit lane, and you look at all the dramas happening in front of you in that minute, and that could be the difference between running where you're at and really potentially having a top 5. So if that 16 machine, yeah, they might be having an okay race, being able to fight it out within the top 10 here in the closing stages, but what could have been has to be on the top of their head.
As a pure racing team, Lennart Rath onto pit road for yet another pit stop here in this race. We're an hour and 43 remaining in this one, and you would imagine that they're just going to do a fuel-only stop here, Alvin, for the race leaders, but we've not really talked about them. As they entered pit road, they were 2 minutes 14 ahead of second place.
That pretty much showed you the domination that the number 71 has been able to do so far in here today. The pure racing team, they've been able to, from the drop of the green flag, they haven't been, they hasn't really been anybody that has been able to challenge them for the lead of the race. Yes, towards the first end, the gap was kind of like 3 seconds here and there, but to me it was more like they knew that they didn't really have to push it. So as the race has been going on and mistakes have been piling on for the rest of the teams in here, number 71 has been able to keep a cool head and been able to run the race that they have desired.
Now, see, the only reason I brought up the gap at that point was just because it was so big, because the second place car had been in the pits, but it makes it sound a lot more impressive than it was. Oh, one of the GTC cars literally jumping off the track to get out of the way. That was of the leader. That was the Aggie Motorsports blue car. The 126 saw the he was half spinning actually into the S's with the PRT, the Pure Racing Team car, right up behind them. So just took to the gravel and keeps this one rolling. And well, that's what they needed then. They needed to have that little bit of luck, and you always, you know, it's the old phrase, you make your own luck, and you know, through hard work and grafting and putting the time in, then certainly they've got the bit between the teeth and done it. Now we do have a battle here, and Randy has just pointed it out to me. And that's a battle for the race leader GT once again, Randy.
Yeah, Paul's done a fantastic job, and I think he may have had a little bit of help over this last lap, because that allowed him to reel in 2.5 seconds of traffic lightly coming into play. But now Fusion and Blackouter Motorsports back at it again as they go running down into Mulsanne for the 64th time, as we're now pretty much solidly into the the 5th hour, as they now run down this long straightaway Indianapolis. And now, as I say now so many times through this sentence, the question has to be, will Paul sit in the draft and work the fuel number, or does he feel he has enough pace to get around Christian and stretch the gap? He's sort of looking up the inside down this straightaway, but he doesn't seem keen on making the move just yet.
I think if you Paul Sell, you sit behind, hit your fuel numbers, because he has pitted 1 lap earlier than Black and Motorsport there. I think he'd be better off just hitting that fuel number, conserve that fuel so that when he does have a pit stop, it's a little bit shorter and you can work the gap that way. That's what I would be thinking myself. But if they think that they've got enough pace in that car to be able to get past and then pull away, which they appear they have got. I mean, that last lap was, what, 9/10 of a second faster? Something like that? No, I'm looking at the fastest laps. Oh, my timing screen's gone a little bit.
It was like 2.5 seconds, but I think that if you look at their lap history, I think that was traffic aided.
Yeah. So certainly, if they think that they've got the pace in that car, then yeah, make the move and so you can pull away. But otherwise, if you're pretty similar in pace, get behind, save the fuel there, Randy.
I would say that's the thing you need to do here, is that if you have, like you said, if you do not have the speed, there's no point in really pushing for this spot. So just sit there, cruise behind, and just keep notching up that fuel number just every little bit. You'd be surprised how much over the course of this lap, just sitting in the slipstream and being able to lift and coast everywhere around this place, well, the driver in front of you, because they don't have a slipstream and thus getting that speed advantage, they can't afford to do so, how much fuel you'll be able to save.
Yep, these guys coming out of Dunlop chicane now, down the hill, and these guys doing a good job. I tell you what, the S's there, I really do like that part of the track because it's cambered. Really gives you a lot of grip, and you're able to get through there towards Tete Rouge, and that's what those guys are doing every single lap, using that camber to help them get around there a little bit quicker. Down the straight they go, and they're just going to sit there, Alvin. They're just going to sit there and hit those fuel numbers by the looks of things.
They certainly look like the number 8. That is what they are looking for. Now, we are into the portion of the race that everybody, theoretically speaking, this is the window for everybody to come in and make it on 2 more stops. So is there any team that will come in and take advantage of that window, knowing that everybody pretty much here, they will have to come in at least twice. So is anybody coming in? I'm pretty sure that if you're the number 66, you don't want to do that strategy, because running the next two stints on a full tank as the number 8 gets a look here on the left side. Let's see if he's able to make a stick here going into the second chicane here, and he's able to make that move go. So now put that number 8 all the way back on the lead of the race. But if you're the 66 and you're trying to run the rest of the race on this set of tires, I don't think you want to run the next two stints on a full tank of fuel. So you really have to get it all the way to the end of this stint, then go do one more stint, and then try to calculate how much fuel you need to finish this race.
Well, do you basically look at your fuel numbers and figure out and say, right, you not fully fuel on the next stint just to take a little bit less than you would need to, and just balance it out for the final pit stop? Do you do it that way to help the tyres and help the fuel number? Yeah, it's just one way of thinking about it. Rather than just completely brimming the car, running a full fuel, and then going for a really short final pit stop.
That could be another way of looking at it, and I think that is what the number 66 will have to do if they want to have a chance at winning this race, because the number 8, I think when it comes to tires, they do have the advantage. Although in terms of strategy here and fuel, if I look at how many laps they have done, number 66 only has to do one more lap in comparison to the number 8. So in terms of fuel, it looks like the number 66 does have the advantage so far. But we are gonna let them race just for a little bit, as we're gonna focus on another battle here at the number 78 and the number 195 here in your GTE class.
We certainly are, when I can actually find them on my screen. Here we go. Right, yeah, they are battling away out of Tete Rouge. They go down the straight here. Lucas Dolzer used to have got his pace back a little bit here, although he's not able to keep that speed down the Mulsanne straight here. And Bad Cactus Racing Blue able to stay in front. And you know what? That damage on that CMRC.de Melon car is really affecting them to the tune of about 10 kilometers an hour down
Even in the draft.
In the draft, yeah. So they really are struggling with that car, and they're just trying to get it to the end of this stint here, Andy, aren't they?
And for Dolzer, this is the most frustrating situation to be in as a driver, because you keep reeling that car of Bad Cactus Racing and Brandon Negrick in every single lap on lap on lap, and every time you get to a straightaway, that gap just opens up, and that, like, I can't think of anything more frustrating or tilting or triggering as a driver, knowing that you are quicker than that car in front of you, but your car is not, and therefore you can't get the move done.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and you end up then making more mistakes, which then puts you in a worse position, and you overdrive the car, and before you know it, you're backwards into the kit litter and into a wall here at some point. But Lucas doing a good job. We know how good Lucas Dolzer is, and in these types of events we've seen him loads of times in different series, and he's just having to just grin and bear it here and try and keep going in this race. Out of Mulsanne corner he goes, and yeah, half a second now between them. That gap is just slowly increasing there between the two of them, and that's pretty much that battle done with, and there's nothing that Lucas Dolzer can do about it. Maybe he could come in at the end of this lap, because he's done 10 laps on the stint, and we are in that magic window, Alvin, where he could do the pit stop strategy now for the end of the race.
Yeah, we certainly are at that point, but I think what many of the teams are going to do here, especially since this is a race that you have to take care of the tires right now, I think it's pretty much trying to get as much as you can from this stint, and then trying to balance it out on the next two stops, so that way you don't have to run one of the stints on one full tank of gas.
Well, here we are then. Those guys are still pretty close, but yeah. Bad Cactus Racing Blue pulling away a little bit there from CMRC.de Melon, and just looking through the field, it's all just spreading out a little bit. And speaking of spreading out, Black and Motorsport, they're back ahead of Fusion Black by a second here, so change of position once again in your GT field.
Yeah, things are looking aggressive here for the race league. Were you about to say, Alvin, as I started talking?
No, I was about to say, if anybody knows whereabouts on track that happened.
Nope.
Okay, well that's great. Anyway, the important thing is that they changed
that battle
position.
battle that we were watching in P5 and P6. Well, now that battle is gonna be resolved on the pits.
I would think that the SimRC.de Melon car is going to be on pit road a lot longer though with that damage.
We've had that damage for a while though.
Yeah, but you still with the difference in speed, you'd take some sort of repairs, wouldn't you?
No, it's not always that clear cut though, because the way unfortunately iRacing does repairs is the cars don't get fully repaired. So you could sit there for a minute and be able to, as the new drivers are getting in, and you might not get any repairs that actually affect the top speed. And I've actually seen the inverse happen, where you take the repairs and you get slower. So for SimRC Melon, if the car is driving okay and they don't feel they're losing so much speed that it wouldn't be worth it to sit for that minute or two on pit lane, I think for them it's a good choice to actually just go out and continue doing laps.
Okay, well, Ed Voras behind the wheel of Bad Cactus Racing Blue. Away he goes. Oh, that car just bogs down on pit when it exits its pit stall there. And
That's
Maximilian Scheider, Maximilian Scheider, right up behind him then, was 0.6 of a second slower on his pit stop. That's all, but look at how close they are coming out of pit road. Away they go then. They've had a full service, new tyres, and it's race on once again between the two of them here. And these two certainly pushing each other here to go down through the S's here at the start of this lap. Oh, Bad Cactus Racing Blue just running a little bit wide, missed the apex, that first part of the S's there. Down towards Tete Rouge now, looking to run out there, use the speed. Let's have a look at Maximilian Scheider now. Let's have a look at his speed. He's slower still. That damage is still affecting him. He's in the slipstream there, but he loses out about 10 kilometers an hour on top speed there down the Mulsanne Straight. But he's so much faster on the brakes and in the corners. And that car does look dialed up, Alvin. It's just that it doesn't have that top speed anymore.
And that is really frustrating if you are Maximilian Scheider in the number 78. You know that you have a good car right underneath you, but because of all the damage that the car has sustained, having those extra 10 kph, they are not with you, and it is really frustrating because you're trying to do the best that you can, and knowing that those 10 kph is pretty much what's been the difference between being in front or behind of the Bad Cactus Racing, the number 195. It is really frustrating, but you know, for Maximilian Scheider, it's pretty much you still have to keep a cool head, try to do the best that you can with what you have.
Yeah, you certainly do, and that's exactly what they're doing here as they're heading towards Mulsanne corner now. TNT Racing Green, by the way, onto pit road to GT Field, making their pit stops into Mulsanne corner, and through they go, and Maximilian Scheider just getting it right out into the gravel there, and this is pretty close between these two. But I'll tell you what else is pretty close. That's just down the road there from those two, and that is the lead of GT Field, and that is Black and Motorsport Wakiva, number 66 Christian Challoner, and Paul Sell, sorry, thinking of his teammate Peter Smith there, but Paul Sell in the Fusion Black car. Through Indianapolis they go, now into Arnage, right-hander, and these two, less than half a second between them, and there's not much been separating these two at the moment. Randy, as they're heading in towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, Jake, you're right. I mean, they're very, very tight here as they go running down in towards Porsche curves, and fortunately for them, not a lot of traffic really out there on the racetrack right now near them. A couple slower cars behind them and some prototypes are lurking behind, but they're going to get, I think, a number of laps here relatively clean where they can just figure this battle out amongst themselves. Not a lot of slower traffic out in front, and actually most of the traffic out ahead of them currently that I can see is all prototypes.
Yeah, that's it. There's not a lot of traffic for them to work through, so they're going to be driving through some clean air. They're going to be able to just keep the heads down and get the laps in. And Paul Searle is on lap 10, going on to lap 11 of the stint now. He'll be heading onto pit road very shortly, and as I say, you've got that battle just behind them on track, even though they're a lap behind on timing, between Bad Cactus Racing Blue and SimRC.de Melon. And look at that, SimRC.de Melon getting really close to the back of them, looking to the inside of Dunlop chicane. Deciding against it though, not making any move as they go through the Dunlop chicane, down the hill, underneath the bridge. And these guys, they're keeping it pretty close between them as well. So excellent racing, and also excellent racing towards the front as well. Simitok, Esport #1 and Fusion Racing, they're pretty close between them. But of course, Fusion Racing will be due on pit road, you would imagine, on this lap, because they're on lap 12 of their stint now. They're due a pit stop here in this one. Whereas Simitok, they're on lap 8, so they've got a few laps in the bag at the moment. Fusion, they've got the lighter car. They should, in theory, be a that little bit quicker on the track here. Meanwhile, Paul Searle out of the first chicane in that slipstream, and Alvin, I just think he's just sitting here at the moment. But we've seen that he wants to make moves and he wants to get ahead. I would personally just sit behind now, because you're coming into the pits at the end of this lap.
And most certainly that is the smartest strategy here for the number 8 with Paul Searle behind the wheel. You know you're coming into the pits at the end of this lap, so perhaps try to save a little bit of fuel. It may not be much, but it may be half, maybe 1 extra second that you don't have to put in, and that could be a difference between coming right in front of the number 66 or just staying behind. So the number 8 right now doing the smart thing.
Well, I can tell you right now, both of these cars are saving fuel, because if you listen closely to the engine notes on the braking zones, they're both lifting before the braking marker. The Tristan Challoner, he's lifting about 75, 50 or 75 meters early than before he'd have to get on the brakes. And that Paul Syria in the Fusion Black car, he's lifting about 100 meters earlier than that. So both cars in fuel save mode, trying to get as short of a final pit stop as they can get, final couple pit stops as they can get. Right now, that Fusion machine having the slight advantage due to that slipstream.
I mean, for anyone who's new to racing in general, but sim racing in particular, just if you want to expand on that a little bit more, just how easy is it to save fuel in a car like this? What sort of things can you do to save fuel?
It's a car by car and circuit by circuit basis, and it's also one of the things where you have to know some of the intricacies of the sim, because sim works in relatively interesting ways and how that goes. And back to you, Paul.
Yeah, we appear to be losing Randy once again. But basically, I think the gist of what he was saying is that you can lift and coast here.
When I come back, I'll give you more info.
Do you know what? You sound fine now.
Well, that's just hilarious. Well, then let's risk it then. So fuel saving.
No, not yet. Sorry. But
we'll get it eventually. Well, what we will say is that Paul Searle will be turning right in a couple of seconds here, and he will be heading onto pit road, you would imagine. Yes, he is. There he goes. So he's coming onto pit road now for his penultimate pit stop, he hopes, in this one. So that's going to be that lead battle just broken up a little bit for the time being, only for a lap or so, because you would think, or maybe 2 laps, sorry. Blackadder Motorsport, they're on to lap 11 of their stint, but Fusion Black, they're on to pit road now. Simitok Esports, they're switching at the final corner, number 1 car, they're in second place, because Fusion Racing are on to pit road now for their, hopefully, penultimate fuel stop as well. And we're looking at the 195 and the 78 battle between those two, because really it's quite close between them. And in fact the 78 looking to get the cut back here on the exit, the S's, beautifully done there, and Ed Voras, okay, beautifully done, then run way too wide. That'll get him a slowdown penalty there, and the 78 is going to have to serve that slowdown penalty, and that's going to allow Ed Voras in the Bad Cactus Racing Blue car to go through there, Alvin.
I don't think even by serving a penalty they will be able, but I think the number 78 noticed, yeah, we made a mistake, so might as well let the number 195 by, just in case we don't want to incur the wrath of race control, which has been relatively quiet as of late, so that's actually good to see that race control really has not had to be involved in any sort of investigation so far. So what we're seeing right now is great racing here. So I think maybe now Randy has sorted his issues. So Randy, why don't you go ahead and explain what many ways we had for saving fuel here?
First things first, am I back or do I sound like a robot?
No, you're good.
All right, I'm good. So fuel saving, you know, it sort of depends on a lot on track by track, car by car basis. Some cars are easier to do than the others are, you know, maybe not so easy. One of the major things is actually how slippery that car is, and one of the major factors for modern GTE cars, and this applies to the Ford as well, is that even though they generate a ton of downforce, they do so very efficiently, and they don't really have all that much drag. So the cars actually coast really, really well. That's going to make it a little bit easier because you're not going to burn off nearly as much speed going down the straight. Also, one thing to keep in mind is actually gear ratios. And conventional thinking normally says you want a taller ratio, but a lot of times on the sim, just the way the sim does fuel burn, it's just all about getting from point A to point B as quickly as possible. So shortening that gear ratio can also at times be best as they're side-by-side pulse.
Well, they've actually gone past as the Sim LC.DML car, the 78 car. They're in front of Bad Cactus Racing Blue, and the question is, can they hold it there? And they've possibly done it in one of the best parts for them, considering that they've got the slower car because of the damage to that car. Getting it done before Indianapolis, you're getting it done before the twisty section of the track here, Alvin, and that's where they've been the superior car of the two of them.
That's what we're going to see if they're going to be able to pull off the advantage here. The number 78, Maximilian Scheider, definitely has a better car when it comes to the handling part. So now coming here into the Porsche curves, and let's see how he is able to, if he's able to open the gap here. Right now the gap as they enter the Porsche curve right now, if I got my, it's only 1.7 seconds and still opening the gap. There's a slow car in front though, but it is within the same class. So let's see what the number 49 is able to do. Are they gonna let the number 78 go by, or are they just gonna make it a little bit hard? Well, you know what? It is the Ford chicane, so might as well make it a highlight.
Absolutely. It's been a disappointing evening for 49 Motorsports, it must be said. They'll have come here expecting so much, and then yeah, that's it's not ideal from them, and really they're down what, the 49 car's down in 38th, which is 16th in class, and their teammate is out the race. So that was two of the Ford GTs in this field, and one of them is left running. So not been a good day for the Ford GTs, especially not for 49 Motorsports, who came here with such promise, and after having some good races earlier on in the season, Alvin.
Well, and speaking of having good or bad races, guess what? The number 118 again in trouble into the first chicane, has a half a spin, but does a full 360, now trying to rejoin the track, and it looks like he rejoined safely. Yeah,
that car again has had some issues here in this event. And that WR Racing B car, not been an ideal race for them, really. We could say that about quite a lot of the field here today. We did start the race with 56 cars, and well, we've got what, 11, 12, 13 cars out the race. We're down to 43 cars in this field. On a track like this, a race distance like this, I mean, we've still got an hour and 18 minutes remaining in this one. It could have been better, if I'm honest, but it could have been so much worse here, Andy.
Yeah, it really could. Also, something interesting I just noticed, Christian Challoner in that BAM work via number 66, he just put down one of the quickest laps that car's done at a 49.7. They've done a couple of those over the course of the race, one of which happened the first stint. That was a 49.4, their fastest lap of the race, but they've been in that 51 sort of bracket in a while, and to hit that lap time for Challoner, very important time for him to be hitting those sorts of laps as we're coming up in the closing stages and what should be the penultimate pit stops. Yeah,
you would imagine that they're going to be coming in this lap because they're on lap 12 of the stint, and these GT cars have really been doing 12 lap stints here today, and heading through Arnage, so we won't be too far away from seeing whether Christian Challoner will be coming onto pit road here on this time by. He's got a 58-second lead over Fusion Black, and we saw how close it was coming out of pit road the last time that they had a pit stop. And you just think that Christian Challoner has to just do a fuel-only stop here, Andy, because if he takes tyres, okay, he's got fresh tyres, but he's going to be about, half a minute behind when he comes out the pits.
Yeah, I suspect that he's going to just take fuel only to the end of the race. Now, the question is going to be, though, were they expecting to get another driver into that car? Because Christian's been in it for a while. I don't think there'll be any issues with a driver time or anything like that. Also, one thing curious to me is he actually does indeed come down pit lane. Actually, no, I take that back. I misread that. So he's going to come down onto pit lane, and looking at their strategy thus far, this is pretty much on time. Actually, there is one thing that's interesting. Mark Torres, who did the first stint in that car, they only went to lap number 21. Now, I don't know if they opted to come down pit lane with one of the VRS, the virtual safety cars, excuse me, not VSC, not VRS. But that seems relatively interesting to me to come down that early on the stint. And yes, we are going to get a driver change, and Magnussen gets back in the car. He's the one who was in before Christian. So if there's issues with fuel, it might be for some of these guys coming down a little bit early due to the safety cars.
Possibly. Yeah, absolutely. We've had those 3 or 4 virtual safety cars in this event, and it's been great that these last couple of hours now have been green flag all the way through. Got an hour and 15 minutes remaining in this one. And, well, looking down here on the pit road, they're doing a full service to change a driver, and there goes Paul Searle back into the lead of GT. And
took
there we
tires
go.
too.
Yep. Yeah, like I say, full service for them. And, well, has Matthias got this pace in the car? There's certainly, they know they've got pace in the car. It's just whether Matthias can get the pace out of that car and get a lot of it done. But yeah, this is definitely these two. They've been, and it is worth pointing out, Randy, and you mentioned it when they were both pretty close together. These two have been fuel saving pretty much all their stints, haven't they? So you know, it's not easy to do 12 laps in a Ferrari. But they've certainly been able to do it between the two of them, and it's working out for them, being so far ahead of TNT Racing Green, who are in 3rd place and the best part of a lap down.
Oh, we got a Porsche spun on the exit of Indianapolis. This is Vincent Slolven in the AG Motorsports Blue Machine. He waits for a handful of cars to go through, and he re-enters right in front of another Blackadder Motorsports car of David Vieira. David Barraclough also cycling through, but no major issues. But a little bit of drama there from Solson. Not sure what happened, if that's a solo incident or maybe a incident with another car.
Some would say that track rejoin, Randy, was a little bit dangerous, wouldn't they?
Yeah, he's been going to the Sebastian Job class of rejoining racetracks.
Well, he's back up and running. That's the main thing. But it's not the first incident we've seen of that car, and it's Aggie Motorsports. Alvin, we saw them do have such a good race at Silverstone, Aggie Motorsports, and since then it's just not really worked out for them.
Yeah, you know, it's not been the race for Aggie Motorsports for sure that they were looking for, especially for that number 126 has been really having a rough day. But the fact that there's, you know, it's at this point it's pretty much a never give up attitude, because with all the incidents that we have, and I think we have a bit of a funny thing going on here with the number 167. I think they were supposed to come into the pits and they just overshot the pit entry and decided, no, how about we lock up the brakes or go landscaping and take the road into the pits.
Yeah, that's one way into the pits, that's for sure. We've got a battle, by the way, between 6th and 7th place in your GT field, the 195 and the 111. GermanSimRacing.de has got a lap to find. I was hearing a spinner behind them, and that's the 78 car of Maximilian Scheider. Well, he's had a big moment through the Porsche curbs, lost it himself, and amazingly kept out of any walls. That is a fantastic effort from Maximilian Scheider to keep out the walls, because that car was way out of control through the second part of the Porsche curves there, Alvin.
Well, I got an even better one. At the number 126 spawn going into Indianapolis, well, the number 27, the number 127, you know what? Hold my beer, I'm gonna do a better one here going into Arnash.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. It's almost a battle between the two teammates there as to who can be the most spectacular in losing control, but certainly, here we go, we've got battles. We've got the battle here still between 6th and 7th in GT. A shame we don't have the battles in your prototype class, because, well, look at the timing screen. Your racing team have got 1 minute 29 on second place. So that one's pretty much done and dusted for the lead. They could probably come in and clean the car in their final pit stop, like traditional Le Mans style. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this battle then. 6th place GT. Now we will be expecting GermanSimRacing.de in either this lap or next lap for their penultimate pit stop. But the later that you can get your penultimate pit stop done, the better it is for that final pit stop, Randy.
Yeah, that it is. You know, the later you can go, the better, as always. Also, one interesting note, just looking at the lap chart for that PRT, you know, class leader. He got in for Lennart Rart. He got in on lap number 27, and he's currently working lap number 78. So he's been in that car for about 2.5 hours right now. So that's a pretty long run from him thus far. So you have to say that we're probably going to see the driver swap and probably see Pat Wolf get back into that thing once he comes down pit road, if not maybe a third run. Yeah, absolutely. As we saw the GermanSimRacing.de car, Marcel Egberts, making his way through on the Ed Voras down the Mulsanne straight into that second chicane. So that is definitely a move done, and he's able to pull away now. He's only 1.2 seconds ahead of that car. But as I say, he is a lighter car because he's due a pit stop shortly. So he will be owing us that one. And this is what I keep on saying this in whenever I do any special events here on iRacing or any of the endurance series that we cover here on RacespotTV. This is what I love about endurance racing. You could go through the whole race, kind of have an idea as to how teams are going to do with the strategy as the number one car comes into pit road. But it's not until that final pit stop that everyone takes before you actually know who is actually going to be in for a shout of maybe not a race win, but certainly a shout of getting a really good result here. And one thing I would say is Black & Motorsports are only 22 seconds behind, 23 seconds behind Fusion Black in your GT class lead battle. So that tyre stop hasn't really cost them too much. Maybe a little bit of traffic or something for Fusion Black. We'll have to check the lap times next time around to see how they do on that one.
but there's still battles there, and this is what I love about endurance racing. I'm sure, Alvin, it's one of the many reasons why you love endurance racing.
It certainly does. And now for the number 66, now they know that, yes, because they took fresh tires, they lost a ton of time in comparison to the number 8. But now the number 66 has two main advantages. They do have fresher tires in comparison to the number 8, and not only that, they are 2 laps ahead when it comes to fuel strategy as well. So for the number 66, there are plenty of strategies that they can do. They know that those extra 2 laps, that will net them maybe 3 to 5 seconds on the last round of pit stops, when the number 8 and the number 66, they have to come into the pits just one more time to put in fuel. So now the question is, with the fresher tires, is the number 66 be able to have the advantage in terms of pace?
I'm just keeping an eye on the lap times then for Fusion Black. They come across the straight now. A 3 minutes 32 seconds lap for them. And here comes Black and Motorsports heading towards the end of their lap. Interesting to see what they can do lap time wise. They're really pushing it. You can see it with the body language of the car through the Ford chicane. And out the Ford chicane they go. Across the line, a 3:51.3, so about 7/10 of a second faster than Fusion Black. It doesn't sound like much, but Brendan, a few laps like that, it all adds up.
We're sort of in the window to be really, really good. What do you see?
Black and the Motorsports, number 169, down at Indianapolis, has had an incident. And they've done it all themselves, through the right-hander into Indianapolis, just lost the back end, and bang! That was a huge impact with the barrier there, taking the complete front end off of the car. I'll be amazed if they haven't done any other damage to the suspension or steering or anything like that, but that's a huge incident for them down at Indianapolis for the 169.
Yeah, pretty big incident indeed, and that's going to frustrate them, especially as we're approaching, the 5 hour mark, the 1 hour to go mark. This is really that phase of the race. You don't want to have any mistakes. Not that it's not frustrating to have an incident early on, but it's always the worst to have these sorts of incidents as you're closing in on the end of the race.
And of course, that Black and a Motorsport car was one of those that was involved in that big incident that caused one of the virtual safety cars, the one on the Mulsanne Straight, of course, when you had the Talk Freak car try and go down the middle of the GTC and GTE car, as your GTE leader is going past some back markers at the moment, and we're heading towards the final hour of this race, and look at the 49 and the 118 car. They're involved in a battle. That's down on my timing screen here. Look at this, Delta 49 Motorsports. It's we've not really mentioned them much this evening. They've had a torrid time in that Ford. WR Racing B, another team that's had a heck of a run today. Down the order, 14th and 15th place. They're pretty much running the closest battles on track at the moment, and certainly worth keeping an eye on them too as they go through the Porsche curves. And I tell you what we will do is we're heading in towards the final hour of the race, is that we will go on board with the 118 car. Steen Christensen is going to be your chauffeur, and we're going to go for a lap around this fantastic Circuit de la Sarde as we take you on board for RacespotTV Fan Immersion. we're into the final hour of the 6 hours of Le Mans here in the DGFX Endurance Series, live on iRacing Live and brought to you with RacespotTV. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me is Randy Cheneth and Alvin Nieves, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras for you tonight. And well, it's been an intriguing race as this one, that's for sure. And yet more twists and turns have been coming in this one. Thank you very much to the YouTube chat for letting us know that TNT Racing Green's Leandro Schmidt lost their internet connection, so a few technical problems for them meant that TNT Racing Green are now down to 11th place in class. But what we'll do is to take you through your field, and well, your race leader is on pit road. Pure Racing Team, Patrick Wolf now in the car, and he's going to finish out this race, you have the feeling, in the lead by a country mile. Fusion Racing second place in the 22 car. Simitok Esport in third with Chaos Brigade fourth. Fifth is Simitok Esport with F4H Racing in sixth. ER Competition in seventh, and German SimRacing.de in eighth. In your GT class, it's Fusion Black in the lead of that one, 22.5 seconds ahead of Black and Motorsport Lokiva. Third place, TNT Racing Gold with Team Vikings Midgard. Fifth place, Bad Cactus Racing Blue. TimRC.de Melon sixth. German SimRacing.de in seventh. And as I say, TNT Racing Green currently without a driver at the moment in eighth place. So they could be dropping down further in that one. In your GTC field, it is Berlin Simsport in the lead of that one by 5.4 seconds. So that battle has suddenly picked up interest, that's for sure. SimRC.de Lemon in third place, a minute and 16 behind them. Peregrine Yellow in fourth with Talkfreak Racing Radio in fifth place. Sixth place is Lowy Racing. Seventh, Berlin Simsport, the 196 with Probatum Racing Academy in eighth place. And that's one that snuck up on us, gentlemen. Alvin especially. The GTC battle for the race lead, 5.3 seconds between them now.
Definitely closing that battle between the number 87 and the number 79. We saw the advantage a couple of hours ago. It was around 40-45 seconds, and now it's down to 5 seconds. So look for that battle to heat up in a couple of laps time.
Certainly, as looking at the battles here in the field, just looking at the gap between your race leader and second place after that pit stop spell there, and you're looking at about a minute and 30 seconds between them. So yeah, being just absolute dominant display from Pure Racing Team, and you called it before the start of the race, Randy.
Yeah, well, I'm not always right, but I am. Well, when I am right, I tend to be really right. So it works.
Modest as always.
It works 100% of the time, like 5% of the time.
Well, looking at the GT field, that battle for the lead, Black and Motorsports are only 0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap. They need a little bit more out of that car, and Fusion Black, they're currently in the box seat. They're in the place that they need to be, but it's all down to that final pit stop. And Black and Motorsports, Randy, have got 2 extra laps on them in terms of fuel, so they could have a really short final pit stop compared to Fusion Black. Extra, 2 laps less fuel to put in, and that could be the difference there.
That's really the only ace Matthias Magnussen and that BAM car have up their sleeve, is that couple laps, because we pretty much are under the assumption that Fusion Black will not be taking tires from the rest of the race, and the difference isn't necessarily going to be from here to now, but that difference came at that last pit stop when we saw that BAM machine come down and take tires and generated this big gap. So the space is there. The question has to be, can they reel that gap in? And I think, unfortunately, the answer thus far, he's been quicker, but he hasn't been enough quicker to really reel that gap down. A handful of tenths here, handful of tenths there, but cannot consistently reeling in, I think, a second per lap if he needs to be doing so.
Yeah, he certainly would need to be putting out those gaps, that's for sure. And, well, everything, Alvin, is just sort of spread out again in this race as we're headed towards the end here. We're into the final hour, and just look at this, it has certainly been a race of attrition for many cars, and well, we started with a big field, 56 cars, and we've just slowly been whittling our way down.
Certainly has been a race of survival for sure. Now with less than 55 minutes to go, we're starting to see we're starting to have a clearer picture of where every team is standing right now in terms of strategy and all that. So now we know that, for example, we have that battle between the 8 and the 66 for the lead on the GTE class, and that one is really interesting because, as Randy mentioned, the 66, even though they are 20 seconds behind, they have the tire and perhaps the fuel advantage just by 2 laps. So that could be something that perhaps they are thinking how exactly they are going to work, but they definitely have to start hurrying up because it's only 53 minutes now, and if they don't hurry up, it'll be the race win. It's gonna go to the number 8. And one more thing to consider, these two, they are battling for the championship as well, and as they came into the race, the number 66 was in the lead of that championship by 1 point. If the race ended right now, the number 8 will go into the last round into Imola with a 2-point advantage.
That's it, Imola. What a track to finish the season on, by the way. It's a tricky track, especially in endurance racing, because multi-class racing around there, at parts it doesn't feel like the widest track, and it's only got a single line through certain parts of it, and we've seen previous endurance championships take races to that track, and all sorts of shenanigans go on because of the fact that drivers are maybe not quite as patient as they are somewhere else.
And that certainly can be a problem, especially as we head into the last round, because on this track, you definitely need to have patience for sure, no matter which track you go. But the last round is gonna be a really interesting one because Imola, it is really tight, and when you consider you're gonna have almost 60 cars in that track, it'll be really interesting how all the teams are able to manage that race, considering many of the drivers here are going to be entangled in some sort of battle for the championship. And now we also have to start thinking about the top 3 on each championship, because we always kind of focus on who is on who wins each class, but also we also have to think about the top 3 on each class. They are going to get a pass onto the last round on the Neo Endurance Series into the 24 hours of Le Mans. So that's also that some teams here are playing for as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. Looking at that event that we will see on RacespotTV. Make sure you check that one out. But, well, what we'll do now is have an interview. Randy, take it away with one of your race-leading drivers.
Yeah, I'm stood by with Leonard Rohr of Pure Racing Team. And Leonard, it's been a really stressful race for you guys, hasn't it? Gotten out to the very tight minute and a half or so buffer and kind of stayed there all race long. How stressful has that been for you guys?
As a matter of fact, quite stressful. The last races we participated in weren't quite to our likings. The last Silverstone race, for example, that was absolutely terrible, and so we had, at least a little bit of pressure coming into this round, as Le Mans is one of our favorite racetracks here. And Patrick did a, frankly, quite a decent job at the beginning of the race, but couldn't really quite separate from the second car, the Black Adder car. Then there was that huge accident, which took out 3 cars behind us, and from then on we had that 40 seconds buffer. Then I had it coming together with Porsche in the 4 chicanes, which unfortunately damaged our engine a little bit. So yeah, we might have a Toyota issue here, that we might have a blown engine on the last lap, maybe.
Nah, I think you guys will. But talking about the Pure Racing Team, this is something we sort of discussed a little bit earlier on, and the fact that since Coanda's sort of semi-pulled out of the HPD game, especially in Neo, and we've mostly seen them in GT cars, as of late, you guys at Pure Racing Team have sort of become one of the dominant forces in that prototype division across all sorts of series. You've been good in World Tour events, you've been good in Neo, you've been, you know, generally decent in this championship and pretty much dominating this race through and through. What is it you think you guys have found in that prototype to get you so strong? Does it suit your driving style? Is there something in the setup you think you found that others aren't hitting on? What do you think the key point is in getting that prototype up to speed?
I think a big part of that is actually Patrick Wolf. He is, when it comes to the HPD, he's the #1 guy, in my opinion, in terms of knowledge and knowing what to do when we have setup problems. Whenever we hit a stop, when we say, okay, we don't know how we can go fast on this track, with Patrick and Maximilian, and when these two guys sit together and work on a setup, for example, it's just amazing, and the car basically drives itself. The only thing you have to worry about as a driver then is just to not crash the car. And yeah, as I said, a huge part of that is Patrick's doing. And we have had so many races with this car now, so we know what to do, and experience plays a huge role as well.
Thanks for joining us, Leonard. Well done on the first 5 hours being so dominant, and hopefully this last hour will go your way. Good luck to you guys, and hope to see you run well at the next round as well.
Thanks for having me. See ya.
No problem. Paul, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And well, the 22 car, Fusion Racing, got a little bit out of shape going into that first chicane down the Mulsanne Straight. It just kissed the wall on the inside of the corner there, Alvin. They were able to carry on going. There's just slight bit of damage down that right hand side, but doesn't look to have affected them too much there.
Definitely a scary moment there for the number 22 right now, running in second place in your prototype class. So now with that little bit of damage, perhaps it really hasn't done much, but now we have to keep an eye on the number 1, the Sematak Esport, because the gap right now it's just over 8 seconds, and looks like the gap little by little is starting to come down. So perhaps the number 22, that damage that they got by that kiss all the wall may be just enough for the number 1 to be able to reel them back in.
Certainly, it was a heart-in-mouth moment for them, and I'm sure that the teammates, Neil Andrews' teammates, will have been gasping for air, that's for sure. But yeah, looking at that Sematok car, the thing is that Sematok car has got 4 laps to play with in terms of fuel strategy compared to that Fusion Racing car, so the strategy does favour that Sematok car, and you would imagine that if it's not close, they should get that second place from them, Alvin.
It certainly does that. So now it's just a matter of how much the damage to the number 1 was done, but they still have to come into the pits one more time. So perhaps while they do the service, perhaps the damage is not really that much, that they may be able to repair just a little bit and be able to regain that top speed. But that said, the more laps they do, the more they are at a disadvantage. So if I was them, they are inside the window that they can make it into the finish of the race with just one more stop. So if I was the number 22, I would come into the pits right now knowing that I'm losing hand over fist in terms of time relative to the number 1, get that damage repair and come back onto the track.
One thing to make note of as we're heading into the last 45 minutes of this race, Randy, is that once we reach half an hour remaining in this race, there will be no more virtual safety cars. So even if there's a big incident which blocked the track, if you're in that last half hour, there's no virtual safety cars to help the strategy call.
Well, hopefully we don't have one then, any of those big incidents, but we're coming up on that marker, about 20 minutes or so away from the half hour to go point, and that's when it's go time, I think, for everybody. Not that it isn't now, but we're expecting at least one more pit stop from all your classes here, and most notably keeping an eye on that GTE fight, which
we've got an incident at the Ford chicane actually. It's involving second place in your GTC. That's Sven Demel in the DCMRC.de Kiwi car. Oh my goodness, this is a rate conflagration, that's for sure. FRH Racing, Sam Rosamond in the 148, trying to get past the Berlin Simspot car. The Berlin Simspot car loses control into the chicane, tries to stop it, and then just all concertina up. And that FRH car gets up into the air from the contact with the 79. And big moment for them, and everyone able to carry on going. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of damage on that FRH car that affects them for the rest of this race, because they're in 6th place, just under a minute ahead of ER competition here, Alvin. And well, it's gone down to about 50 seconds now on my timing screen. It's finally caught up with what's happened there, but big moment into that final chicane.
Well, considering how that car is built, I am pretty sure that the FRH will have some damage for sure, but it also kind of shows you a testament of how the Porsche has made the amount of punishment that we have seen these cars take in today. And you know, they have taken so much damage in here today, the Porsches, but the number 140, yeah, for sure they have some damage, so they will have to come into the pits.
They're driving down the hard shoulder down the Mulsanne straight, which isn't always the best thing to do because it's quite bumpy out there on the hard shoulder. There's a car spun round at the chicane, and that's Team Vikings, 3rd place in GT on the exit of that second chicane. Just lost it all on the run through the left-hander of that chicane, on the curb, around goes the back end. Didn't hit any wall though, so that's the main thing. They're able to keep it straight, keep it going.
You just had to pull over and fight some ice giants. No?
Okay,
no
fair enough. NAB Racing have just had a spin as well down at Mulsanne corner. So it's all happening on this lap. What on earth is happening here? The 108 car has been around at Mulsanne, locked up the rears, coming up behind the GTC car. They're back up and running, no contact at all, so able to keep going. But yeah, quite a few things happening here, all in one lap, all in one go.
Yeah, Hugo says in our ear, remember we always have the last 30-minute drama, and we got 15 minutes till that point, so Lord knows what that is. As NAB actually had another close moment down in Indianapolis with the Pro Batum Racing Academy GTC car, but otherwise they're going to remain clean and keep going here.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we've actually got a battle. Simitok eSport 2 car decided to take to the pits here for its final pit stop. It was getting up with the Chaos Brigade, but now onto pit road for their final stop here. 42 minutes remain. They should be able to make that one last to the end, you would imagine here, Alvin, because of course with the time that it takes to do the pit stop as well, it'll take them to about 40.5 minutes, so they should be okay for the end of the race then, number 2 car.
Yeah, it certainly is, and for these prototypes, once they get down to the 45-minute mark, that is pretty much the part time for them to actually be able to come into the pits and do the whole race on one more stop. So for most of the teams now here in the prototype class, as they also go for a change of drivers now, David Soranzo in the Simitok eSport number 2 car. So now the question is, are they gonna change tires as well? That is one thing that we also have to keep an eye on. It is more of a common practice. Once you put a new driver, you also change the tires, but with this being the last stop, and well, I said that, and yep, they're going for no tires.
I believe we've had the baton round on this lap as well at the Ford chicane.
Getting just a silly solo spin.
Yeah, just clattering the curbs and yeah, around the go. It's not been their day today at all. I mean, you look at the state of the car as well. They're down in 8th place in class. They're a lap behind the next car up in class. It's been a nightmare for them, that's for sure. But you look at this, you know, TNT Racing Gold, by the way, they've disappeared from my timing sheet as well. Something's happened to them.
Oh dear.
Troy Schultz, and I believe he's having a few technical problems now as well. We're not even in the last half hour yet, and we're having all the drama here. Brandy.
Yeah, this is not a good sign for the last 30-minute drama, because there is always the last 30-minute drama in any of these races. It always happens. So this isn't good at all. But keeping tabs on the lead fight, the last couple laps have sort of fell back in favor of Fusion Black. I say that, but Matthias put a fantastic lap together to reel in 8 more tenths. But Fusion reeled in a few seconds the lap before due to traffic. So kind of ebbing and flowing between those two. And Matthias, he's made some ground up, but it's still a long ways to go considering we're approaching half hour to go.
And Fusion Black will be heading onto pit road, maybe not this time, but next time by. Although if they've been pushing this time, you would imagine that they'd be coming onto pit road because they've not been able to fuel save the same as they did when they were in and around Blackadder Motorsports. The number 22 Fusion Racing car is onto pit road for the final time here in this race. Neil Andrews taking one final service in this race from second place, so he's dropped behind Simataki Sport number 1 car, but that number 1 has yet to make its final pit stop here. So we're getting through these final pit stops now. This is where we're finally getting to see where all these battles and where all this strategy has worked out for everyone, and it's certainly, Alvin, is going to be intriguing to see, especially with a couple of these battles in your prototypes and in your GT and even in your GTC lead battle. Okay, that GTC one sort of gapped out a little bit because that instant that Ford chicane, but still, strategy can come into play, and it's still, anything could happen yet.
And this is pretty much what, how, and this is where it shows what you have been doing during the last 5 hours. Now it's when it's going to show in terms of strategy. How much are you being able to save fuel? How have you managed the tires and all that? And I mentioned all that, and well, got a little bit of an incident with the number 78 coming out of Dunlop, and well, let's say that he came a little bit squirrely. He tried to save the car, and well, unfortunately, he did a half spin right in the middle of the track.
And that's the SimRC.de Melon car, Maximilian Scheider, who we saw battling with Bad Cactus Racing Blue earlier on. It's just not been the SimRC.de Melon car's day. It's not been one to remember, that's for sure. But yeah, we're heading into this final part of the race, and it's all coming to head now. The track really rubbered in now with dirt and debris and all other manner of things offline. And that's it, this track evolves, and Randy, we've seen how as a track changes, teams have to adjust things, and you mentioned it earlier in the race. Tyre pressures, that's one thing you can change. Maybe if you have the option of changing the anti-roll bar, maybe something like that could happen.
Yeah, it's going to be, some cars, of course, have more options than others. For example, the GT cars, you really don't have much you can change. You get tire pressures and in-car adjustments. So you do have things like traction control you can play with.
Oh!
What?
Gee, in your prototype class, we've got Forex Racing, and also, who was the other team? It was Unicorn Endurance. Unicorn Endurance tried to put a lap on the Forex Racing car into the exit of the Porsche curves. They were side by side, and Forex Racing just turned in with the Unicorn car right there on the inside. Big moment for those two, Alvin, and well, amazingly, both cars still running, although Unicorn onto pit road, I think, for their final pit stop here.
Well, and if there is somebody that was really lucky, was the number 8 there in with Paul Surley. Oh wow, they're doing also a driver change here. Peter Smith coming into the car, so really interesting turn of events here with the battle for the GT lead. So now the question is, are they going to take tires as well?
Go on, Randy. I know you want to make a point here.
But it's just if they take tires, if they take tires, it would be really, really hilarious. I can understand if they want to get. No, they did not. So I didn't see that car jack up. I was going to say, this is something you can do. You can do a driver swap on a fuel-only stop. It'll cost you a little bit of time, but not much at all. So thankfully, they don't take tires there, because that would have pretty much that would have basically inverted our advantage here. But Peter Smith, maybe they feel he's got a little bit more faith in that car. They're going to get him in for this final stint here as we're 47 minutes to go, and going to be, actually, no, I take that back, 37 minutes to go. They're good to go for sure.
Yeah, they are good to go. And, well, we're almost at the half-hour mark of where the drama happens, but we're getting plenty in these in this quarter of an hour before that. And, well, looking at this, NAB Racing, they've found themselves in a battle with the Motef Racing podcast car, the 117. Okay, the 117 is about to head onto pit road, but being good to have NAB actually get involved in a battle there. The 108 will be staying out on the track, whereas the 117 will be going onto pit road. And it's just quickly time to mention that oh no, in fact they're both going onto pit road then, so NAB and Motef Racing podcast onto pit road for their final pit stops here. And just to mention quickly, the DGFX Endurance Series is brought to you by DIYSim.com, a simcraft company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis, kits, tech needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for results of these two pursuits. It combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. That's DIYSim.com, a simcraft company. And also DJFX is brought to you with My Opinion Therefore Fact Racing podcast. A couple of race fans presented opinions as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Visit motef.com, that's MOATF.com. Check out their podcast. They do a really good job there. But out of the pits does come the Motef Racing podcast car and also the NAB Racing 108 car onto the track for their final stint here. And just looking at how things stand at the moment, Team Vikings onto pit road now for their final pit stop. Black and the Motorsports, you would imagine, are going to do one lap, possibly 2 laps more here, Alvin, before they head onto pit road as they go through Porsche curves.
Certainly does. So now coming here into the Porsche curves of well, the number 66. Let's see what I think they should be able to do one more lap here as well. They shouldn't be coming into the pits this time by. They should take any advantage that they can, knowing that they only have to put in 2 laps less than the number 8
They're down right now.
Yeah, they're on the pit road now, so they're taking that earlier than we would imagine. And Randy, is this a good call? Just get the pit stop out of the way 1 lap after your rivals?
It doesn't really matter either way, to be honest, because you're sort of, but you have to take the same amount of fuel to get to the end regardless. It's just whether or not you come down this lap or next lap, and it just sort of depends on what your fuel number is looking like. Yeah, maybe they could have stretched it another lap, but maybe they took a slightly shorter stop at the last one, and because of that they have to come down a little bit earlier. Maybe they tried to pick up that advantage on that last stop and also stretch it into this one somehow, some way. But
Where's Fusion Black? Where are they? They're coming through the Ford chicane now.
They've got the lead.
Yeah, they've got that lead, that's for sure. As Black and the Motorsport, they pull out the pit stall now, down pit road. Now the gap was about 20 seconds, wasn't it, before
should be about
Fusion.
10.
Yeah, so it's going to be that pit stop was about 7 seconds quicker for Black and the Motorsports, of course, having to take less fuel here. And we'll wait until the timing screen just settles down.
10.9.
Gets itself sorted. About 11.5 is the gap there as they go through Dunlop. So, Randy, your maths is pretty good because you were only second out.
That wasn't even math. I just guessed. By guessed, I mean took a very educated guess.
Well, anyway, Black and the Motorsports, they didn't really have the pace that you would want for them to be able to challenge for that race lead, would you, Randy? Because they were only gaining like 0.3 of a second instead of what they would have needed, which would be more like half a second to maybe 3/4 of a second per lap.
It's going to be close. I think if you're BAM, you need to just go out there and push, because there is potential that you could come away with this race, because there's still a lot of traffic out there, and there's still, you know, what, they're doing about 3 minutes per lap. We're about 30 minutes out, going to be a little bit less. There's probably 8 or 9 laps left to go. If you're able to reel them in by 8/10 or so per lap, you're going to get very close to hitting that number. And if you get any help with the traffic, if they get held up for a couple seconds, then that gap's going to get reeled in as well. I think if you're BAM or Kiva, you need to just go out there, push the car, just go hell-bent for leather, and hope you can reel them in. Last 30 minutes for Le Mans race leaders, 10 seconds up the road. This is when you push.
Certainly is, as we are into the last half hour here, so there will be no more virtual safety cars. It's green flag racing to the end here, and it's certainly been an interesting race. Plenty of drama and plenty of action happening, that's for sure. I think there's only one, maybe 2 of the GT cars need to make a pit stop, and that would be the German SimRacing.de car, and potentially the SimRC.de Melon car, but I don't think they should need to possibly. It's going to be tight fuel for them if not. The leaders of the prototype there still owe us a pit stop as well, so the top 3 owe us a pit stop. But Fusion Racing and the Simitok number 2 car, they've had their final pit stop. It's 45 seconds between them, so it just shows how bad a race it's been for Simitok number 2, and they're going to be hoping that Chaos Brigade has some sort of disaster going into this this final pit stop of the race here, Alvin.
Certainly, yeah. So now this is pretty much becoming a matter of how you are trying to manage your strategy here and there. The number 22, I think they may still have a chance to catch the number 88, but it's gonna take a titanic effort from their part to try to catch on the number 22. Well, actually, I take that back. They are going to catch them eventually, because the number 22 they already came into the pit. So in terms of service, they should be good to go. So the Chaos Brigade, once they come back, once they come into the pits and they head out, I think they should be slotting in around P number 5.
Could certainly be coming in around there. Interested to see how your GT league battle goes in terms of gap. It's staying pretty stagnant at the moment. We won't have a lap time this time by for Blackadder. They clatter over the curbs there on the Ford chicane. They had their pit stop, so we're not going to look at that one. But the next lap that
It was
matters,
a good one from Pete Smith, though.
Yeah, it certainly was. A 3 minutes 50.258. That's only what, 1.7 seconds. 1.7 seconds slower than their overall fastest lap of the race for that car. So Fusion Black, they've certainly got some pace in that car now, Randy.
That it is, and that you might hear that, well, 1.7 seconds off. That's not a good lap. It's important to remember that most of these cars' fastest laps of the race would have come in that opening stint when everyone had a slipstream and the track wasn't nearly as rubbered in, because the rubbering into the track will actually slicken the track up and slow it down. So to be within 1.5 seconds or so of around a track like this where everyone would have had a slipstream is quite good. And both cars now actually getting passed by prototypes on the Mulsanne, and this is going to be an interesting number here once they get to the end of this lap to see how much Pete Smith is able to pull out or how much Matthias is able to reel him in.
Because Pete Smith fresh into the car after having a break. Matthias, he's been in for what, this stint and another stint before that, wasn't it? So he's going to the end as well, but Pete Smith just a little bit fresher, just in for this final shorter stint, and he could keep that focus. He's shown that he's got the pace as well. But Blackadder Motorsports, they're a tough outfit to beat, and they're always a team that's in and around there in endurance racing, and certainly they're showing it once again in this GT field. They've got a chance and they've got an opportunity, but I just don't think they're doing quite enough to combat the out-and-out pace, Alvin, of Pete Smith. He's doing a great job here.
Absolutely, Peter Smith so far doing a fantastic job here, trying to keep that gap as stable as as it can possibly be between him and the number 66. So I think for the number 8 Fusion Black, is just a matter of doing what they have been doing all race long. Just hit your marks, make sure that all the brake markers, you have them as secure as you've pretty much done it for 5.5 hours so far. And if you encounter traffic, well, if faster cars is coming by, just let them go, don't fight it. If you encounter a slower car, just patience, find a good place to overtake them, and just keep doing what you have been doing all race long.
The race-leading GTC car is onto pit road for its final time. Bill in sim spot with Pascal Sticks behind the wheel, hits his mark. Going to take fuel only, you would imagine, for this final pit stop, with 24.5 minutes remaining in this one. Once everyone's had their final pit stop, we will just go through the top, the standings of each of the classes, just so that we can get a final sort of tally of who's where and when and how. And away goes that Bill and SimSpot car. So 19.2 second pit stop, and the current leader now in that class is the 79 Sven Demel in the SimRC.de Kiwi car. That car heavily damaged, as it must be said, but still keeping some good time here. But they owe us one final pit stop in that group.
Can I just say, apparently the key to being fast on the Porsche is yellow and black, because all 4 of the top 4 are yellow and black paint.
I would say the Peregrine car is predominantly turquoise with black.
It's got yellow on it, it counts.
Yellow highlights.
It's got yellow numbers, therefore I'm correct.
I've noticed Alvin's completely silent in this.
You know what? I'm just gonna. I don't want to.
You've been like Switzerland.
I don't want to get into an argument of colors here, where it's like yellow or turquoise or anything. The only thing I know is that there's only 16 colors, and guys, newsflash: peach is a fruit, not a color. Get over it.
Okay, there's a backstory behind that one, Randy, isn't there?
There's. I don't even want to know.
Yeah, something's happened there, and that's a backstory we need to know. NAB Racing, by the way, the 108 and the Motef Racing podcast now within a second of each other. We saw them pit at the same time, and they gapped out a little bit, but that NAB car has been closing up once again and is in that slipstream. And here we go, Randy, a battle in your prototypes. And it's all come down to this, half a second between them, going into the final 22.5 minutes here.
And they are super close, and that half second might even go a little bit further down, because that Porsche out in front would have held up that leading prototype of Edward Lack as they all work themselves now down this front straightaway in towards the first corner. Also interesting to note, the gap for your race lead coming through, at the end of that last lap, Matthias with a few tenths quicker, so he is reeling down that race leader. Is only 3 tenths, and not nearly as much as he would have liked. That said, Fusion Black and Peter going into the first chicane this lap had, I would say, a pretty hard time with Wolfgang of the Road Bastards Blue Machine side by side into the first chicane. That would have cost him a little bit of time, and thus far, that Blackadder car has had another clean lap, so might be another handful of tenths going his way towards the end of this one.
Yeah, certainly, as you mentioned, 3 tenths. It's not enough, he needs more, but it could happen, yeah. And of course, we know traffic comes into play, and well, even instants can come into play with traffic. That's certainly for sure, as we're heading towards the end of this one. This is battle for 10th place overall in the prototypes. Both cars determined to get into that top 10 for the end of this race. Simitok eSport number 1 onto pit road for that final pit stop. Of Chaos Brigade won't be that far behind them either, coming onto pit road for one final time. So pit stops happening. NAB looking to the right there, trying to make the move, but not happening into that second chicane. We've got lap traffic there. Don't forget NAB, they are one of the amateur teams, and they're trying to make it go one way and then the other around that top racing car. Seen accidents happen in that part of the Mulsanne straight earlier on. one of the major virtual safety car incidents. Down to Bullseye corner once again in the 108. Not able to get with that 117 Motef Racing podcast car. Gas Brigade now on to pit road for the final time. Interesting, the number 1 car has come out ahead of the 22 Fusion Racing car. So Fusion Racing, that's not worked out as that strategy. And the number 1 car has got it back up into 2nd place after starting this race in 7th. So good drive from them to move forward in this one. And they'll be looking good for the end of the season, because Alvin, that number 1 car, was in and around there for the championship. It was mainly the number 2 car from Civitalk that was battling out for the championship lead.
It certainly is, and for the number 1, it's been a good surprise that they that up to this race they can still they are still within a reach of winning the championship here in the prototype class as well. So fantastic race that they have done so far, finishing here in P number 2. Also for the number 22, right now running in P3. It looks like they're gonna have a solid finish here as well and really consolidate that lead going into the final round in comparison to the number 2 as well. So this race has been really a race of survival for most of the teams in here, especially in the prototype class. When we go into the GTE class, well, we have the number 8 and the number 66, and it looks like the number 8 pretty much has this race all wrapped up. There's still 18 and a half minutes to go to the end of the race, but it looks like the number 66 really hasn't been able to close that gap after the last round of pit stop. So it should be the number 8 with the advantage here towards the end of the race. And when it comes to the GTC class, well, this has been really the battle for survival in this race, as the number 87 right now leading the race, a comfortable 16.5 second gap over the number 79. So I think the number 87, barring any major incidents, they should have this race as well.
Alvin was reading my mind. I was about to go through the standings there, but
well done, Alvin.
Well done, Alvin. That's an excellent job from you there. And NAB got a little bit of slowdown penalties, so have just had to drop back from Motef. So they're dropping back. They're not going to hold on to that battle for much longer now. Randy, that last lap for Blackadder Motorsport, the number 66, half a second quicker. That's more the pace that they need. They're running out of time here. 17.5 minutes remaining in this one. And Fusion Black, they seem to have they got stuck in some traffic there. 3 cars they were stuck in traffic with. And that's going to maybe cost them a little bit more time for Peter Smith.
Yeah, right now the Blackadder car, Matthias, he needs to have a clean and fast lap right here. He needs to hope that Fusion got held up and is somewhere in the mid to high 51s, maybe even the 52s, and he needs to be somewhere down in the mid to low 50s. He needs to reel in a large chunk of that time right here, right now. He also needs to be thinking that a prototype just slipped by him. He needs to hope that that guy can go up the road and hold up that Fusion car. There's also another car, the Civitalk number 2 machine, just behind. He needs to hope that that prototype catches him in a good place for him, but a bad place for Fusion. He just needs every little bit he can get, be it help with prototypes, help with slower Ferraris, help with slower Porsches, whatever it is. He needs that Fusion car to be held up because he is right on the brink of being able to reel that car in.
Tell you what, Matty still have his teammates and team manager talking to him, saying, look, you've got a big chunk of traffic that Fusion have had to work their way through coming up, and just to give him a warning, because I tell you what, I think he's going to meet that traffic maybe at a more ideal time, because he's gone out the Porsche curves into the Ford chicane now, and he's just going to get onto the back of this first of the traffic right on the exit of the Ford chicane. So that's pretty much where he'd want to meet them, isn't it, Randy? Because you're on the power here. Although saying that, 2 Porsches ahead, they're now going side by side onto turn 1, so he's going to get held up here, you feel?
Yeah, this is going to be disastrous for this guy right here, because these 2 Porsches that aren't even fighting for position. You also have that HPD behind of David Soranzo, making things a little awkward as well. David should be able to get clear here down on this inside line. He's going to try to get up the inside. Actually, no, this is going to be disaster for Matthias. That might be the nail in the coffin right there. Very slow first sector for him, trying to get through any of this traffic whatsoever, and he's going to have his run into Tetra Rouge held up as well. This is going to cost him all sorts of time. So no, I think for Matthias, you might have said that was the ideal situation. I think that was the worst possible case for him. Probably hemorrhaged at least a second on the racetrack right there.
More than a second. He went into that about 10.7 seconds behind. He's now 14.7 seconds behind. 4 seconds he's lost right there in that section of track, and that's pretty much the writing on the wall for him going for the race victory in that class. So you would imagine then that he's just going to have to settle for second place in the class. It's still not a bad result, is that? But he'll still keep on pushing, that's for sure, because he can still force a mistake out of Fusion Black by keeping on pushing towards the end here. GermanSimRacing.de onto pit lane for the final time here, and I would imagine that Pure Racing Team will be coming onto pit road at the end of this lap with 14 minutes remaining in this one, Alvin. And well, we've seen the gap sort of build up between all the different cars, the different classes, with incidents and with there not being a safety car and being a virtual safety car instead. So it's been a different type of race. We normally have at least 3 or 4 close battles towards the end of one of these races in DGFX, but this time it's all a bit spread out because of the nature of the track and the nature of the racing here.
It certainly does, and that is one of the that is one of the beauties here that we have on DGFX. Yes, we have most of the races, they are done by the safety car, but this race, because of the length of the track and the nature of the track, it's pretty much been done by a virtual safety car, because if we do a safety car, it pretty much it's gonna take way too long. Just think about 3 laps under the safety car. Here's gonna be almost like, I don't know, 6 minutes, 6 minutes per lap. So doing 20 minutes, just 20 minutes under the safety car period, I think that is too much. So yes, it's been a race really to remember, because it's been really more of a race of trying to survive, especially for the drivers, for the teams that have been fighting for the championship. It's been trying to stay clean as much as you can, and this is pretty much what we have been seeing so far for most of the leading cars here in this race.
Yep, as Pure Racing Team going past now the car that we've been following, that Black and the Motorsport car, and they've gone past the Black and the Motorsports now. 14.8 seconds, 14.9 seconds, they're dropping back even more, and it's just been an absolute nightmare of a lap in terms of traffic for Black and the Motorsports there in your GT class. But Pure Racing Team, they're heading around the Porsche curves, and they'll be to come out the Porsche curves and come through this right-left here towards the end of the lap. They'll be heading on to pit road then for the final time in this race. A little splash and dash of fuel. Here comes Patrick Wolf then onto pit road. Oh, and gets it all kinds of wrong going on to pit road, but luckily there's plenty of space there, Randy, because quite a few other tracks, there'd be a wall meeting them if they made a mistake like that.
Yeah, he tried his hardest to throw the race away right there, didn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just going back to this GTE fight, 3 minute 50.5 for Fusion and a 54.9 for Matthias in the Black Adder car. He basically needs to hope Fusion gets a tap or something from a prototype or a Porsche or makes a mistake, because that basically doubled the gap almost.
Yeah, it's crazy how one lap can do that to you. Pure Racing Team getting their splash and dash done here there. And they will be away shortly. It's quite a long stop actually to say that they're only doing the splash and dash. But then again, they can take the time. Chaos Brigade, what's happened to them? They're stopped by the side of the track, and that's in the first chicane.
Fusion.
And they lost control into that first chicane behind one of the GTC cars. That was the Berlin SimSport car. Wow, it's happening here. That mad last half hour, Randy, it's starting to happen here.
I'm not sure how the timing of that actually worked, but Fusion came up on that just as that prototype was getting ready to get back on the throttle. I'm not sure if they lost any time at all, really. They may have just gotten that time to perfection, and that would be disaster for Blackadder to know that there was a prototype spun on the racing line in front of Fusion, and that because of the timing, Fusion didn't lose any time. Now, I think they likely would have checked up, but how much of a swing is that? Just looking at the gap,
Kind of
not very much.
169. They've had an instant as well. And I believe that's at Porsche Curves. It is. All on the run. Ernie Ludwig into the gravel there. Luckily nowadays that there's all that runoff there for them as they get out of the way of the Fusion Racing 22 car now. Back up and running. But yeah, Fusion Black, it just happened perfectly for Fusion Black because Chaos Brigade, they got back up and running, and Fusion Black were just coming up behind them, weren't they, Randy?
Yeah, and that's what's so awkward. It was just one of the, I think they would have lost a little bit of time. They likely would have been a little bit harder on the brakes, maybe slowed the car down a little bit, and they didn't really have the ideal line they would have wanted through that first chicane, and they likely, wouldn't have picked the throttle up as quickly. So they may have lost a little bit of time. That could maybe help that Blackadder machine, but the Blackadder car is in the Indianapolis right now, and the Fusion guy is already about midway down this straight to the Porsche curves, maybe closer to about a third distance at that point, but still very, very difficult. There's a Porsche in front of Fusion.
Oh, we've got another car around. It's all happening in this last 10 minutes. It's GermanSimRacing.de 111, and it's at the second chicane, all on the run. Another one by themselves, late on the brakes, turned in, and that back end just snapped out on them, and around them went. No contact with any barrier or anyone else. They're back up and running now, but that 111 car dropping down even more, down in 6th place. TBRC.de Mellon, by the way, I imagine have got to make one more pit stop in that GTE car, especially with all the damage they've got on the front of that car. It certainly won't be helping their fuel economy, Alvin.
It certainly is. So now coming towards the end of the race here with only 8 minutes to go. Yep.
Sorry to cut you off there, Alvin. It was getting a bit close between a prototype and a GTC car, and that was Motef and NAB, because they are actually really close in battle here for 10th place. But go ahead quickly, Alvin.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty much at the race that now we're coming towards the end of the race, so now it's just a matter of who's been able to save the fuel and who's able to hit the numbers correctly. It kind of looks like most of the teams here and there, they should be good to go towards the end of the race. Yes, we may have a couple teams here and there that they may have to come into the pit for short splash of fuel, like number 78 just coming into the pits right now for what I should assume should be just 2 or 3 laps of fuel into that number 78.
Yeah, certainly. By the way, Pure Racing Team, I think they took a full fuel tank because they were in the pits for 33 seconds there, Randy, and well, they could afford to because they had such a big lead.
It's sort of one of those where, they come down pit road and they just want to make sure they hit a safe number, and really when you have the sort of lead they did, they could almost come down pit road again and still be fine. So yeah, do they really need to take that extra fuel? No, but they did. So fair enough to Pat, as we actually had a GTC car just spin. This is Steve Clays in the AG Motorsports machine, number 127, well down the order. He actually just lost it right in front of your prototype leader exiting the first section of the racetrack. I think he may have clipped the wall, but not very hard, but he's back out and running here as we're inside of 10 minutes to go.
Well, we're inside 7 minutes to go. That's how
that is indeed inside 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. I'm being more accurate. It's what I'm doing. I'm being pedantic, Randy. You know me, I'm being pedantic. Right, NAB, they're looking for that 10th place. They want that 10th place in prototype, heading down towards the second chicane here down the Mulsanne, getting really close to that Motef Racing podcast car. Not the best run through that chicane though from NAB, Alvin, and it just cost them a few tenths, and they've been making a few mistakes on these last couple of laps following that car in front.
That is pretty much, this is the last battle that we have in here in the race so far. So the number 108 trying to keep the number 117 at close distance as much as they can, but the more it goes, it has shown that the number 108 seems like they don't have the patience that the number 117 seems to have in here. So look for the number 108 perhaps to with on the final lap. That's where we can see him take that final plunge and see if he can get the final spot here in the top 10.
Well, they're coming up behind GTC. Traffic down the inside of Indianapolis goes NAB. What an opportunistic move that was. And thank you very much, Martin Ewan. Brilliant drive, brave there to make the move when there was a GTC car there. And you used that GTC car to block the Motef racing podcast car of Andrew Edward Lack. What a move there, Randy. That took some bravery.
That's a very smart racing right there. You need to know when those opportunities present themselves and how to capitalize on them, and that's exactly what that NAB car of Martin June did. Had one potential opportunity to make that move stick, had to be aggressive with it, and a lot of people, a lot of the times we talk about these races, talk about risk diversion, not wanting to risk yourself. Well, part of when you're doing these things, you also know when you need to risk it and be able to get yourself in good position. Martin just did, and because of that, he picks up a spot.
We've also got a battle for 6th place overall as well in your prototypes, ER competition, and German SimRacing.de, of course, had to have a splash and dash a couple of laps ago as they head into the Porsche curves. You've also got Bad Cactus Racing Blue on pit road for a splash and dash here, 7.5 second pit stop for them. So we're a few teams have been a little bit close on the fuel numbers, and they've decided to play it safe because they've got those gaps there to make it work. We're into the final 4 minutes of this race, and it's this battle now for 6th place, where really you're going to have these two battling it out for 2 laps, we reckon, here, because Pure Racing Team are just going into the first chicane now, and you're talking a 3.5 minute lap anyway. So yeah, 2 laps to go in this one.
P2 and GTE just got clipped by not the NAB car, the Moab car, coming through the final sector, through Tete Rouge.
Wow.
There was a little bit of a hiccup with the NAB car, and I was about to say that the BAM car was going to have a slowdown because he pushed so wide, but as he's trying to get on the track, Edward Lack just pretty much didn't even check up and just went full speed right into the back of Matthias, and because of that, Matthias got sent around. That's not going to be race-ending damage, but no chance now of reeling infusion unless they have a bigger incident. And now, will there be anything done to that number 117 as a result of that?
Well, you would imagine with it being so close to the end that the stewards will look at that one after the race. You would imagine that's what they're going to do. This battle for 6th place is on as well. Half a second between them. Oleg Zelka and Oliver Kermestad down the Mulsanne straight. And, well, into the first chicane, the 194 car getting bullied out the way there by the 28 ER competition car. And, well, they're not taking any prisoners now. This is it. This is desperation time. That ER competition car wants and needs that 6th place here in this race. Going down the Mulsanne once again. Using that slipstream, the car behind, German SimRacing.de car. Looking left, looking right, trying to get in the mirrors of the car in front. Can't get through for the time being. Double hold back here, and Alvin, these two, they're going to battle it out, and it's going to be bare knuckle fist fight here.
And certainly, yes, for the number 28 and the number 72 with just 2 laps to go in here into this race. Look for the number 28, number 72. That 28 is definitely gonna defend with all it's got. That P number 6 as it stands right now, he's not gonna give one single inch here and there. He's gonna look to make sure that he has that position all the way to the finish line.
He's giving it absolutely everything. Is the 72 car. He's looking, he's in that slipstream heading down towards Indianapolis. We've seen one way to try a couple of laps ago to try and make the move. They're going to make the move side by side in towards Indianapolis, the side by side into the right-hander. Oh, running out wide onto the dirt and the gravel. They're still side by side through Indianapolis, heading towards Arnage, and it's still pretty close between them. Will the 72 car just have the advantage? They're going to rub panels on the exit of Arnage, headed towards Porsche curves now. And well, the 72 car and the 28 still absolutely neck and neck as they head towards Porsche curves once again. And look at that, they've got a couple of GTC cars up ahead as lap traffic, and that could and should affect this battle. And still the 72 car just makes it in front, barges his way through there, cuts across the nose of the 28. Thank you very much, Oliver Kemsat. What a move. And well, he's getting caught up there in traffic. That's slowing him down on the exit of Porsche curves. Here comes the 28 back. He's going for it. He wants to get that position. He needs it. He doesn't want to lose it in the end of this race. We're going to have one more lap remaining in this one. And this is going to be one heck of a battle as they go through the Ford chicane for the penultimate time. Across the line they go. And it is German simracing.de across the line ahead of ER competition. But one more lap to go. We've got the white flag in the air here. And, well, just sum it up for us, Alvin. What a race it's been for Pure Racing Team out the front in your Porsche, in the prototype class.
Absolutely, Pure Racing Team in the number 71 pretty much have been the class of the field here as they go down the Mulsanne straight. This is pretty much a victory lap for them. Really no pressure from them from behind. The next car the next car closest to them is the number 1 Simatak Esport, 1 minute 16 seconds. That is the gap that is standing right now between P1 and P2, so no way Pure Racing Team in the number 71 are going to lose this race.
Certainly not, and that battle in your GT field, Randy, it's been a pretty close one, and just a few unfortunate things happening there, meaning that Fusion Black worked the numbers and did a good job, and they ended up 23 seconds ahead here as they're on their, should be on their final lap here.
They haven't gotten the official white flag just yet because they are still ahead of the race leader who's coming through the second chicane, and Fusion Black's on the run down into Mulsanne. So you have to assume, I think, that Pure Racing Team car is going to put them a lap down, so this should be their last lap. But regardless, the Pure Racing Team car has lapped the entire rest of the GTE field, so unless something dire happens on this last lap for the Fusion Black car, this is going to be the pretty much race one for them.
Certainly is, and your GTC field, well, it's been decimated as that GTC field, Alvin, and well, Berlin Simsport, Pascal Sticks ended up, he's 24.5 seconds ahead in this one.
Pretty much been survival of the fittest here in the GTC class, but so far the number 87 has been in, it looks like he's gonna come up with the win of the race. So I think that when it comes to our picks, I think Randy got two out of 3 right, and I think if as things stand, I think I got 3 out of 3 correct.
Well, we'll have to sort that argument out afterwards. Samba Racing's on to pit road. They obviously didn't have the fuel numbers for the end of the race, but the leader is heading towards Porsche curves. And I'll tell you what, if I'm Peter Smith, I back off and let that Pure Racing Team car go through on me. And ER competition have been around at Indianapolis. There's been an issue there, and they've made contact with a GTC car. They've been around the back up and running, so does the GTC car. Now Pure Racing Team heading in to the last part of the lap here. Through Porsche curves it goes. And I think Peter Smith, he's still on it. It's Peter Smith in that GT field. So Pure Racing Team heading towards the Ford chicane for the final time. Patrick Wolf behind the wheel, and he's going to take the win in the 6 hours of Le Mans here in the DGFX Endurance Series. Great win for Pure Racing Team there to take the win there for them. Absolute dominant display from them in the end. And well, the GT field leader you just saw in front of him, so he's got to do an entire lap there to the end, but that means that he's pretty much guaranteed to end up in the win here. Here's your GTC field leader, and it's Berlin Simsport number 87 through the Porsche curves to the final time of Pascal Sticks. One of the cleanest looking Porsches on the track right now, heading into the Ford chicane for the final time. And they will go through the left, through the right, And just 2 more corners left. Then the right, over the curb. Why not? Be extravagant and across the line there. GTC leader through for the win in class. 25 seconds ahead of SimRC.de Kiwi. Great result for Bill in SimSport there in the end to get that result. Your second place prototype, by the way, is coming through the Ford chicane here. Simmertok Esport number 1. Been a good race for them. They would have hoped for a little bit better, but quite frankly, that is fantastic work from them to get second place after starting down in 7th place, with Fusion Racing coming through in 3rd place as well. And well, guys, that's it got a bit exciting towards the end there. I'll admit I got a little bit excited at the end there with the German Sim Racing and the competition battle, but still, we've got to the end. We've just got to wait for the GT field leader Peter Smith Fusion Black. It's almost like his personal lap into the end of this race here for him, Randy.
Yeah, they're basically going to get their own lap. I think they're the only car. Yeah, you have Patrick Wolf out there who's celebrating, and he's actually going to be the final car to finish this race. I don't think there's any GTC cars. Yeah, there's one, but I don't think he'll actually catch him. So that's going to be nice for them, and they're going to, be very happy about the major win here at Le Mans.
Yeah, it's a big win. It's a big win in the series, Alvin, and you mentioned it. The championship in that GT class, it's just gone and swung Fusion Black's way.
And that is definitely one of the major advantages that they will have going into the final round of the DGFX Endurance Series. Going to Imola, Fusion Racing is going to have that 2-point advantage over the number 66 Blackadder Motorsports. So it's going to be a really interesting race once we go into Imola, how they're going to do it. And well, the actual personal celebration of the number 8 is still going on, to the point that he's pretty much flashing the lights all over the track whenever he gets a chance to.
Yeah, he's taking much delight in getting as much airtime as possible for Fusion Black, and also for any of their sponsors that they have. I've noticed the RacespotTV logo on there as well, I do believe. So yeah, we'll mention them for that. But he's heading through Porsche curves for the final time there. And he's heading towards the Ford chicane, and well, it's been a great display here from Fusion Black. Peter Smith, great job from him and his teammate Paul through the final chicane, the Ford chicane, and it's going to be the GT win there for Fusion Black. Across the line they go, take the checkered flag, and that is going to be the end of your race. So let's now take a look at your final standings here in the 6 hours of Le Mans in the DGFX Endurance Series, and it is Pure Racing Team who took the prototype win here, 1 minute 19 seconds ahead of Simmertok Esport number 1. Fusion Racing finishing up in 3rd place in class. Simmertok Esport 2 finishing 4th with Chaos Brigade in 5th. GermanSimRacing.de, the first of the lap cars, down in 6th place with ER Competition. Pretty close battle between them in the end in 7th. 8th place for Unicorn Endurance, 9th for the Road Bastards Green Car, and then in 10th place NAB Racing. There was only about 15 of the cars in your prototype that finished this one. The rest of them all ended up out of that one. Now for your GT class, and it is Fusion Black who won that one ahead of Back at the Motorsport Lokiva in 2nd place. 3rd place for Team Vikings Midgard, rounding out that podium in class, and then Bad Cactus Racing Blue in 4th with SimRC.de Melon in 5th. 6th place for GermanSimRacing.de with 7th going to Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew. 8th for Samba Racing with the Road Bastards Blue in 9th, and V-Apex Racing GT Blue in 10th place. And again, a number of those cars not finishing the race. And then in your GTC field, it is Bill in SimSport who win that one ahead of SimRC.de Kiwi by 25 seconds. SimRC.de Lemon in 3rd place with Peregrine Red Yellow in 4th. Top Peak Racing Radion in 5th with Low Wheat Racing in 6th. 7th goes to Berlin Simsport in the 196 car. 8th place Probatum Racing Academy. 9th place Aggie Motorsports, with Aggie Motorsports Blue in 10th. And I think that was pretty much all it was for... Oh no, the War Dogs did end up finishing in 11th place with Berlin Simsport 194 in 12th. And 13th, we might as well mention them, GCN Racing, who were out earlier in the race. And well, let's go then straight across to Alvin, who will be talking to Patrick Wolf, your race winner in your prototype class.
Very good. So we got Patrick Wolf here, the winner of the overall race. So Patrick, I think it's kind of fair to say, with all the bad luck that has been going through for Pure Racing Team on the first 2 rounds and not being able to race on round number 3, coming here and pretty much dominating the whole race from the drop of the green flag all the way to the checker flag. I'm pretty sure it has to feel good.
Yeah, it feels awesome. Feels pretty much like redemption for all the hard work we put in the first 2 rounds, and third round unfortunately weren't able to participate, but to now win the 4th round feels great.
Absolutely, it certainly does feel good. Now, you know, the whole race kind of really went absolutely smooth from the drop of the green flag for you. Is there any point during the race that the number 71 kind of felt that they were in trouble of not actually winning the race?
Yeah, it was somewhere around like 3-hour mark or around there when Leonard had a pretty hard hit with one of the curbs in the 4 chicane. And since then we had a bit of floor damage, which we were lacking a bit of top end power. And then of course the flashbacks from round 1 came back when our engine blew up on the back straight. And we always had that in mind, that it could be a possibility that our engine blew up. But luckily it didn't.
Well, it's actually good to see that the number 71 was able to finally finish and win a race in a really commanding manner. Now, last round, Imola. Yes, the number 71 may be out of the chance of fighting for the championship here in the prototype class, but pretty sure it's gonna be the same mentality going into the final round, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had the pace to win in all 3 races we participated this season. And I'm sure it's going to be the same at Imola, and we'll be fighting for the win.
Absolutely. So before we let you go, anybody that you would like to give a shout out to?
Of course, a huge shout out to my team. Shout out to our sponsors, Usher Racing, Spuzu, and Otto Oswalmeier. And a huge shout out to the Iron Fist of the Sacred Discord.
Well, it was a pleasure to have you in here, and again, congratulations for a very dominating win in here for your number 71.
That's it. That's the win there for Pure Racing Team, and I'm afraid that is all we have got time for here in the DGFX Endurance Series. Well, thank you very much for all of you who've joined us watching this event. It's certainly been eventful, that's for sure. I've been Paul Smith. Alongside me has been Alvin Nieves and Randy Cheneth, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras. A big thank you to Istvan Balot for the cameras, and also for Andreas Werner from Anwen Designs for the overlay design. Overlay animation brought to you by Apgeneer and their ATEVO products from Simon Grossman, and live timing brought to you in partnership with Nick Thiessen on our live timing page. But that's it. We'll see you next month for the finale of the DGFX Endurance Series from Imola. Take care and good night.